Preface to the Maguires and the Detectives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Logan Harden. The Maguires and the Detectives by Allan Pinkerton. Preface. The governing idea in the mind of the author, while preparing this volume for the press, has been to give details connected with the Maguires, and follow strictly the truth concerning the adventures of the detectives during 3 years passed in their midst. He is aware that, in many places, the relation reads much like fiction, and that it will be accepted as romance by very many who are totally unacquainted with the country and the people attempted to be described. It has been the constant endeavor to adhere closely to facts, and if the incidents are, in a great degree, novel and absorbing, it is due to these facts, and they were worked out through arduous labors, in sleepless nights and undivided attention to the ends to be gained. The coal regions of Pennsylvania are inhabited by a mixture of races, the ingredients perhaps more widely differing in character and origin than those of any other portion of the globe. Living within a stone's throw of each other will be found the German, Swede, Norwegian, Pole, Irish, Scotch, English, Bohemian, and Russian. And in moving across the country, from one colliery to another, representatives of nearly all of these widely separated nations may be encountered, with here and there an American and a Pennsylvania German. All endeavor to express themselves in Anglo-Saxon, but their foreign idioms and native eccentricities will, in spite of themselves, occasionally crop out. Hence, the life of a person who is sensitively alive to diversified phases of human nature and having a keen sense of the humorous, in the mining districts, cannot well be devoid of enjoyment. Some extraordinary habits and peculiarities are found in the coal fields not discovered elsewhere. To the boundless extent and value of the coal fields, as a portion of the economy of the whole country, full reference has been made in this volume. The only difficulty of importance experienced by the writer of the work has been to condense within the compass of these pages the very extended and almost overwhelming mass of matter placed before him, all of which, he doubts not, would, if given, prove of general interest, and to exercise due discretion in the rejection of portions not deemed absolutely necessary to be incorporated. It has been the constant intent to produce a fair picture of the Maguire in his native or adopted home, with only such delineations of the scenery and surroundings as the course of the narrative may seem naturally to bring in. These, it is to be hoped, will be found apt and in accordance with nature. For the sanguinary character of many of these chapters and accompanying illustrations no excuse is needed. It is the work of the Maguires, and not of the author or designer. Where scenes of general interest are depicted, the assistance of the photographer and his camera has been liberally invoked. In the letterpress, the relator has merely traced the journeyings of the detectives with a faithful pen, and sought to reproduce their words, acts, and results achieved, as well as the language of the persons, criminals or citizens, with whom they have come in contact. All of the characters lived, or once have lived, in the anthracite coal regions. If fault there may be in their description, it will be found in lack of color, as the brush has not, in any case, been dipped in too florid hues. With the ends accomplished in this 3 years' warfare with the Maguires, the public is already well instructed, the great newspapers of the country having vied with each other in friendly rivalry to first give the results. The author has reason to be proud of the work done, the modes in which the labors were performed, and the routes taken by himself and others to gain desirable points, have found record for the first time in the following pages. No attempt has ever been made to give them. No task of the kind could succeed without the private papers and documents on file in my agency, to which, of course, no person, excepting myself, would be permitted to have access. With the purely legal and court portions of the murder cases, the arguments of the distinguished counsel for both sides, and the testimony, simply as testimony, I have dealt very sparingly. The masterly effort of F.B. Gowan, Esquire, I have printed almost entire. It is so to the point, so truthful, and such a vivid and telling exposition of the theory of the Commonwealth that any attempt in the way of curtailment would be damaging. Without the speech, I should consider my book incomplete. The talent of the entire state of Pennsylvania was hunted over to find attorneys capable of freeing the unfortunate men brought to trial in Schuylkill, Columbia, and Carbon counties. but the law was against them. The defendants had incurred the penalty by committal of crimes, and justice has been at least partly vindicated. Allan Pinkerton, Chicago Illustrated, June 1877. End of preface.
Section 1 of the Mollie Maguires and the Detectives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bill Welch. The Mollie Maguires and the Detectives by Allan Pinkerton. An extraordinary proposition. Early in the month of October 1873, I was in Philadelphia, and one day received a note from Mr. F.B. Gowan, president of the Philadelphia and Reading Railway Company and the Philadelphia and Reading Coal and Iron Company, saying that he desired to see me at his place of business. I immediately responded to the invitation, accompanied by Superintendent Franklin, and met the gentleman in his private apartment in the company's elegant building on 4th Street. "I have sent for you, Mr. Pinkerton," said the president of the two great Pennsylvania corporations after we exchanged greetings, "upon business of importance." I made known my willingness to hear what it was. "The coal regions are infested by a most desperate class of men, banded together for their worst purposes, called, by some, the Buckshots, by others, the Mollie Maguires. And they are making sad havoc with the country. It is a secret organization, has its meetings in hidden and out-of-the-way places, and its members, I have been convinced ever since my residence in Pottsville and my connection with the criminal courts as district attorney in the county of Schuylkill, are guilty of a majority of all the murders and other deeds of outrage which, for many years, have been committed in the neighborhood. I wish you to investigate the mysterious order, find out its interior workings, expose its evil transactions, and see if the just laws of the state cannot again be made effective in bringing criminals to justice. At present, whenever an assassination is consummated, and as a consequence, a trial is instituted, a convenient alibi steps forward and secures for the prisoner his freedom. Municipal laws are thus incapable of execution. Sheriffs of counties are powerless, and the usual run of detectives are as of little value as the open, uniformed police of the different cities. All of these have been tested, and all have failed. Now, if you cannot disperse the murderous crew, or give us grounds upon which to base prosecutions, then I shall believe that it never will be effected." I considered the proposition for a moment, turning over in my mind the magnitude of the labor to be performed. "Let me think of it a little," I answered, "and in the meantime, tell me more about the Mollie Maguires." "As far as we can learn, the society is of foreign birth, a noxious weed which has been transplanted from its native soil, that of Ireland, to the United States, sometime within the last 20 years. It lived and prospered in the old country considerably earlier. Its supporters there were known as ribbon men, the white boys, and sometimes as Mollie Maguires. But their modes of procedure were the same as now pursued in the coal regions. Men were then, as they are at this time, killed, sometimes in broad daylight, sometimes at night, and invariably by strangers, persons at least unknown to chance spectators, or to the parties violently put out of the way. Suspected individuals would be apprehended, but in the end nobody could be found able to identify the criminals. It was only after a protracted struggle in Ireland that the proper evidence could be elicited to convict the tools doing the bloody behests of the society. I suppose it will not be easy to do this in Pennsylvania. The same minds, the same combinations are to be encountered here. The Mollies rule our people with a rod of iron. They do this and make no sign. The voice of the fraternity is unheard, but the work is performed. Even the political sentiments of the Commonwealth are molded by them, and in their particular field they elect or defeat whomever they may please. They control, in a measure, the finances of the state. Their chiefs direct affairs this way and that way, without hindrance. Men without an iota of moral principle. They dictate the principles of otherwise honorable parties. It is ultimate results this complexion of affairs in Pennsylvania touches, to a considerable degree, the interests of the citizens of the whole country. Wherever anthracite is employed is also felt the vice-like grip of this midnight, dark lantern, murderous-minded fraternity. Wherever in the United States iron is wrought, from Maine to Georgia, from ocean to ocean, wherever hard coal is used for fuel, there the Mollie Maguire leaves his slimy trail and wields with deadly effect his two powerful levers, secrecy, combination. Men having their capital locked up in the coal beds are as obedient puppets in his hands. They have for some time felt that they were fast losing sway over that which by right should be their own to command. They think, with some show of reason, their money would have profited them as much as it had been thrown to the fishes in the sea or devoted to the devouring flames. Others, wishing to engage in mining operations, and who are possessed of the capital and experience necessary, are driven away. They cannot entrust their hard-earned property to a venture which will be at the beck and call of a fierce and sanguinary rabble and its heedless and reckless directors. They wisely turn aside and seek other and less hazardous uses for their talents and their means. The entire population of this state feel the shock, and it is in due season communicated to the most distant parts in which anthracite is used and ores reduced or smelted. I had heard of many assassinations by these Mollie Maguires, and also about those performed by Ku Klux and similar political combinations in the southern states. It had always seemed to me that it was a sacred duty which Pennsylvania owed to herself, to her own citizens, and to the country at large, to clear her garments of the taint resting upon them and bring to punishment the persons who, for so many years, habitually outraged decency, spilt human blood without stint, and converted the richest section of one of the most wealthy and refined of all the sisterhood of states into a very Golgotha, a locality from which law-abiding men and women might soon be forced to flee, as from the threatened cities of the plain or from a spot stricken with plague and pestilence. I will enter upon the business, but it will require time, sharp work, and plenty of both. "Yes, we duly appreciate this," responded Mr. Gowan. "What we want, and everybody wants, is to get within this apparently impenetrable ring, turn to the light the hidden side of this dark and cruel body, to probe to its core this festering sore upon the body politic, which is rapidly gnawing into the vitals and sapping the life of the community. Crime must be punishable in the mountains of Pennsylvania, as it is in the agricultural counties, and in all well-regulated countries. We want to work our minds in peace, to run our passenger and freight trains without fear of the sudden loss of life and property through the malicious acts of the Mollie Maguires. We want people to sleep unthreatened, unmolested in their beds, undisturbed by horrid dreams of midnight prowlers and cowardly assassins. We want the laboring men, of whatever creeds or nationalities, protected in their right to work to secure sustenance for their wives and little ones, unawed by outside influences. We want the miner to go forth cheerfully to the slope or the shaft, for labor in the breast or in the gangway, wherever it may seem to him for the best, void of the fear in his heart when he parts from his wife at the cottage gate in the morning, that it may be their last farewell on earth. And by evening, his bullet-ridden corpse may be taken back to his home, the only evidence that he has encountered the murderer. The agent of those who would compel him to refuse all employment unless the regulations of the order were complied with. The state cannot attain these things. She has repeatedly tried, and tried in vain. You can do it. I have seen you tested on other occasions and in other matters, and know your ability to conduct the business. We are willing to supply everything within our power to make your task a success. I believe that it can be accomplished, but I am also aware that it is a stupendous undertaking. I accept the responsibility, however, with its accompanying consequences, which I perceive will prove no small burden to bear. I also see that I shall encounter no little difficulty in detailing from the many able and trustworthy men in my force one perfectly qualified for this very unusual charge. And an error in the outset would bring irreparable disaster before the end could be reached. It is no ordinary man that I need in this matter. He must be an Irishman and a Catholic, and only this class of person can find admission to the Mollie Maguires. My detective should become, to all intents and purposes, one of the order, and continue so while he remains in the case before us. He should be hardy, tough, and capable of laboring, in season and out of season, to accomplish, unknown to those about him, a single absorbing object. In the meanwhile, I shall have to extract from you a pledge that, whoever I may dispatch upon this errand, he shall not, through you, be known to any person as a detective. This is highly necessary to be strictly attended to. If possible, you should shut your eyes to the fact that I have an employee of my agency working in the mining country. If you can do so consistently, it might as well be given out to everybody interested in that the idea of investigating the Mollies through the means of detectives, if ever thought of, has been abandoned as a hopeless job, and that the present status of affairs in the mines is totally incapable of being changed. Take the further precaution that my name and those of my superintendents and employees do not appear upon any of your books. Keep my reports in your own custody, away from all prying eyes. I would also ask if my agents are engaged for 1 week, for 1 month, for years, that these requests still be complied with. And further, whatever may be the result of the examination, no person in my employ, unless the circumstances are greatly changed and I demand it, shall ever be required to appear and give testimony upon the witness stand. To all of this, I give willing consent. I see how necessary it is. As I said before, we will do anything in our power, and within the bounds of reason, to aid you and protect your detectives. I then agreed that the operation should begin as soon as I might make the proper arrangements, and, after some further conversation, principally upon the purely financial portion of the engagement, took my leave. Immediately after leaving Mr. Gowan's office, I telegraphed for Mr. Bangs, General Superintendent. He arrived from New York earlier the ensuing day, and a consultation was held in my private parlor over the business offices of the agency at No. 45 South 3rd Street. Mr. Bangs, Mr. Franklin, and myself forming the parties to the council. The details of the case were discussed at length, and a general plan of operation decided upon, after which I started my return trip westward. It was the ending of a delightfully cool and pleasant Indian summer day, and as I was being rapidly whirled through the most beautiful portion of New Jersey, my face toward the open window, inhaling the invigorating atmosphere and enjoying a view of the fast-fading, swift-passing panorama of plain and valley, village and stream, I continually dwelt upon the service in which I had recently enlisted. Forgetting the sunset, the agreeable evening, and every immediate surrounding, my mind was absorbed in contemplating the subject then nearest my heart. Mentally, I brought in review the different devoted attachés of the agency, who, through nativity and early training, were eligible to the place to be filled. All were trustworthy, as far as that went. All were courageous, faithful, and efficient in positions and under circumstances ordinarily calling for the exercise of these qualities. But the man now wanted was to meet peculiar dangers. He must be perfectly qualified in every respect, or he would not do. It was no discredit to my corps of detectives that I quickly dismissed many of them as inadequate for the duty. It was not their fault. Had I one man who would go against his lifelong habits, early impressions, education, and his inherited as well as acquired prejudices? Was there one who held sufficiently broad and deeply grounded notions of the real duty of a true Irishman to his country and his fellow countrymen to entrust with this great mission? I believe that I had, but which one was it in the number thus, in my mind, competing for the honor? He must be able to distinguish the real from the ideal moral obligation, and pierce the veil separating a supposed from an actual state of affairs. He must have the gift of seeing that the misguided people of the mining districts who had joined this order were unquestionably working evil, and only evil, to Ireland, Irishmen, and the Church, in lieu of doing their native land and their kindred at home and in America a service. While Bishop Wood of Philadelphia had early placed his zeal of condemnation upon the Mollie Maguires in the coal regions, and the clergy had followed, almost to a man, in bringing the individual members of the clan before them and their congregations, and heaped dread maledictions upon their heads, calling the persons by name in public, and even cut them from the church until such time as they should renounce their membership. Still, I knew many good Catholics and honest men at heart were remaining in the organization, and that, in some more peaceable sections of the state, the priesthood, if not tacitly countenancing the society, said little against it. To their credit be it stated, however, they were unanimous in their abhorrence of the violent acts of the Mollie Maguires in Schuylkill, Carbon, Columbia, and Luzerne counties. I had to find a man who, once inside this, as I supposed, oath-bound brotherhood, would yet remain true to me, who could make almost a new man of himself, take his life in his hands, and enter upon a work which was apparently against those bound to him by close ties of nationality, if not of blood and kindred, and for months, perhaps for years, place himself in antagonism with and rebellion against the dictates of his church, the church which from his earliest breath he had been taught to revere. He would perforce obtain a reputation for evil conduct, from which it was doubtful that he could ever entirely extricate himself. Would the common run of men think such a position at all tenable? Would they consent to ostensibly degrade themselves that others might be saved? My man must become, really and truly, a Mollie of the hardest character, attend their meetings, and possibly be charged with direct participation in certain of their crimes. He must face the priest and endure the bad opinion of his countrymen even until the end. For an indefinite period he was to be as one dead and buried in the grave, dead to his family, his friends, sinking his individuality, and be published abroad as the companion and associate of assassins, murderers, incendiaries, thieves, and gamblers. In no other way could I hope to secure admission to the inner circle of this labyrinth of iniquity. By no other plan could the clan be exposed and its volume of crime clasped forever. Another thing, the Mollie Maguires were working in opposition to the Welsh, English, and German miners. their hatred of the English, especially, they had imbibed with their mother's milk. I was, if possible, to destroy the Mollie Maguires. Therefore, my operatives must be the instruments of that destruction. Then how difficult for any Irishman to enter upon the warfare? If he had the ability to see far enough, however, it would be understood that the leaders of the obnoxious society were simply apostates, men disloyal to the land of their birth, engaged in an unholy effort, and one which, successful or not, reflected discredit upon all of their countrymen. Beholding and understanding this, the detective would not be working merely to right the wrongs of this man or that man, but to wipe off a dark blot which had fallen upon the escutcheon of Ireland, and which clouded their fair fame of every Irishman in America. Then he would meet the cry, in the mines and elsewhere, of persecution for opinion's sake, and the danger of a conflict between capital on one side and labor on the other. Would he be shrewd enough to detect the untruthfulness of one and the insincerity of the other? Surely, here was a task for me, in the very outset, the fellow of which I had not encountered since the War of the Rebellion. End of Section 1. Section 2 of the Mollie Maguires and the Detectives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bill Welch. The Mollie Maguires and the Detectives by Allan Pinkerton. The Man for the Work. By the time I had reached headquarters in Chicago, I imagined that I might need a man for the Mollie Maguire operation, who, among other acquirements and qualifications, was also a practical miner. My plans had even partially assumed shape for a flying visit to some of the coal districts in southern Illinois and Ohio, where it was possible I might chance upon a person of needed character. Then it occurred to me, even though I could secure an experienced worker in the bituminous shafts and drifts, he would naturally be almost as much at fault in the art of delving into the slopes and gangways of the anthracite fields as one entirely uneducated in mining. He might have the trained muscle and capacity of bodily endurance, yet possess no available knowledge of the anthracite branch of the business. Then a party of this sort must necessarily be a stranger to the intricate duties of my profession, and have about everything to acquire from the lowest round of the ladder upward. There was another objection, and it had more weight than everything before enumerated. I could not rely upon the truthfulness and faithfulness of a new acquaintance as I might upon that of one who, after years of training under my own direction, had made himself an expert in the detection of criminals. Clearly, then, I must select my operative for this case, as for any other, from my regular force. At least employ a detective that has been connected with one or all of the offices in the chain of agencies. Who would it be? This was the all-important question. Several of my best men, who were, in most emergencies, mentally and physically capable of filling the place. I took occasion to carefully approach and sound as to their opinions and acts under certain supposititious and somewhat analogous circumstances, but such as were not too nearly similar to those under consideration, and soon found that they would never do. One, who was precisely the man called for in other particulars, had an invalid wife and a family of small children, and I would not ask him to take the position. There was a chance that he might be disabled, or even lose his life, and thus leave his mate and their helpless innocence to the cold charity of an unfeeling world. Another, almost as good, was soon to be married to an estimable young lady. A third had some blemish excluding him from the list, and I had not yet hit upon the agent to be sent to the land of mountains and dales and the home of the Mollie Maguires. One morning, however, as I was riding from home to Fifth Avenue, standing, as usual, upon the rear platform of a crowded West Side streetcar, I recognized in the person of the conductor an operative previously escaping consideration. He was engaged, working his part of a delicate job connected with the railway interest, and for some months had not been in a position in which he was called upon to report to me personally. The thought instantly found lodgment in my mind. If this man is mentally correct and willing, he is just the instrument fitted for my mining operation. I was satisfied that he could be spared from his car and the case he was assisting in, and another detective put in his place, and immediately upon reaching the office, sent a note to the young man's boarding house, asking him to meet me at my rooms as soon as his day's work was ended, as I had something to submit for his consideration. James McParlin, the detective alluded to, was born in the province of Ulster, County Armagh, parish of Mullabrack, Ireland, in 1844. Consequently, at the date mentioned, was in his 29th year. His father and mother were living. He had been a member of my force for about a year, coming to America in 1867, having previously seen some service in chemical works at Gateshead County, Durham, England, and subsequently in the same capacity at Wallsend, England. The first place he filled after landing at Castle Garden was that of second clerk in a small grocery house on 9th Avenue, City of New York. At a later period, he became salesman for a country dealer in dry goods named Cummings at Medina, Orleans County, in the same state. His salary was exceedingly small and besides not easily collectible, and after a short apprenticeship to the profession of counter-jumping and measuring ribbons, laces, and calicos, he resigned and adopted Greeley's advice to young men, with a course of travel due westward, reaching Buffalo. He tarried there but for a few days and then came to Chicago. After filling different situations, he applied for and secured employment in my establishment. Of medium height, a slim but wiry figure, well knit together, a clear hazel eye, hair of an auburn color, and bordering upon the style denominated as sandy, a forehead high, full, and well-rounded forward, florid complexion, regular features, with beard and mustache a little darker than his hair, there was no mistaking McParlin's place of nativity, even had not his slight accent betrayed his Celtic origin. He was, in fact, a fine specimen of the better class of immigrants to this country from the poets, first flower of the earth and first gem of the sea. He was passably educated and beheld and brushed against the people of a considerable portion of the New World during the short time he had been in it, and earned a reputation for honesty, a peculiar tact and shrewdness, skill and perseverance in performing his numerous and difficult duties, and worked himself into the position of a firm favorite with those of my employees intimately associated with him. Thus far, I certainly found no particular fault with McParlin. The same day McParlin, clad in his ordinary but cleanly citizen's attire, entered my private office, and I invited him to take a seat. The conference, which immediately followed, was long, confidential, and interesting to the two taking part in it, but particulars need not be given here, as results achieved will exhibit the nature of the conversation, which has also been foreshadowed in the preceding pages. More light will be thrown upon the subject during the progress and development of events. Suffice it that in James McParlin I recognized the very person to whom I could safely and confidently entrust my plans for the campaign in Pennsylvania. While he was not left in the dark as to the dangers to be encountered, and, in fact, These were as fully explained as it was possible to perceive them at the time. He made known his desire to assume the part, and said that he would experience pleasure in being sent where he could be of use to me and to his country. "I will do my utmost to bring the job to a speedy and successful termination," he remarked with earnestness. "Remember, McParlin," I urged at the close of this portion of our interview, "your refusal to accept the responsibility, while I can but acknowledge it would prove a disappointment, will not injure you in my estimation, or prevent your employment by me in the future." "Mr. Pinkerton," answered the operative, raising from his chair, "I am not in your agency to object to such a thing as this seems to be. On the contrary, I am anxious to go, and ready to start at the word of command." "That settles it, then," said I. "Report to me tomorrow forenoon, when your instructions and credentials will all be prepared, and you can take the night train for Philadelphia." Seemingly satisfied, the young man went his way. It was easy to see by the expression of his countenance that McParlin's sympathies were earnestly enlisted in the case, only the bare outlines of which had as yet been committed to his care, and if he failed it would not be from want of zeal or lack of earnest desire to well and truly perform his duty. "And so Mr. Pinkerton is after sending me to England, as he says, for the betterment of my health, and to look after the king bee of all the forgers," remarked McParlin in his pleasant way the next afternoon to my cashier as he received the advance money for his expenses. He repeated about the same manner of adieu when handed his papers by the chief clerk, and it soon spread throughout the apartment, among the clerical force, that the happy man was to take the tour of Europe at my expense. After bidding all good-bye, and the reception of a warm grasp of the hand and an earnest word of caution from me to have a care for himself, McParlin left the agency. The man had been found, and was at last entering upon his extra-hazardous mission. Not bound for England, however. It was well enough, under the circumstances, that all of the detective's personal friends and acquaintances, especially those outside the office, should believe that he was about to cross the wide Atlantic. McParlin's instructions were as complete and comprehensive as they well could be made at short notice, but of course, after generally counseling him concerning the true object of his labors, considerable had to be confided to his own judgment and discretion, at least until fairly launched upon his undertaking, when all would see what was best, and not best, to be done, leaving the detective to perform his difficult role under my directions. I shall now proceed to give in detail a description of his acts as represented in the reports. It should be understood, however, though the fact may not appear in this narration of events, that McParlin was almost daily in communication with me, through Mr. Franklin, the Philadelphia superintendent, and was required to keep us aware of his every important movement by letter. He was particularly enjoined to use discretion in the sending of messages and documents, and a plan, not necessary to be divulged, arranged by which all interruptions through the mails would be prevented. I was to know where and how to connect with him any day of the week, and all changes of locality were to be noted as early as might be possible. The detective's adventures in the mountains of Pennsylvania are sufficiently romantic and attractive, if properly related, to satisfy the most extracting reader, without the author having recourse to the smallest amount of extraneous matter, employing any of the powers of the imagination or the tricks of the professional novel writer in enchaining attention. As loveliness needs not the foreign art of ornament, but is, when unadorned, adorned the most. So, with the simple truth, in this instant it demands no elaborate decoration, no enchanting couleur de rose, to make it entertaining. End of Section 2.
Section 3 of the Mollie, Maguires, and the Detectives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. The Mollie, Maguires, and the Detectives by Allan Pinkerton. Chapter 3. The detective seeks the haunts of the Mollies. After several days very profitably spent among the coal, canal, and dock hands in the vicinity of Philadelphia, acquiring some knowledge of their habits and occupations, and at the same time in a measure habituating himself to the wearing of a rather novel and uncomfortable costume with which Mr. Franklin had been kind enough to provide him, the agent, according to orders, returned and reported to the superintendent that he was fully prepared to commence his work in the mining country. When the young man glanced at his figure as reflected in a mirror, he found it difficult to believe he was really himself and not some wild vagabond who had usurped his place. The transformation was satisfactorily complete. He beheld in the glass the shadow of a man of about his height and proportions, it was true, his head covered by an old, dilapidated, and dirt-colored slouch hat, with plentiful space for his cutty pipe in its narrow, faded band. A grayish coat of coarse materials which had, from appearances, seen service in a coal bin, and while never very fine in make or fashion, was considerably the worse about the cuffs and skirts, both being frayed out to raveled raggedness from rough usage by its former owner. The vest was originally black, but the years had come and gone in such numbers since that the dye was washed away, and with it had fled the surface of the cloth and most of the worsted binding in the region of the pockets. The pantaloons of brown woolen stuff were whole, but too large for him in the body, and worn strapped tight at the waist with a leather belt, which, from its yellowish and broken condition, might have been a former bell thong off the neck of some farmer's cow, appropriated after exposure to all kinds of wear and weather for a series of years. The bosom of a heavy gray shirt was seen beneath the waistcoat and exhibited no visible vestige of a collar, but a substitute was formed by a red yarn cravat or knitted comforter, drawn closely around the wearer's neck and tied in a sailor's knot in front. The undergarment had that which ordinary shirts are seldom supplied with, a pocket at the left inner side for tobacco. His boots were of the Stoga, hobnailed, high-topped style, and in their capacious legs easily rested the bottoms of the pantaloons. With face unshaven for a week or 10 days, and hair quite dry and straggling from want of proper attention, it is probable that McParlin's mother, had she been present, would have refused him recognition. He could only be convinced that he was himself by reference to his voice, which sounded familiar to the ear. In his satchels, ready packed, were supplies of writing paper, envelopes, stamps, etc. Also a suit of clothes a little better than that upon his person for occasional Sunday wear. Razor and strop he had none. Their absence was no loss, however, as he did not propose shaving his face until circumstances might call for the resumption of his natural character. Monday, the 27th of October, 1873, was an eventful day at the Philadelphia Agency and formed an epoch in the life history of at least one man, remembrance of which will never fail until his latest breath. Then it was that James McParland, attired and accoutred as just described, his heart hopeful for the future, but in fact unknowing and unknown, kicked the dust of the city from his heels at the Callow Hill Street depot of the Philadelphia and Reading Railway, and after purchasing a ticket for Port Clinton, depositing his 2 valises, which bore every outward evidence of having seen much tough usage and extended travel in domestic and foreign parts, in the seat beside himself in the smoking car of the afternoon train, set out upon his voyage of discovery in the stronghold of the Mollie Maguires. He was James McParland no longer, but James McKenna, as I must hereafter call him, and he looked backward upon the receding town and considered whether he would survive ever again to take his old name and place in the world and see the broad, teeming streets, handsome structures, and beautiful girls of the Quaker city. To him it then seemed he was cutting loose from all the nether world. Those who knew him best would pass him by unheeded in his transforming disguise and adopted name, and even his intimate associates, excepting Mr. Franklin and I, in Chicago and elsewhere, fully believed him to be adrift upon the blue waters, shaping his course to lands beyond the seas, only to return after the lapse of many months. Would he ever return? That was a question he soon decided which, for a favorable response, rested with himself and the manner in which he conducted his researches. He was sure that I watched anxiously over him and that Mr. Franklin was prepared to do everything for his good, but very largely would he be the worker out of his own destiny. His life and success, or his failure and death, reposed in his own strength, guarded by his own intellect. While these and similar thoughts crowded upon his brain, the detective was traveling onward. Smoothly and swiftly the cars glided over the track, past Belmont Glen, and beyond the outskirts of the city. Then came Fairmount Park, Laurel Hill, seen from the far distance, and closer at hand the broad, still waters of the Schuylkill, of which Ireland's great poet sang, and on whose shores he once found that repose which his weary head had elsewhere sought in vain. It was not within the heart of a man of McKenna's temperament, or in one born on the soil of the beautiful land that gave him birth, to resist the temptation to search out Tom Moore's cottage and feast his eyes upon its walls and roof, and he raised the blind, admitted the sunlight, and his senses drank in reverent silence, the variegated and pleasing landscape. After a time came Valley Forge, the scene of so much suffering by the American soldiers under General Washington in the memorable winter of 1777-8. Indeed, the country throughout this vicinity is replete with points bringing to recollection interesting dates and facts of history. Through the kindness of a fellow traveler who sat smoking in a seat near him, my officer was made familiar with some of those most eventful localities. And still there appeared to be no end to the succession of hills and vales, wooded mountain sides and fertile fields. Yet onward swept the train, bearing its precious living freight. Passing beyond the populous city of Reading, late in the afternoon, the agricultural lands began, as the stranger thought, a silent struggle with rocks and rills and more rugged mountains. As they still proceeded swiftly on their route, the rough country gained the mastery, and the fleeting show increased in boldness, culminating in a grand and craggy beauty when the locomotive whistled down the brakes at a point some distance short of Port Clinton. By this time, portentous clouds had arisen darkly in the west as the sun sunk to its couch, and there were other premonitions of an impending storm of wind and rain. Port Clinton is 78 miles from Philadelphia, at a spot where the two great forks of the Schuylkill proper and the Little Schuylkill, form a union, both having had their origin not so far separated in the distant northern coalfields. It was 8 o'clock in the evening when McKenna, with baggage swinging from his shoulder, stood for the first time upon the floor of the massive brownstone turret-roofed depot building at Port Clinton and looked about him for a house which might yield him a night's lodging and supper, as he was both sleepy and hungry after his ride and the unusual excitements of the day. Starting out into the increasing darkness, he was unable to see and appreciate the tall mountains towering above him on all sides, but, feeling his way carefully, he crossed the canal bridge and sought a public house. Seeing a bright light not far away, he directed his steps toward it, and in a short time came to a structure which proved to be a village tavern or saloon. Thinking, despite the sounds of revelry heard within, that it might be a proper stopping place for him, he entered, rested his burden on the floor. Weary enough with its carriage, and wishing thus early he had been content to leave one half the baggage at home, and civilly inquired of the presiding genius, a big burly fellow with milky white eyes, a cherry red nose, and very stiff black straight hair planted widely apart on his bullet-shaped head, who had evidently too much taken of the liquids he dispensed to others, when they had funds to pay for them, if he could have supper and lodging at his hotel. He did not half fancy the crowd he had come up with, mostly of the lower class of Germans. The men were in the midst of a spree that bid fair to last until another day. Liquor had already gained control of their senses, and their personal appearance was even more forbidding than that of the person who so suddenly appeared among them, and for this there was no possible necessity. Those of the number who labored at all found employment in digging a tunnel which was in course of excavation in the neighborhood. These were a few points which the new arrival gathered from the talk of the occupants of the small, low, smoke-begrimed bar-room. Cocking up one of his eyes very fiercely, the landlord looked scowlingly out of his other from beneath its black, beetling brow, and insultingly replied, "No, I keeps no victuals nor shakedowns for peebles like you. Get out. You wants der beds and der meats, don't ye? Get out der house. Go makes your sleeps mit der bigs. Out of this place, or, mein Gott in Himmel, I gix ye right away out." The stranger, not choosing to move as fast as he thought he should, the landlord continued, while he advanced upon McKenna. "Look dis way, boys. Dish is another of dose blundering dramps. Pitch 'em out. Teach this scallymag better manners than to pass the country around stealing people's horses, cows, and dings. Put him out quick." Protesting that he was no tramp, but seeing there seemed no hope of securing rest or food under that inhospitable roof, the traveler took up his baggage and hurriedly retreated from the apartment, just as a general rush was made for him by the bystanders, the desire being to seize upon his person with no peaceable intent. It was not a part of McKenna's business in those regions to have a set-to with half a dozen infuriated and intoxicated men, though he would willingly have risked something to give that innkeeper a beating. Hence, he slackened not his speed until he had reached the middle of the street, where he stopped a moment to consider which direction he should take. Here was a dilemma. Here was luck for him. To make matters worse, the rain, which for some hours had threatened, began to pour down in torrents. Presently a man made his appearance, coming from the bar-room and approaching the detective. When near him, the citizen said, "Faith, and ye just missed being kilt entirely by the main Scots there within." McKenna gathered hope. This man was an immigrant from the old sod. "Where did you come from, and what is it ye'd be after having here?" "I'm late from New York, later from Colorado. And what is it I'm here for? Is that it?" What should a decent Irish lad want, whose stomach is full of emptiness and ne'er a morsel of bread or mate in the wallet? "What I want is work, and something to relieve my hunger. A place to sleep in wouldn't be inconvenient either." This seemed to content the man from the tavern. "And if you're seeking work, you're no tramp, for little's the hands turn of that they ever do. And I know you're no thief from your accent, which is like me own, barrin' the Dublin twang, so I'll even be better to ye than the Dutchman, who, by the way, is not as bad as he seems. You just came upon him in an unlucky time, and the drink at the fore, too. Only yesterday it was that a brace of strollers stole away his only cow, begging the pardon of the whiskey barrel, and its contents is not exactly suitable for swaddling the coffee shore. And they druv her off to the next neighbour's beyant, where they sold the baste for all the world as if they owned her, the blackguards. As natural as iver can be, Mr. Staub. That's the tavern keeper's name, and mine's Timmins, be the same token. Has no love left to squander on tramps, and taken you for one, and where could have been his 2 eyes and ears meanwhiles? He gives you the back of his hand nately, and the hardest words he can lay his crooked tongue to. He thought you a tramp, and he mistreated you as one. Still, Staub's a clever man when the drink's not in him, and many's the poor fellow I've seen him take in out of the cold and give a sup and a bed, who hadn't the shadow o' 6pence to bless himself wid." "Sure, and I'm no tramp," answered McKenna, "and what I wants in the way of atin' and drinkin' for the present, at last, I'm able to pay for. I've 2 strong arms and an honest heart, God be thanked, and when my cash is all spent, I can dig or do something honourable for more, without help from such rubbish as big Misther Stout." Timmins, the soft-hearted, responded, "I'll even do better by you, me laddie buck, than the scullions you have left. Come home with me for the night, and stay longer if he likes. You are as welcome as the birds in spring, and though it's comin' late we are, my old woman will give you somewhat for your stomach, and a bed to rest your tired bones upon, at all events." As an argument in favor of his acceptance of the offer, just at that moment the rain poured down heavier than before, and the wind beat the large drops into the faces of the men with a force which was uncomfortable. "I'll go with you, Mr. Timmins, and many thanks for your kind offer." And, taking one valise in his left hand, keeping the right free for whatever might occur, the operative committed the remainder of his portable property to Timmins' care. Permitting that personage to lead the way, they started. "I wonder if I'm about to be robbed and murdered, thus early in my career in these mountains," was the thought that flitted through the detective's mind as he followed the form of his retreating host, with his right hand resting on his repeater, which he had convenient in his coat pocket. But nothing to further excite his fears occurred. Timmins only appeared anxious to keep the traveling bag from the rain by tucking it carefully under his arm and covering it with the folds of the cape of his heavy cloak. They advanced rapidly, and Timmins, in default of a lantern, exerted himself to illuminate their devious way with sharp sallies of genuine humor, elicited in original comments upon the state of the weather and elegant condition of the highway. The stranger laughed heartily, which was compensation sufficient for the jester, who was merely trying to make himself agreeable. And here we are, betimes, hard by the home of Mr. and Mrs. Timmins, and that's me and my good wife. But divil a glimmer of a light is there in the windy, which is something uncommon with Mrs. Timmins. The conclusion of these remarks brought the pedestrians soaking wet and desirous of putting themselves beyond the reach of the rain by the side of a large wooden structure which might be tenantless from all that any outsider could hear or see, for that matter, in the darkness of the night. "That's up now, I wonder," said Timmins, who found his effort to enter the place stubbornly resisted from within. There was no bolt or bar, he said, but come open the door would not. A soft, partly yielding but unsurmountable obstacle resisted the pushing of the two men, who unitedly tried to shove in the barrier. Then movements were heard inside, and presently came a woman's voice. "Is that you, Tony?" "Yes, it is me. And fat the wonder is it that fastens the door. It's caping myself and a stranger out here in the drenching rain, ye are. Wait a minute, Tony, and glad I am, sure, that ye came as ye did, and I not cold as a stone, fit for me grave clothes. Let me light the candle, and maybe I can help yez. It's the body of a man, whether alive or dead I can't say, that so bolts the door again, yes, and me and the wee childer here all alone until this minute. God be praised, ye came in the very nick of time." Here was a denouement for the detective's first day's work, and one he was not well pleased with. His companion Timmins, from the manner in which he spluttered and tore about the front yard, was either very badly frightened or very mad. McKenna could not decide which. "I'll soon see who the scoundrel is, and dead or alive. I wouldn't stand in his boots for any small sum. When I get at him, I'll—" A light now appeared within, and the man's threat was cut short by hearing the creaking of boards, as if some person carefully crossed the floor. Then Timmins put his face to the entrance, and a whispered consultation between himself and his wife took place, the purport of which the traveler could not comprehend. End of section 3. Section 4 of the Mollie Maguires and the Detectives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. The Mollie Maguires and the Detectives by Allan Pinkerton. Chapter 4. Stirring Up a Wasp's Nest. They were not long in suspense, as Mrs. Timmins, after closing the interview with her husband, gathered resolution to grasp the seemingly inanimate body by the arm and to drag it away from the entrance. McKenna and his friend then went into the place, used as kitchen, washing, and dining room, in accordance with the prevailing custom of the locality. Anthony Timmins at once seized upon the pewter candlestick, held the flame of the taper close to the face of the supposed dead man, almost scorching the eyebrows in his eagerness to discover who it might be, Then, breaking out into loud laughter, he returned the light to Mrs. Timmins, raised his 2 hands above his head, slightly bending his knees as if about to sit down on the floor, his hat falling off sidewise meantime, and fairly shouted, between the rapidly following explosions of uncontrollable mirth which had quickly taken the place of his former anger, "By the hill o' Howth, and it's only poor old man Fox of the wee patch beyant the mountains, as harmless as a sucking dove, but to his own sorrow a great drunkard. He's now what one might call down, dead insensible with the poteen he has taken." And Timmins could scarcely postpone more laughter long enough to introduce his companion to Mrs. Timmins, after which brief ceremony he said, "No wonder on earth that we couldn't open the door, wid all this lump of fat and iniquity braced fornest it. He weighs 200 pound for 1 ounce, and besides the heel of his shoe wore caught in the crack under the door, which by the same token is wider, nor will be comfortable next month, holding it like a wedge, nate and tight against us. Oh, what a dashy clodhopper I must have been," said Mrs. Timmins in an excellent brogue, "to be scared at old man Fox. He's his own worst enemy, is Paddy Fox, and he came here unbeknownst to me, as to who he war at last, just as it growed dark, and before I had lighted the candle, and he stumbled into the kitchen, and I didn't know him from the dial's own grandfather, and I just ran into the bedroom, the childer wid me, and fastened the door, expectin' every minute he'd rouse up and begin to rob the house. I supposed he wore a tramp for all the world, and I didn't dare make a noise or strike a light for fear we'd be murdered outright. And how glad I war when I heard your steps on the gravel outside." So the fright about a dead man barring the door was not much of a scare after all. At least, there was very small cause for disturbance, as a drunken person was not such an extraordinary thing to see in that house. Fox was allowed to remain where he was, Timmins having thrown an old quilt over him to keep him warm, saying that he would be all right by the morning. Mrs. Timmins, good woman that she was, rekindled a fire and prepared an excellent supper for the stranger, consisting of bacon and eggs, and baked potatoes with strong coffee, to which McKenna helped himself with unwonted relish. After satisfying his appetite, he and Timmins played a couple of games of euchre, took a few drinks from a keg kept in one corner, supported on a couple of sticks, and which was under the exclusive control of Mrs. Timmins. She sold the liquor to her customers from a tin cup. Then the wet, weary, and sleepy traveler retired to his bed quite in the dark, in a room in the second story of the building, first having thrown his damp clothes down the staircase to Mr. Timmins, with a request that they be allowed to dry before the kitchen fire. Anthony Timmins and his wife kept what was known as a railroad boarding house or tavern for the accommodation of laborers employed on the adjacent tunnel, and a fair living and something smart beside did they realize from their trouble and toil, Mrs. Timmins being not at all assisted by the 3 tow-headed children, which followed close to her heels wherever she went and called her mother. The slumbers of the detective were sound and unbroken until the hour that the sunlight of another day fell full on his face and disturbed, and finally awakened him. Looking about, he discovered there were 3 beds in the low room, one, by way of complement, devoted to his own particular use, while each of the others held 2 men, of whose presence the previous night he had been entirely ignorant. Waiting until his roommates had gone out, McKenna went to the door and shouted to Timmins for his garments, which were soon brought up by that personage, wishing him at the same time the top of the morning and happy returns of the same. The clothing was warm and dry, and the officer felt greatly refreshed by his season of repose. At the breakfast table he learned, not greatly to his surprise, that the company he had to keep was none of the most select. Still, it was as good as he had reason to anticipate under the circumstances. In fact, he thought if he should secure for the future equally decent associates, he might consider himself fortunate. The men about him asked no questions, but devoured their meal almost in silence, and then set out for their work on the tunnel. The long table of unplaned boards, covered with a coarse oil cloth, which had once been of a variegated mahogany color, but had faded with much rubbing and use to a dark dirt hue, was flanked on either side by equally rough wooden benches of the same length, on which the boarders sat when they partook of their food. There were no chairs in that house. Those too proud to occupy the benches while at dinner could stand up and welcome. Furnishing the table were broad tin plates, common horn-handled iron knives and forks, which the landlady had not for months found time to give the polishing rub of brick dust, and a split potato, pewter table and teaspoons, a can for vinegar, salt cellar and pepper box of japanned tinware, pint cups also of tin for the coffee, a quart measure for the milk, another for molasses. Sugar was not permitted on that table. There was fresh bread in plenty, and meat and vegetables, especially white, mealy potatoes cooked to a turn, with their jackets on, in absolute profusion. Butter appeared in bountiful supply, but it was too vigorous, some of the boarders said, for any other use than to harness to a carriage to draw grist to mill. In other words, its flavor was rank and taste abominable. McKenna felt that such food was not good for him the moment he entered for his breakfast, and using everything beside that was nourishing, he quietly gave the butter a deservedly wide berth. After the morning meal, and having given some attention to his boots, which were drawn on with difficulty, first having to soak them well with melted tallow, McKenna took a short stroll to the railway work, where he had a talk with the boss and with some of the hands who were fellow boarders. He gleaned from the former that employment for him just then and there must be counted as out of the question. Labor was to be done, but the price was low, while working men were more plentiful than whortleberries on the mountain. There were too many German miners and laborers in the vicinity for the prosperity of the Mollie Maguires he could easily see without asking. After making a few other calls, the traveler returned to Timmins, where, in his triple-bedded apartment, he managed to indite a hurried report to Mr. Franklin, informing him of his whereabouts and movements. This he succeeded in depositing in the post office. The address upon the envelope was such as to disarm and thwart suspicion. It had been prepared for his use before leaving Philadelphia. In the afternoon rain fell heavily, and therefore no work could be done outside the tunnel excavation. Even inside it was wet and uncomfortable, and many of the men remained at home, some drinking, others dancing and singing, and still others whiling away the time playing various games at cards. Among these laborers were several members of the Miners' and Laborers' Union, but they were all reticent, after concurring in the generally expressed opinion that mining and railroading were dull and money very scarce everywhere in those regions. The ensuing day the agent settled his bill at Timmins Tavern, and as the weather had cleared up finely during the night, bid adieu to the landlord, his wife and family, and started for Skilkelhaven. Arrived there, he found many men at work, but no possible chance for him to earn $1. The operations carried on were mostly for the railroad. He encountered a few miners just from the collieries above, and they gave the visitor nothing in the way of hopefulness as to the condition of affairs where they had been. Laborers could hardly find engagements anywhere, and as for his especial subject of pursuit and object of inquiry, the element predominating was still German. Hence, there was very little to detain him in the neighborhood. The next point attended to was Auburn, about 5 miles from Port Clinton, a small country place boasting a couple of planing mills and a number of business houses. Here nothing transpired of importance, and McKenna toiled back on foot over the mountain toward the hour of sunset to Skilkelhaven, where he had deposited his baggage. A day later the stranger went to Tremont, and thence to Sweet Arrow. Returning to the first mentioned place about the middle of the afternoon, he formed the acquaintance of a number of his countrymen, but they had no hints to volunteer, and he was very far from asking any foolish questions in this connection, showing that they were even aware of the existence of such an organization as the Mollie Maguires. A day later, McKenna encountered Nicholas Brennan, a coal miner from the vicinity of Mount Pleasant, near Minersville. Brennan gave out that he was also a traveler, engaged in going from one place to another for the purpose of securing work at his calling for the winter. Their pursuits being ostensibly similar, McKenna and Brennan soon struck up an intimacy. After the latter had more than once tasted liquor at McKenna's expense, he thawed out considerably, became pliable and talkative, and soon had much to remark about the power that made English landlords quake. But he gave it as his opinion that such a force could accomplish very little, if anything, in the anthracite country of Pennsylvania, and pretended to believe the Miners' and Laborers' Union, which had recently been formed, would prove of no benefit to working men. Brennan prided himself upon his discerning shrewdness, and said, early in his conversation with the operative, he knew at once, upon first fixing his eye on him, that he, McKenna, was a boatman or canal hand, the correctness of which allegation, for his own purposes, that gentleman felt constrained to acknowledge. Brennan recommended his new-found associate to go to Tamaqua or Mahanoy City, where he thought mining was moving more briskly than in any other portion of the state. Especially was it more lively than in the neighborhood of Pottsville. He concluded his lengthy harangue by remarking, in a significant way, referring to the localities named, "There's the ground where the boys are true." "And they are the very places I want to get work in," responded McKenna, and watching the countenance of Brennan, he was sure he discovered in it an expression of disappointment, as though the reply made to "the ground where the boys were true" was not exactly the one he had anticipated receiving. Pretending, however, not to notice it, the detective proposed a game at cards, just for the fun of the thing, and after that ended, Brennan was so much under the influence of spirits, his companion was forced to cut loose from him. Nothing more could be elicited, but McKenna was well satisfied that, if not a Simon Pure Mollie Maguire, his late opponent in euchre knew more about the society than he cared to impart to a stranger. He made mental note of the words, "There's the ground where the boys are true," and could not help thinking they were in some way connected with the mysterious order. Brennan was kind enough to give him the names of some of his friends in the mines. These he also treasured in his memory, to be made use of as occasion presented. The next day Brennan was perfectly sober, and it being the 1st of November and a Catholic holiday, he accompanied McKenna to church, and after service introduced him to everybody he knew as a young man from Colorado in quest of work, the stranger soon becoming quite popular with a certain class. In the afternoon all adjourned to a convenient saloon, where McKenna kept up a continuous round of amusements for several hours, relating wonderful stories of his adventures in the United States Navy during the late war, all drawn from his own fertile fancy, but certainly very interesting to his listeners, and by singing in good style some genuine Irish melodies. Brennan and his companions started the same afternoon for Pottsville, only 3 miles distant, and urged McKenna to accompany them. He excused himself on the score of being compelled to await money due him for work, which had been promised by post at that place, and the young fellows reluctantly departed without him. Sunday, the 2nd of November, passed without the occurrence of any incident worthy of note. On the succeeding Monday, our detective rode by rail 24 miles, stopping at Pine Grove, where he found the shafts, still some 7 miles distant, over a rough and hilly path, and did not visit them. Small was the loss by this, however, as no work was being prosecuted, and the employees were scattering to various localities until such time as operations should be again commenced. After an examination of the tanneries there, with a few small machine shops, without learning anything of value, he returned to Tremont, at which place he met a man named John Delaney, a miner, who was seemingly on a regular lark, dispersing his money lavishly and imbibing drinks industriously. Delaney was of Brennan's opinion, thinking work would be difficult to obtain in the mines, so few were being operated, and railed loudly against the Philadelphia and Reading Coal and Iron Company, charging all the existing troubles to that corporation. He boasted that they, the miners, once kept the company and their mines idle for 8 long months, and could do so again if goaded to it. He was equally severe in his denunciations of German, Welsh, and English miners and their buddies, alleging that they, especially the Germans, had everything their own way about the vicinity of Tremont, but it was different in Shenandoah, Tamaqua, and other towns. Delaney was anxious to introduce McKenna to all of his personal friends, and in that regard was allowed to have his way, the detective properly considering it well that he should know as many men of the right character as possible. They might be useful as references at other localities. He therefore expressed his hearty thanks to Delaney for his exertions in this direction. The following day, having assured liquor for a season, Delaney went with his new discovered friend to Donaldson, where he made him acquainted with the outside boss of the mines, going even as far as to ask for work for the young man, who, he said, was just starving for somewhat to lay his honest, hard-working hands to. The boss could do nothing, however, and after examining the slopes and walking through some of the gangways, talking with a miner here and there, they revisited the upper air. Again it was discovered the Germans held the ascendancy in numbers and power, and managed to keep it. Hence there was no opportunity for securing employment. He must seek elsewhere for a body of the Mollie Maguires. The Donaldson mines were not their abiding place. The next point on the list for examination was Middle Creek, 2 miles distant, over the mountain from Tremont, where the men were equally unlucky, finding no work. A walk back through rough roads, over brambles and stones and dodgy laurel and alder bushes, gave the pedestrians appetites for their suppers when they reached Tremont. Delaney here separated from McKenna after a few farewell glasses and started for Pottsville, at which place he said he was due and had friends and relatives. During the succeeding Wednesday, the detective remained in Tremont, and after dinner enjoyed a walk on the railway track, the weather being fine, continuing an intimacy previously begun between himself and the switch tender, an aged Emerald Islander who was found sitting nigh the entrance to his little box or cabin, short, stumpy, gray-haired, brown-faced, roughly clad, but honest and sturdy-looking withal, smoking his pipe contentedly, and receiving pleasurably the cool breeze sweeping up the valley. Mike Fitzgibbons, the switchman, was a genuine specimen of the hard-working, steady, reliable Irish peasantry, and he was never known to neglect a duty. "And how is business with ye the day?" asked McKenna, as he came up to the old man's station, preparing his tobacco meantime, and signaling by a significant motion, easily understood by smokers, for a light for his cutty pipe, which was old and black, as well as fashionably short in the stem. The switchman tendered his dudeen, which, having been employed, the stranger returned to its owner with thanks. "Arrah, and about all days are the same to the likes o' me. I am to the fore all the time when I'm not slappin' and atin' with Betty and the childer. I just mind the trains, to prevent misadventure. Sure, the company gives me fair wages, promptly paid for that same." "Through for ye," answered McKenna. "And have ye any objection to me taking a seat by ye, on the settle forninst the wall, while I have a puff at me pipe?" "Not the last in the world," responded Fitzgibbons, making space for the stranger on the bench. After resting and drawing away industriously at his pipe for a few moments, McKenna remembered a Philadelphia Inquirer, which he had obtained that forenoon and not yet examined, and taking it from his pocket, commenced reading. He knew this would excite his companion's curiosity. Soon Fitzgibbons remarked, "Would ye be pleased to rade to me a bit? Me eyes are none of the best, and the little I has I save for the good of the company. What do the papers say about the state elections?" "I'll rade to you wid pleasure," said the agent, and he proceeded to give all that he found of interest. After commenting at some length upon the contents of the sheet, and having his pipe freshly filled with McKenna's fragrant tobacco, the switchman was more chatty. In a little while he entered his box, and returned bearing in his hand a copy of the well-known Boston Pilot, which he proffered to his comrade. After skimming hastily over the Irish news and some telegraphic intelligence, he came to an article headed, "The Mobocrats of Pennsylvania." This he read carefully aloud to the old man. It was a scathing blow at the Mollie Maguires, giving them deserved condemnation, and appeared in the shape of correspondence. After finishing it, McKenna asked, "What is this all about?" Evidently much excited, Fitzgibbons answered, "But isn't it a sarching piece, though? It slathers them butcherin' vagabonds widout mercy. Oh, I would like to know who has writ it." McKenna kept down his anxiety to learn more, and said nothing, when the switchman continued, "Ye have heard of the society? Of course ye have. And now they got across the Big Say till America and into the mines. But doesn't that article cut them deep, though? It has created quite a ruction here, and no wonder. It was a great thing, the getting up of that piece. It do lay on the last to the backs of the Mollie Maguires in splendid style." The old man was evidently an opponent of the order, or he was endeavoring to draw out the opinion of his friend. McKenna determined to let him know what he was supposed to think, but which was the very opposite of his real convictions. It must be that such writings will damage the interests of the Irish people in the coal regions. Don't you agree with me in this? Fitzgibbons was touched at a tender spot and flared up in an instant, moving involuntarily further from the operative, his dark but expressive face ablaze with honest indignation, saying vehemently, "No, I disagrees with you in that altogether. It is the Mollie Maguires that's doing the wrong. Such articles in the Pilot will have a good effect and do something, of which there's pressin' want, toward breaking up the clan. God knows it needs dispersin' and punishin' too. Such bodies is a burnin' shame and disgrace to the men in them, and they befoul all Irishmen and all good Catholics. You needn't be surprised if ye mate them yourself. They've had 'em here, even, where there live so few from our country. But Father McLaughlin druv 'em out wid the hardest words ye iver heard from the lips of a clergyman. God prosper him for that same. And since they left, we've had pace and quiet in town, wid no killin's and baitins. It would not do for the listener to permit such an opportunity to say a word in favor of his particular friends, the Mollie Maguires, to pass unimproved. While the sentiments expressed were his own, to the letter, he must dissemble and oppose them. Therefore he replied, "Now, for the life of me, I can't see why Irish Catholics cannot have a decent, paceable society of their own, if there be the last touch of secrecy about it, without the papers and the clergy interlogging and opposing. Were any harm done by the Masons and Oddfellows, sure there wouldn't be a word in the public press about it. And what's the reason that this society should be abused? You are all wrong. My experience goes agin the order. I knows some men who have been members, but they come out of it. They saw enough. By my soul, I'd as soon go colloguing with the devil, hoof, horns, tail, and all, as wid the murtherin' rascals. Hearken to this now. If any one of the crew were discharged from work and wanted for to take revenge, which the same is swate the world over, he just went to the headquarters of the society, or to the president, or whatever they call him, which is the head official, and made out that it were from religious differences he lost his place, or because he were an Irishman, and then lots 'ud be cast, sure, and 2 or more of the brothers, bad cess to such a brotherhood, must go, whether they would or no, in just shoot down the boss that had cut him off. Oh, ye may spake all your soft words and shake your head and not believe me, for I consider it awfully incredible myself that Irishmen will do such things, and ye may call me distraught and all that, but I knows what I says, and my advice is not to be after defending the motherin' thaven set if ye want to be respected in this region of country. Don't ye bother with the Mollie Maguires." Before McKenna had time for a reply, the afternoon passenger train came shrieking around an abrupt curve. The switchman seized his keys and flag and ran off to attend to his duties, and the detective, pocketing the Boston newspaper, intending to return it, retired to his boarding place. The Pilot, he thought, would prove a valuable document to him from the article he had been discussing. End of section 4.
Section 5 of the Mollie Maguires and the Detectives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mollie Maguires and the Detectives by Allan Pinkerton. Section 5. Chapter 5. cold comfort in the mountains. The succeeding day, McKenna returned to the switch tender's hut, and after obtaining permission to retain the Boston pilot, their suddenly suspended conversation was resumed. It is unnecessary to detail its various points, but the detective learned while Fitzgibbons was a decided and outspoken enemy of the Mollie Maguires, yet he was thoroughly informed as to their movements throughout the coal regions. This knowledge was secured by a careful study of the local newspapers and talking with his neighbors and friends formerly holding membership in the organization. It was Fitzgibbons' idea, judging after several years, closing consideration of the matter, that the home nests, the chief dens of the Mollies might be located at Mahanoy City, Shenandoah, Shamokin, Pittston, and Wilkes-Barre, and that nearly all of the smaller places had lodges of more or less magnitude. In one of these principal strongholds, McKenna must make his headquarters, but in which he could only decide after personal investigation. By the time the operative had remained a fortnight or more in the mountains, much exposure to the weather and considerable out-of-door exercise had wrought perceptible changes in his personal appearance. His apparel fitted more to his satisfaction, and a certain awkwardness in bearing was notably diminished. The cuticle covering his forehead, cheeks, and hands was toughened. His complexion was darkened, while his hair was lighter and longer. The unshaven chin had sprouted and grown a tolerably heavy beard, and no attempt was made by trimming to shape it handsomely or becomingly. His understanding of localities was improved, and would continue to improve through travel and examination, and his list of particular associates was rapidly growing larger and more useful. At Tower City, McKenna found Donahue's saloon, a popular resort for his countrymen, and he at once honored it with his presence. Donahue, the proprietor, was one day entertaining a number of his friends living at Mahanoy City when the stranger from Denver entered the room and, assuming a reckless air, with the signs of having indulged in a few glasses of something more potent than water, soon made himself popular with those present. This impression was increased by the rich stories he related and the rare songs he sung. The next day he discovered in the same house a second copy of the Boston newspaper before alluded to, containing an answer to the slashing attack upon the Mollie Maguires. The later communication dated from Locust Gap, about 4 miles from Tremont, and the charges of the earlier publication were all completely negatived. Donahue's attention was ingeniously called to the subject, and he unsuspectingly answered that he had read the article, having borrowed the journal from a neighbor for the purpose. In a short time thereafter, the two men being alone, the saloon keeper said, "Ye must know that I was a member of the order for 2 years and upwards, but gave it up some time since, believing it is not a good crowd for anyone having proper respect for a good name to be connected with. Still, a number of excellent friends of mine are holding on and will not listen to reason or be persuaded to cut adrift from the body. I am sure that one day they will learn I'm quite right and they far in wrong. It were very well with us until the fighting begun in Mahanoy City betwixt the Burke and Duggan boys, the last showing themselves the more powerful. But faith, the effects of the battle can't easily be wiped out, and these sharp newspaper writings are part of the results of the contentions. I think the order is losing strength and being split up into smithereens like by dissensions and broils without and within." Donahue was showing himself a man of more than ordinary intelligence. After a judicious invitation to drink at McKenna's cost, he continued, "Considering the lattership had fallen into weak and bad hands, and the members at loggerheads, one and the other, all the time, to say nothing about the oppositions of the bishop and the clergy, it would be just as well if the country were clean rid of the entire subject." Mayhaps you're more'n half right, Mr. Donahue, but do you never think for one moment the very order you condemn may be the man's, with other native help, of bringing into union all the Irishmen in the cold regions, giving them protection and securing them their equal rights? The detective was paving the way for future work, and would say nothing against the Mollies. I'm more'n doubtful of that same, returned the tavern keeper. Such men are at the helm. They'll run the machine for their individual profit and use the power of the society for evil and only evil purposes.
For that matter, the identical charge would hold good again almost any kind of combination, sacred or not sacred. Do you think, now speaking out honest and true, we should lay aside a good implement, just for the simple and only reason we are in fear of the employment, by accident or otherwise, for unlawful ends?
Well, I see you are friendly with the boys, at last said Donahue, and I'll urge no further objection to them. Sure, I don't believe it would be for the safety of my life and me house and property I should, but I can't help thinking I have had plenty and to spare of 'em. Don't let on what I've been after talking to ye. It might do me harm. If you want to hear more about the fellows, I'll refer you to me people in Monohoy City. I have father, mother, and brothers there, and in fact, if ye seem to want it, I can send the leather by ye to the old gentleman who'll receive ye kindly without doubt. I have an idea you'll do much better beyond than here, and perhaps get work right off. Things is mighty dull and queer hereabouts. There they may not be quite so bad.
At this time the clergyman of the town entered the saloon. He was a quaint, little, jolly, fat man, with long, fair hair, small blue eyes, and wore his gold-bowed spectacles as naturally as though nature had handily framed his turn-up nose to properly support them. Of course, the remarks on the particular topic so interesting to McKenna were at once suspended. The priest was engaged in disposing of admission checks to a church fair to transpire the following Saturday, and hoping the sooner to get rid of him, and despite the utter impossibility that he would be present at the diversion, McKenna purchased a ticket. Donahue did the same, and the reverend gentleman was quite happy when he made his exit. Then Donahue unfortunately had work to perform, but promised to prepare the letter to his father in season for McKenna's return from Tower City, where he knew he had arranged to go that afternoon, and the detective set out upon the expedition. At Tower City, the operative had his first experience in a coal shaft of any great depth, having previously descended some steep slopes and examined the machinery for withdrawing the anthracite at other collieries. The interior of the extensive mine he had not yet inspected. While at the upper mine of Messrs. Rapilly and Company, in the vicinity, an outside boss, about looking after some business below, invited McKenna to descend in his company. It was midday, with the sun shining brightly, when the two men stepped upon the movable platform of the elevator inside the shaft house. In a few moments they were settling swiftly, but at a uniform rate of speed, down, down, as it seemed to the novice in such matters, even to the foundations of the globe. For a brief period they were in total darkness, and a sensation as of seasickness came over him. Still he clung to his support, and the uncomfortable feeling soon left him. As the lower regions were reached, the traveler thought he would be far more content if again breathing the clear ether above. The system experienced absolute relief when the motion ceased and the solid bottom of the shaft was touched. But here it was like entering a new sphere. There was dark above, below, and all around, only here and there relieved by dim little stars which were continually dodging downward, sideways, and upward, as though held by an unsteady hand. As his eyes acquired familiarity with the situation, he saw that to each one of these erratic satellites was attached the body of a living man. In fact, they were only diminutive lamps which the miners and the helpers wore above the visors of their hats to light them in their labors. The general effect produced in the somber recesses of the excavation, and the strange and grotesque as well as picturesque shadows reflected back from the men's figures upon the walls and buttresses and floors, all defy description and must be seen to be understood. As far as the eye was able to penetrate, in every direction, almost the nodding demon with the single blazing orb like a star in the forehead and bearing glistening pick and bar and drill and spade, was industriously working away at the breast, tearing out the black diamonds, making more pillars and piercing further into the load. Wandering from point to point in pursuit of his errand, the boss kept on, and McKenna followed. In one place he was startled and nearly deafened by the, to him, unexpected explosion of a blast close to his ear, as he thought, but really at quite a safe distance. He involuntarily jumped aside, expecting that he had been hit, but in a moment recovering his equanimity, seeing he was not injured, they were met on every side by a succession of heavy supports and gaping caverns, the former serving as props for the rocky roof, preventing the falling in of the ground resting above, and the latter leading to still other channels and gangways from which coal was being brought. The air seeming heavy-laden, damp, and unhealthy, and the path pursued in many places passed through lakelets of black water reaching sometimes above the ankles. All was bustle and activity with that army of underground toilers, drilling, blasting, loading, tunneling, tamping down blasts, laying trains, breaking away coal and running it down chutes to the floors, heaping it upon small trucks which in turn transported it to the base of the entering shaft, whence it was elevated by steam power to the breaker high above ground. Over all were heard the sounds of the pumps, clangor of chains, and rattling of picks, making harsh and jagged music to the strains of which the work advanced. It was no pleasant place to remain in, especially as looker-on, and McKenna was not idly pleased when the boss, taking advantage of the ascent of a load elevator, asked him to return to the region of daylight. The sensation experienced upon again encountering the sunshine was painfully peculiar, the bright blaze almost blinding him during the first few moments of the change, but presently the retina was brought to conformity with the surroundings, and eyesight was fully restored. The breaker in which the coal is crushed, sorted, and prepared for use in its different sizes is a long, dark, high, and sloping roofed structure, generally of wood, to the uttermost peak of which almost the anthracite in lumps weighing 10, 100, and 300 pounds is raised by the steam elevator that is in shaft mining, and there emptied or dumped into a huge hopper or funnel leading direct to the crushing machinery. This consists of two immensely large and heavy iron cylinders provided with massive teeth which, when the rollers revolve, munch the coal into larger and smaller fragments, producing a crunching, grating sound, and finally casting it into a channel beneath that conveys it to a succession of screens, through which it is run, separating the coarser from the finer sizes. Under these immense sieves come other sluices, still on an incline, and after having the slate abstracted by the hands of a gang of boys engaged for the purpose, the chestnut, range, stove, little egg, large egg, and steamboat coal glides to the storehouse by the railway track, or if need be, direct to the cars in which it is transported to market. The comb or refuse coal, slate, and waste is carried off and piled in high embankments by man and mule power. It is dumped at the outer end of the temporary track, much after the style of a carload of dirt in building a grade for a railway. These residue heaps dot the coal regions as dark notes of admiration, showing to the traveler the great amount of riches from which they have been eliminated, and how vast the aggregate of wealth yet remaining in the bosom of prolific Mother Earth. Returning to his boarding place, the traveler secured Donohue's letter to his father, and about the middle of the ensuing day took stage with 3 other gentlemen for Minersville, some 13 miles distant, over the mountain, and near Pottsville. Ordinarily, but a couple of hours would be consumed in making the trip, but the occupants of the stage were no ordinary people and were not fated to make an ordinary journey. They had not been long out when the sun was obscured by huge lead-colored clouds, and across the heavens drifted vapory masses of a more fleecy character. Then a heavy snowstorm set in, adding to the prevailing discomfort and making the progress of the mule team more painfully slow. The passengers, none of whom were McKenna and none of whom were personally known to him, made light of their troubles and gave jokes plentifully and cheerfully upon the snow, the driver and his rig, and concerning one another. It was true the conveyance and its propellers and captain sadly needed repairs, the Jehu being in the sere and yellow leaf of his age, having but one leg to stand upon, and that troubled with rheumatism, while the mules were spavined and lame, the vehicle shattered in cover and framework, and uneasy and creaking in its running gear, not to speak of the harness, which seemed made of odds and ends, selected from the refuse of some army collection idle since the close of the war. Still uphill and down grade, the animals managed to move at a little better than a snail's pace. Gradually, the hillsides wrapped a winding sheet of snow around them, as though taking eternal farewell of earth, and the stunted pine and hemlock and mountain ash took on a similarly white and beautiful mantle. The highway, never too clearly marked, was to the eye of a stranger entirely lost sight of, and nothing but an educated sense of instinct on the part of driver and beasts could prevent the stage and its freight from foundering by the wayside, or dashing suddenly and unexpectedly off the brink of one of the numerous rocky precipices, among and around which, in many a serpentine coil, wound the road they were trying to follow. Once, when at its very verge, the driver saw a yawning gulf just before him. He was barely in time to quickly draw in the reins, thus saving himself and his passengers from certain destruction. But the worst was not yet over. The mules would not back do all their manager could, and the travelers were forced to alight, put their shoulders to the wheels, and extricate the vehicle without the aid of the team. This consumed time, and it was nearly dusk before the wagon was once more in the road and all mounted and ready to proceed. Pat McCarthy, an old friend of mine down on Long Island, would say, remarked McKenna, while pushing at a wheel with all his strength, that this was almost equal to work in your passage on the canal driven, the horse and walking on the towpath. This conceit restored good humor. An unsteady coach resumed its journey before darkness fully closed in the scene. The most dangerous portion of the route was traversed, and thenceforward, the course sloping downward, the mules jogged on at a more lively pace, the travelers reaching Minersville by 9 o'clock at night, weary, sleepy, and, as one of the number truly said, as sharp set for supper as a gang of ravenous wolves. When they alighted, the snow still descended, and the prospect seemed good for fine sleighing on the morrow over all the level country. Entering the principal hotel, McKenna judged that his dress and presence were again a bar to his introduction to respectable society. The gracious and affable landlord, gracious and affable to all excepting the roughly clad gentleman from Ireland, was with difficulty persuaded to allow him to remain in the house. But finally he did consent, and under its proper heading for the 17th of November, 1873, on the hotel register, the detective inscribed the following: J.A.S. McKenna, Denver, Colorado, T.E.R. The hotel keeper was on the lookout for disreputable characters, as he should be, but his humanity, added to the protests of the detective's late traveling companions, would not consent to his turning a person out in the snow, possibly to freeze to death, even though his clothing were poor and his face, hair, beard, and general appearance the opposite of prepossessing. A 5-collar note, which the stranger had changed at the bar while paying for a hot toddy for himself and the stage passengers, not forgetting the driver after the bill had been closely scrutinized and pronounced not counterfeit, exerted its influence in determining the matter, and prompted the innkeeper to be generous, even though there was a remote chance that his business might suffer thereby. The young man, it was decided, should have food for his stomach and a place to sleep in. The supper was spread on a barrel head in the cold, dreary slab kitchen at the rear of the cook room proper, through the wide chinks in the walls, of which the keen blast whistled mournfully, and the snowflakes stole in with a whisk and a whirl, painting delicate and curiously enameled pictures on the greasy floor. His chair was like that upon which the late James Gordon Bennett Sr. sat when writing his leading editorials for the embryo New York Herald, an inverted and empty nail keg, but the food was warm and palatable, and he ate it in silence, and he well knew that grumbling would result in no good. He was for the occasion a wandering refugee, and must necessarily put up with such treatment as those in his condition usually receive from the world's people. He could plainly hear the tantalizing clatter of crockery, inhale the savory odor arising from Epicurean dishes, and listen to the conversation of other and more favored guests coming from the comfortable, well-lighted dining hall, when the door chanced to be open, and that was all. Later at night he climbed a rough ladder nearly at the top of the house. He believed found his loft, with its straw bed and blankets, and an old saddle for a pillow. Extinguishing his candle, he rolled himself, full dressed as he was, in his coverings, and soon fell asleep. Not all the insects in the place, nor the rats that ran over him, nor the cats that made night hideous with their wailings and spittings, could, for more than a few moments at a stretch, banish sleep from McKenna's eyelids. End section 5. Section 6 of the Mollie Maguires and the Detectives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mollie Maguires and the Detectives by Allan Pinkerton. Section 6. Chapter 6, Pottsville and the Sheridan House. The detective, after making a casual inspection of the place during the following day, was in many respects well suited with it. Usually carrying on considerable trade, he found all people of the town complaining of dull times, even the collieries employing but few hands. The blast furnaces were in the same category. Wading through the snow during his walks about the streets, he chanced upon some men whose faces were not new to his sight, having previously encountered them at Schuylkill Haven, and he naturally resumed the intercourse there begun. Nothing of particular importance resulted, however, excepting wet feet and dread of impending rheumatisms and neuralgias. He at once changed his quarters from the hotel to a private boarding house where the style of living was less pretentious, the price charged patrons not nearly so exhaustive of his finances, and yet the accommodations, as far as this particular boarder was concerned, were considerably more comfortable. Beside, he was quite at home and in a better position for work, and here were many acquaintances to form. While insinuating himself into a new town or community, McKenna properly adopted widely differing devices, but an extended experience instructed him that the best course to pursue in any given case of the sort was the one appearing the most natural. It was a cardinal principle impressed upon his mind never to make open and direct inquiries regarding people and things of which he was really in search a place for permanent employment was, as the reader has all along understood, merely a cover for his actual purpose in visiting the cold country. In fact, unless it brought him in close contact with the right men and revealed to him hidden things in no other way attainable, a chance for himself to dig in the mines might, for the present, be deferred. It would be well, he believed, after a while, to divert attention from his real occupation, but to look upon a job was a good excuse for much traveling over a large field with the topography of which he was required to become accurately familiar. Private objects he left to be worked out in a private way, occasionally giving them a slight and unremarked start or direction as he went from place to place. Night was his favorite time for accomplishing progress.
Then his friends were generally relieved from labor and gathered where they could be reached. He sauntered unconcernedly about after darkness had set in, and if he heard a row or bit of a shindy going on in a drinking place, would enter and make himself in some manner companionable with the persons within, excepting they chanced to be of the character of Mr. Staub, the portly landlord at Port Clinton, who proved so inhospitable, mistaking the agent for a thief, and in that event he usually caused himself to become invisible as rapidly as possible. With an assumption of unlimited assurance and pretending to be more than halfway under the influence of liquor, other conditions being favorable, he broke out with such a roaring, rollicking ditty as he supposed might please those about him, or, if he felt in the mood, began a spirited Irish jig, performed with much agility and many comical contortions of countenance and body, to the measure of no music at all, excepting he chose to whistle a tune meanwhile. In the course of a little time, the outdoor training and the exercise in singing and dancing made him quite an expert, and his fame preceded him from Schuylkill Haven to Summit, and, as he learned from his companions, had journeyed even as far as Pottsville. At any rate, he never failed with those in whose company he cared for the purposes of his undertaking to be received, and immediately placing himself upon a secure and friendly footing. The climax of Miner's friendship was usually reached by asking the persons present to come to the bar and indulge in something to drink, if it was to be had, at his expense. Otherwise, the invitation emanated from someone of the company and included the stranger. Either result was equally satisfactory. If he happened, as he sometimes would, to fall in with rogues, indeed his search was for and among this class, he had prepared a device in history calculated quickly to attract their sympathies and give him a warm place in their circle. When in the presence of sober, civil, and sedate people, which was occasionally the case, the operative tried another and different scheme, perhaps relating a cheerful ghost story, or giving one or more of the many pathetic, patriotic, or sentimental ballads, of which he had quite a collection stored away in his brain, to be expended upon such associates. In almost any company of his own countrymen he was certain of finding hearty welcome, and as it was among Irishmen he expected to labor, he scarcely ever essayed entrance to the homes of persons of other nationalities. The time might come, he supposed, should he succeed in his labors, when the doors of most respectable families from the native land even would be closed against him. But at the end he believed he would be perfectly justified in the course he was pursuing. The storm in the opening of which he entered Minersville continued, snow falling almost incessantly during 3 or 4 days, and the operative could not meanwhile accomplish much in the streets. As soon as the sun came out again, and the paths and roads were broken over the mountains, he visited Miners Hill, 2 miles away, returned to Minersville, and then took the horse car for Pottsville. His first work in that city was to secure a cheap and decently comfortable boarding place, which he found at the residence of Miss O'Regan in East Norwegian Street. The widow kept house neatly beside a bottle of poteen, from which, without paying license, she sold an occasional drop. A visitor's impression of Pottsville, when first beholding its spires of churches and the evidences of industry and thrift from the heights above, cannot well be other than pleasing. The scenery encompassing this town is bold and rugged, and the descent by car to the Schuylkill and Norwegian Creek, on whose high banks it is lodged, rapid and inspiring, and once having arrived in its handsomely built streets, to one unaccustomed to see cities perched upon steep mountain sides, the sight is well calculated to involve surprise. Having some 12,000 inhabitants, there is in it much enlightenment and great wealth. Abundantly provided with handsome and elegant churches and schoolhouses, imposing business structures, and beautiful residences, Pottsville enjoys an enviable reputation as a healthful and pleasant place for summer residence. One especial point of interest is the costly and artistic monument to Henry Clay, It is of pure white marble in the shape of the fluted column, rising from a massive square pedestal and surmounted by a full-length statue of the great defender. The hotels among which stand preeminent, Pennsylvania Hall and the Exchange, are unsurpassed in the state. There is a large and commodious courthouse and a county jail rivaling in size and completeness of officers and appointments some of the larger state penitentiaries. It also has an academy of music in which operatic and theatrical entertainments are given by traveling troupes. Pottsville is the concentrating point for an extended radius of rich mining country and the depot of supplies for an equally wide circle. The surroundings in this part of Schuylkill County are some of them deserving of national celebrity. Among these is Mount Carbon, towering in height, broad, black, gloomy, and stupendous, and at its base stand the Mansion House, a very agreeable place of resort, and a number of fashionable residences. Further away is a bit of natural landscape, pronounced one of the most striking in the country. It is Tumbling Run Dam, which has been painted by several master hands, and in picturesqueness and sublimity is worthy the drawing many times more. Here the waters of the stream, cut across by a heavy obstruction of sturdy rock, are turned abruptly aside and rush in a foaming, misty torrent down, a steep side descent, torn and divided into innumerable smaller cascades, again uniting with the still broad expanse below. Tall pines, stunted cedars, and noble oaks border the river on either shore, and under the shadow of the overhanging barrier are piled in artistic confusion great heaps of sharp and jagged rocks, seemingly rent from adjacent peaks by giant hands. To change the subject from the sublime to the real and practical, among the occupants of Mr. O'Regan's house was a young man named Jennings, apparently possessing more than ordinary intelligence, and the afternoon of McKenna's arrival, knowing he was a stranger, this sociable person proposed to show his newfound friend the sights to be seen in the city. McKenna accepted the offer, and the two started out, not intending to be long absent. During the visits made to different places, of course, the saloons were not omitted, and both of the men drank somewhat, but no more than to them seemed respectable and companionable. The operative was introduced by Jennings to a number of his intimate associates and friends, but met none of those with whom he was anxious to open communication. As they were on Center Street passing quietly along, the stranger read a sign over the door of a liquor store or tavern, Pat Dormer, and said, "Let's go in here." "It's no place for us," answered Jennings. "You're not of the stuff, I guess. At least I know I am not." "The stuff? What is it you mean by the stuff?" "Come away across the street and I'll tell you. It's not the safe or proper thing to be conversing of such things so near this particular house." So saying, Jennings led the way to another corner where the young man stopped, well out of sweep of the wind, in the lee of the large building, and the conversation was at once resumed by Jennings. "Dormer is a captain." "Captain of a militia company, is it you mean?" "No, that's not it. I believe that you are a good sort of fellow, and I think I may venture to warn you, yet I want you to promise me never to repeat what I say. It might lead to trouble." "Of course, I'll be as silent as the catacombs of Egypt. Never you fear, Jim McKenna, for that. Sure, you must understand, then, that Pat Dormer is a captain of the Sleepers, one of the notorious even we read about. Is he indeed? And I suppose they were all killed entirely, more than 1,300 years ago." "No, not one of that number, but of the great secret order he called the Sleepers." "And what are the Sleepers? Please to explain it, or is it another conundrum you are after asking me?" "The Sleepers are the Mollie Maguires. There's a heap of them in this district, and Dormer is or was an officer high in authority in the organization. You've certainly heard of the society." "Sure, and I have heard much about them in the old country, but nothing till America. Are you sure they've ever crossed the sea?" "They have, and there are thousands of them in this and some adjoining counties." If you stop here a while, you'll read about some of their work. They do not rest long without doing something in the way of murder or outrage. The young man then proceeded with some particularity to relate to his apparently astonished listener many of the stories he had gathered regarding the Mollie Maguires. With an outline of their known aims and objects, his words do not call for repetition here, as they allude to things already within the reader's knowledge. Jennings, in conclusion, remarked, "Of course I do not belong to the order, would not if I could, and could not if I would, as I am American-born and both of my parents not from Ireland. But there are any number of them in the neighborhood. Dormer is a sort of king bee among the brethren, and his house their rendezvous when in the city. Dormer filled the office of county commissioner for some 6 years in all, but was defeated at the last election through the interference of the society, which for some reason during a short time was opposed to him. But I hear it talked that he is in its good graces again, ready once more to run for office should occasion offer. He was once quite a respectable man, but placed in a long lease of power and bad liquor taken by wholesale have brought him to moral and almost physical ruin. One great fault that the order found with him was that he had affiliated with some other secret associations popular among Protestants. He was and is now comparatively a very powerful man, standing 6 feet 4 inches in his stockings and pulling the beam at 230 pounds. He is considered a dangerous individual to tamper with. As my countrywomen are often heard to remark, what a handsome corpse he would make, to be sure. What do Dormer look like in other regards? His hair is gray, eyes light hazel, and he has a countenance which, from its mildness of expression, can be taken as no index to his inward character, for he is cruel and bloodthirsty, especially when in his cups. He calls his hotel the Sheridan House. You see that it is popular. There are many people constantly going in and coming out, but such as you and I do not belong there. The young man again cautioned McKenna to say nothing of his revelations, and after promising compliance, they entered a saloon, had some refreshments, and then went home in time for supper. The detective could not retire to his bed that night without at least attempting to see the man he had heard so much about. He might prove the very person he desired to meet. Therefore, excusing himself by saying he needed to make some purchases uptown, he procured a lamp, went to his bedroom, carefully examined his revolver, placed it convenient in his hip pocket, and sallied forth. Making sure, after walking some distance, that Jennings was not in the vicinity, he soon reached Dormer's saloon. End section 6. Section 7 of the Mollie Maguires and the Detectives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mollie Maguires and the Detectives by Allan Pinkerton. Section 7. Bloody Record of the Mollie Maguires. For the purpose of properly carrying out the role of a truthful historian of actual occurrences, we will change the scene for a short season and, leaving McKenna to seek adventure with Pat Dormer and his associates in Pottsville, take a view of acts performed in the same portion of the country several years anterior to the time heretofore alluded to. The Mollie Maguires were more than usually active and bloodthirsty in 1865. On the 25th of August of that year, David Murr, superintendent of a colliery, was killed in Foster Township. He was shot on the public highway in the broad light of day within 200 yards of the house he was employed in, and where a large number of men were congregated, all of whom heard the report of firearms and many being involuntary witnesses of the transaction. While this was the fact, no reliable testimony could be elicited by the Commonwealth when the matter was under investigation, fixing the commission of the butchery upon any suspected party. Nobody knew the men, where they had come from, or where they had flown to. It was reported that signals had been seen burning that night on the hills soon after the occurrence, and it was surmised they were built by Confederates to aid the principals in the murder to make their way to safety. Again, on the 10th of January, 1866, Mr. Henry H. Dunn, a well-known citizen of Pottsville and superintendent of one of the largest coal mining corporations in all that circuit of country, was murdered on the turnpike within 2 miles of the city while riding home in his carriage from a visit to a colliery over which he had control. Even up to the present date, no arrests have been made, nor has any information presented itself which promises to lead to the apprehension of the assassins. That they killed Mr. Dunn through complicity in some labor troubles was always the prevailing belief. To continue the barbarous record, on Saturday, the 17th of October, 1868, Alexander Ray, another mining superintendent, was killed on the wagon road near Centralia in the township of Cunningham, Columbia County. Several persons were distrusted and a number arrested charged with the crime, and a strong chain of circumstantial evidence made out by the Commonwealth against them. The highway on which the event occurred was that passing from Centralia to Mount Carmel in Northumberland County, and the exact location of the tragedy at a point distant about 1.5 miles from the latter place, in the neighborhood of a spring where, for the convenience of travelers, there had been erected a rude watering trough, so that men as well as animals might quench their thirst. Mr. Ray was riding in his buggy at 9:30 o'clock in the morning, coming from his home and going in the direction of the Coal Ridge Improvement Company's colliery. He was a peaceable, inoffensive, but naturally fearless man, entirely unarmed, and only intent at the time on performing his duty to his employers in the pursuit of his regular calling. The fatal shots once discharged by the assassins from their ambush near the road, the actors in the drama, without waiting to learn the result of their bloody work, fled precipitately to their refuge in the mountains, and for a long time entirely avoided capture or even the shadow of suspicion. The lifeless remains of Mr. Ray were discovered Sunday morning, pierced by 6 bullets, and resting near the spot where the attack had been made. As a natural consequence of such an outrage, the utmost indignation pervaded the community in which the victim had for years been a widely known and much respected resident. The particulars, as far as they were learned, were repeated from person to person, and the news spread like wildfire to the most distant parts of the coal country. Mr. Ray left an estimable widow and 6 children to mourn his death. John Duffy and Mahanoy City, Schuylkill County, Michael Pryor of Branchdale, Thomas Donahue of Ashland, both in the same county, and Pat Hester of Mount Carmel Township, Northumberland County, as was then believed, were the assassins. Some change in this regard was made by subsequent events. Pat Hester was a married man, 45 years of age, and had several young children. Pryor was also married, said to be 40 years of age. Donahue had a wife and 1 child and was apparently 43. Duffy was a bachelor of about 25 years. Thomas Dooley of Palo Alto, Schuylkill County, standing by his own confession in the position of an accomplice in the wicked assassination about a month after the commission of the deed, gave out facts which caused the apprehension of the others just named. The cause came up was heard on an application for a writ of habeas corpus before Judge Klein, one of the associates of Schuylkill County, and all the defendants were held for and sent to Columbia County Jail to await trial, which begun at Bloomsburg, Tuesday afternoon, the 2nd of February, 1869. Donahue, Pryor, Hester, and Duffy were brought into court, arraigned by the prothonotary, and a plea of not guilty entered on the part of each. Upon application of Mr. Freeze for the defense, Separate trials were granted, and the Commonwealth elected to proceed against Donahue. Wednesday morning, the prisoner entered court, accompanied by the sheriff, and took a seat by his counsel, Messrs. John W. Ryan, John G. Fries, Meyer Strauss, S.P. Wolverton, and W.M.A. Marr, an array of talent which was well met by that included in the list of counsel for the Commonwealth, Messrs. Lynn Bartholomew, Robert F. Clark, Edward H. Badley, M.M. Lavelle, and E.R. Eckler, the last named, the district attorney. After a patient hearing, the defendant was acquitted by the jury, and the prosecution thereafter thought it advisable to abandon the rest of the indictments. If Donahue could not be convicted, and that had been demonstrated by the defeat in his case, it was considered by the district attorney and his corps of assistants, it would be impossible at that time to fasten the murder upon any of the remaining defendants. So commanding and pervading in the community was the subtle power of the Mollie Maguires, it was with the utmost difficulty that a jury could be secured to try the cause, and so abject had become the condition of terror under which the people submissively bowed their necks, seeing no possible avenue of escape, that witnesses accredited the knowledge of important points bearing against the prisoners dare not, in fear of their lives, mount the witness stand. So united were the Mollie Maguires, or whatever at that time they were called, they swore to alibis without number, and barred all further immediate proceedings. The next important outrage of this character, charged to the sanguinary clique under consideration, was that upon the person of W.M.H. Littlehales, superintendent of the Glen Carbon Coal Company, which occurred March 15, 1869. Mr. Littlehales was also killed on the road in Cass Township, Schuylkill County. While en route for his home in Pottsville, the act was witnessed by several persons, but the perpetrators escaped, and up to the hour that I sent James McFarland, otherwise James McKenna, into the coal region, no information had been obtained concerning the identity of the guilty persons. Frequent violent outcroppings of the organization also occurred in Carbon County, which adjoins Schuylkill, extending over a period of 15 years, and including the killing of F.W.S. Langdon, Geo K. Smith, and Graham Powell, all of whom were either superintendents of collieries or in some manner connected with mining operations. Mr. Smith was assailed by a body of murderers in his own dwelling and quickly dispatched almost in the presence of his panic-stricken family. Although several persons were under the ban of suspicion and supposed to have participated in the affair, it was impossible until after the lapse of many years to obtain any information as to the absolute guilt of the mistrusted parties. Some of these were then arrested, put in jail at Mochchong, and in a short time thereafter forcibly rescued at night by their associates in the order. It appeared that superintendents and bosses might continue to be shot down, and there remained no power in the law for reparation. The assassins were sure to escape. The object of many of these dark deeds was doubtless revenge, but the track of the avenger or supposed avenger was covered, as with the obliterating leaves of autumn, and not to be followed. The assassinations were all skillfully planned, relentlessly carried out, and the bleeding bodies and evidences on the ground of a deadly struggle were all remaining to tell the tale of cruelty. The country was disgraced, but seemingly there was no help for it. In 1870 occurred the murder of a man named Burns near Pottsville, and nothing was learned regarding his assassins. But the crowning act of the Mollie Maguires, up to the time of my engagement in the matter of their investigation, and the one reaching the culmination of many previous and similar events which exacerbated the good people of the anthracite region to the pitch where endurance ceases to be a virtue, was the unprovoked killing during the early evening of December 2nd, 1871, of Morgan Powell, assistant superintendent of the Leahy and Wilkes Barre Coal and Iron Company at Summit Hill, Carbon County.
The murder was done at about 7 o'clock on the street, not more than 20 feet from the store of Henry Williamson, which place Powell had but a few moments earlier left to go to the office of Mr. Zenner, the general superintendent of the company. It seems that one of 3 men, who had been seen by different parties waiting near the store, approached Mr. Powell from the rear, close beside a gate leading into the stables, and fired a pistol shot into the left breast of the victim, leaning toward and reaching over the shoulder of Powell to accomplish his deadly purpose. The bullet passed nearly through Powell's body, lodging in the back near the spinal column, producing immediate paralysis of the lower limbs and resulting in death 2 days afterward. The wounded man was carried back to the store by some of his friends and his son, Charles Powell, the latter then but 14 years of age, and there remained all night. The next day he was removed to the residence of Morgan Price, where his death occurred as stated. Hardly had the smoke from the murderous pistol melted into and mingled with the air of that starlit winter evening when the assassins were discovered rapidly making their way from the scene of their savage deed toward the top of Plain No. 1. They were met by Reverend Allan John Morton and Lewis Richards, who were hurrying to the spot to learn what had caused the firing. Mr. Morton asked, as they stopped on the rigging stand, what was the trouble? When one of the 3 strangers answered, "I guess a man has been shot." One of this trio was described as a short person wearing a soldier's overcoat, and the second also as being low in stature, but the third seemed taller and had on a long black coat. Mr. Morton and his friend passed on, and the murderers started forward, taking the direction in which Mr. Powell had pointed when asked by Morrison which way the attacking party had gone. They paused but a moment when confronted by Morton and Richards, and appeared to be surprised to see anyone in the vicinity. Mr. Morton thought that he might identify the smaller individual, should he see him again, as he was only 4 or 5 yards from him when he spoke in response to his inquiry. "I'm shot to death. My lower limbs have no feeling in them," was the exclamation of Mr. Powell when Williamson raised his head. Yet who it was that had killed him, no one could tell. They were strangers, it was evident, but where they had come from was a dark, impenetrable mystery. Patrick Kildea, however, who was thought to resemble one of the shorter men, was arrested and tried, but finally acquitted from lack of evidence to convict. This, for the time, was the end of the matter. End section 7. Section 8 of the Mollie Maguires and the Detectives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mollie Maguires and the Detectives by Allan Pinkerton. Section 8, Chapter 8. The detective sings, fights, and dances himself into popularity. The Sheridan House, Patrick Dormer, proprietor, situated in Center Street, Pottsville, was somewhat celebrated in annals of the town, and its reputation among the inhabitants by no means doubtful or uncertain. While in some regards the tavern boasted entire respectability, in certain others it bore a name far from enviable. Its isolated honors were due to Miss Dormer, its many dishonors to her physically gigantic but morally erratic lord and master, and the calling he followed. Many were the drunken brawls and midnight orgies transpiring beneath its steep roof and within its tawny brick walls. But against the lady of the house nothing could be truthfully charged except she was Dormer's wife. The edifice was neither private residence nor hotel, but a compound of the two. 3 stories in height, having a long, low extension in its rear, lighted by a skylight, and in which was located the well-patronized 10-pin alley.
The basement of the main structure was employed as dining room, kitchen, and laundry, and the first or business floor front for saloon purposes. Just back of the latter was a card-playing and bagatelle division. Entering from the street, the first place to the southward or right hand of the visitor was the bar, the counter of which extended as far as the partition dividing the tap room proper from the small parlor. In the last named apartment were stands and chairs for card players and the bagatelle table. From this sitting room, admission was found to a gallery or small balcony overlooking the ball alley, and from which spectators might watch the progress of the game going on below. Leaving the same corridor or hallway, a staircase led to the sleeping and other apartments of the second story. There were two approaches to the house from the street, one at the south and right hand, penetrating to the room above stairs without troubling people in the public places, and the other at the center, reaching directly to the bar room. The latter was a capacious, comfortable affair, and the supply of drinkables and cut glass decanters and beer, ale, and porter on draught, always quite large, if not select as to quality and brand. The patronage extended to the saloon was miscellaneous, but apparently very profitable to the keeper. When McKenna paused before the house, from the interior came sounds of rude music, evidently emanating from some discordant and faultily fingered violin. He succeeded, however, in recognizing an air to which he had tripped many a jig in the old country. Considering for a moment the course he should take, the detective gave his tangled locks an extra twist, stuck his hat on one side of his head, rolled unsteadily up to the door, fumbled awkwardly with the knob, finally turned it, and stood in the bar-room. The picture then presented to his eye was considered not uncommon to behold in the mining district, yet rather striking to and never to be forgotten by an uninitiated spectator. The place exposed to view was about half filled with men, the majority of whom were clad in rough attire somewhat different from the miners' shifting clothes, however, and with their companions stood and sat around a sprinkling of citizens, mechanics, street laborers, and others. Pat Dormer, towering high above all, and whose form the detective was not slow to single out and know through Jennings' description, seemed to be making himself actively useful outside, conversing glibly with his customers, while his spouse, fresh-faced, short in figure, and matronly looking, stood behind the counter, dispensing with steady hand, ready smile, and pleasant word the various stimulants in demand by her patrons. In one corner, uneasily perched at the top of an empty whiskey barrel, stolid of eye and face, frowsy-haired, low-browed, stunted in body, long of arm, and crooked spine, was the spasmodic little fiddler, drawing away industriously at his bow, his sallow cheek resting caressingly on the old violin, and producing semi-musical tones not so easily understood as entering into the composition of that frolicsome piece called The Devil's Dream. With one big boot-clad foot he kept time irregularly against the staves forming part of his throne. All in the saloon were perfect strangers to McKenna, but that made no difference. He staggered about near the threshold for an instant, while he mentally measured the people in whose company he was and made a hurried inventory of the immediate surroundings. Then, appearing to gather inspiration from the lively squeak of the fiddle, he advanced to the middle of the floor, where remained a few square yards of vacant space, struck an attitude, and without further prelude begun his best Irish breakdown. The steps were nimble, well chosen, emphasized with heel and toe, and despite his assumed state of semi-intoxication, the time was fairly kept with the measure of the tune. Dormer looked upon the strange intruder at first as though undecided whether he should toss him outside his door as he would a mangy cur or applaud his terpsichorean performance. Then he gradually absorbed the magnetism of the dance, and the music made by feet and bow and string, and seating himself on a convenient chair, held his face between his two brawny hands, the elbows resting on his knees, and interestedly scanned McKenna's movements, keeping the rhythm, meanwhile by swaying his broad shoulders from side to side. The agile shuffling evidently gave him pleasure, and turning to the sleepy musician, he loudly ordered him to play faster. The request was instantly obeyed, and quicker came the inspiriting notes. Faster and faster were the maneuvers of the dance executed, and the more fantastically the dancer turned and whirled and threw out leg and arm in gesticulations more grotesque than graceful. Ne cotillion brent new fray France, but hornpipes, jigs, strathspeys, and reels put life and metal in his heels. It was not long before every occupant of the place, Miss Dormer inclusive, took up the measure, and while none but the central personage actually indulged in a real beat time to the chords the violinist touched. Dormer, as usual, was somewhat overcome by liquor, but arose at the conclusion of the jig, advanced to McKenna, who stood for a few seconds almost exhausted by his exertions, took the detective by the hand, and warmly welcomed him to the place, saying, very good, but the soul of me great-grandfather, I've niver seen such a jigger since the days of jolly Dan Curry. Walk up, stranger, and have a sup of the best in the house, and be the same token let everybody else take something at my cost. I am greatly pleased, that I am, to receive such elegant company. Of course, I have no objection in the world, answered McKenna, returning Dormer's strong grasp with interest. With the understanding, if it be quite convenient, that I'm to give all of yez a bit of a song after a wetting of me whistle. Sure, and a stave or so of a song is just what we're after a-wanting, responded a man the operative had heard called Kelly. The drinks were prepared by Miss Dormer, with even more than her usual dexterity. Then the uncanny fiddler vacated his barrel head. McKenna assumed his place, hat on head, arms akimbo, and without any accompaniment, gave the following ballad. Pot Dolan, it's me Christian name, yes, and my surname too, sir, and oft you've listened to me strain, I'll tell you something new, sir. In Cavan town, where we sat down, our Irish hearts to inspire, there's bold recruits and undaunted youths, and they're led by Mollie Maguire. With me rigging them due into hull with the crew, wouldn't help to free our nation. When I look back, I count 'em slack, wouldn't join our combination. Said Mollie to her darling sons, what tyrants shall we tumble? That filthy tribe we can't abide, they rob both meek and humble. There is one bell, a child of hell, and a magistrate in station. Let lots be drew, and see with a view, we'll tumble him to damnation. The lots now cast, the sentence passed, I'll scorn to tell it lie, sir. I got my chance, it were no blank, I were glad to win the prize, sir. To swate Bill Cooney's I did repair, to meet the Parson Bill, sir. At his brain I took me aim, saying, come down, ye fin o' hell, sir. Those Orangemen they gathered then and swore they'd kill us all, sir, for their friend Bell, who lately fell, and got a terrible fall, sir. But Mollie's son, with swords and guns, with picks, pitchforks, galancing, those bold recruits and undaunted youths stepped into the field just prancing. Those Orangemen they all stood then, to fight they thought it a folly. They'd rather run and save their lives, and leave the field to Mollie. Although I'm in a foreign land, from the cause I'll ne'er retire. May heaven smile on every child that belongs to Mollie Maguire. One night as I lay upon me bed, I heard a terrible ratter. Who were it but Bill, come back from hell, to fight another battle. Then at his brain I took me aim, he vanished off in fire, and as he went the air he rent, saying, I'm conquered by Mollie Maguire. Now I'm in America, and that's a free nation. I generally sit and take my sip far from a police station. $4 a day, it's not bad pay, and the boss, he likes me well, sir. But little he knows that I'm the man that shot the Finn o' hell, sir. With me rig-a-dum-doo, and to hell with the crew, wouldn't fight to free our nation. When I look back, I count them slack, wouldn't join our combination. During the progress of the ditty, the air of which no description can do justice to the audience, the members of which had gradually drawn nigh the singer, joined in the refrain with a strength of long and depth of voice causing the casements to rattle and the air to resound. The enthusiasm involved was so intense and found such loud vent that some moments necessarily elapsed before quiet was so far restored as to permit McKenna to make himself understood. After descending one more to the floor as wanting the friends present to stand furnaced the bar and having a noggin of poteen with him, the request, when fairly heard, was readily complied with. It was very soon revealed to the acute senses of the operative that he had made an impression which could not well fail in being useful to him in the future. The effect in the landlord's case was not to be misunderstood, and he, Jennings, had said was a captain among the sleepers or Mollies. The overgrown fellow was zealous in his openly expressed newly awakened regard for the stranger, and after hearing some sentimental and comical songs, seated himself by McKenna's side and entered upon a course of minute inquiry as to the detective's nativity, residence, last occupation, business in the mines, etc. Miss Dormer, in the meantime, attended to the drinks, and was not long in perceiving that their visitor, the lion of the evening, in fact had some money with him, and was sailor-like, dispensing it freely for the gratification of her guests. Dormer, on his part, was soon in possession of the fact that McKenna was from Colorado, but latest from New York looking for work, after which he proposed a trial at cards in the back sitting-room, honoring the stranger by choosing him as his partner. Kelly and a scowling, heavy-set, large-boned man named Fraser were to be pitted against them. It was euchre that they entered upon, the stakes being refreshments for the four. The game progressed peacefully, Dormer and his friend at first gaining some advantages, but the landlord soon losing his little remaining wit with accession of more whiskey, they began to fall off in the winnings. McKenna was quick to see plentiful cause for this ill success. Fraser was dealing, passed himself 6 cards instead of the proper number, and played other tricks generally classed as among cheats and frauds. The operative seized Fraser's hand and exposed the deceit to the gaze of his companions, denouncing the swindler in no measured terms. The game was broken up. Dormer was raving furiously, and all hands returned to the bar where many of its former occupants still remained. Once there, Fraser threw off his coat and challenged his accuser to fight, saying, I'll maul the sod with any cowardly bog-trotter in 7 counties that says I traded cards. I'll bait ye fairly, and the coat on me back at that. McKenna, in spite of the liquor he had been compelled to imbibe, still retained his mental faculties and physical strength in perfection, although following the scheme he had started, he pretended to be more deeply intoxicated than when he first made his appearance at Dormer's, and he scornfully looked upon his opponent's portly form as he defiantly responded, Do you think for one moment that I'm afraid of the likes of you? Ye may live larn better. I'll bait ye fairly, and with the coat on me back at that. The detective tossed only his hat aside and squared himself pluckily, while Dormer volunteered to act as his second, giving the word to his friend, who cheered lustily for the stranger. Miss Dormer had disappeared at the first signs of a rupture, and the bar took care of itself. Kelly seconded Fraser. The ring was formed, and the 2 men entered it, Fraser confident in his great strength, and the detective relying upon some experience in the manly art of self-defense. The contest commenced. At the outset, McKenna acted purely on the defensive, only seeking to throw off or evade Fraser's mainly unskillful but heavy strokes. He desired to study his antagonist's tactics and test his muscle before using offensive measures. The result was, at the end of a protracted round, the smaller sparrer was dropped to the floor by a sledgehammer blow, fair on the ear. First blood and first knockdown were claimed for the heavyweight. But these were all he secured to boast of during the continuance of the fight, accepting severe punishment as McKenna carried off the honors in 5 consecutive rounds, at the close of all of which he deftly sent his opponent to the earth, each time with a new wound of some sort to remember him by. Between the bouts, Dormer would take him to their corner, place spirits to his principal's lips, sponge off his face and arms in regular prize ring fashion, and return him in due season for more work. The opposing man was equally well served by Kelly, but after so many fast-following and disastrous defeats, his right eye being fully closed and useless, and the other badly damaged, Fraser could not be coaxed or driven to come forward to the mark again. Then his backers gave him up, and Kelly took him away, a badly whipped and quite crestfallen bully. Victory was proclaimed by Dormer for McKenna, and the Pottsville giant was in great glee, stroking the shoulder of his new discovered pet and making grimaces that he intended to be pleasing, but which were more like demoniacal grins than smiles. Dormer shouted as Fraser went out, "Good, good, for me laddie buck from the west. He's the true grit from head to toe. And hereafter, if anybody in Schuylkill County just wants to bother with him, they must deal with Pat Dormer first. And he's no doshy infant." "I'll have the last taste of gin in mine," said McKenna, "and I believe all here present will join us in drinking. Confusion to all men, Scots and Chates." The sentiment was applaudingly echoed, and the drinks very quickly absorbed. Among others, one whom McKenna had heard called Tom Hurley came up and congratulated the victor, hoping he had received no serious hurts. "Oh, nothing but a wee flea bitten on me, Smeller," answered McKenna, "which by the morning will be all correct again. A scrimmage like this every evening in the wake would only just give me gent's needful exercise." Thus ended the detective's first experience in the amateur prize ring. In Section 8. Section 9 of the Mollie Maguires and the Detectives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mollie Maguires and the Detectives by Allan Pinkerton. Section 9. Chapter 9. Dormer under investigation. Kelly soon returned to the saloon, reporting his principal in the late encounter as well as, under the circumstances, he could expect to be, and hinting that, as far as he was concerned, he was eager to resume friendly relations with McKenna, who he very frankly acknowledged were quite in the right, and Fraser far in the wrong. This proved enough to warm the heart of the operative toward the second of his recent adversary, and the two men left to themselves at once inaugurated a close intimacy. After another jig to the lively tune of the White Cockade suggested by McKenna for a purpose, and which the fiddler, already fast asleep and unmusically snoring, prone upon a bench, was awakened to execute, the detective called all hands once more to the bar, and through the use of a little legerdemain, filling his tumbler half full of water, but his friends meanwhile thinking it undiluted gin, he proposed, "Here's to the power that makes English landlords tremble. Here's confusion to all the enemies of ould Ireland." Tom Hurley, who had been one of Kelly's partisans, enthusiastically thumped him on the shoulder and answered, Hooray, them's the sentiments. Let all here drink to them. Hurley, Dormer, and Kelly, with the detective and the remainder of the assemblage, drained their goblets in silence. McKenna, who was on the alert, thought he noticed a communicative wink passing between Kelly and Dormer, but not a syllable was uttered to inform him whether he had hit upon anything of importance in employing his well-remembered toast first heard at Tremont. No language having the sound of a legitimate response to it was he enabled to distinguish. In a short time, however, Kelly came over to him with a whispered request to repair to the little sitting room. He obeyed, and as he followed to that place, he found himself discussing in his own mind what might now be in store for him, what would prove the result of the impending interview. He was not fearful, but anticipated taking whatever came with as good a grace as possible. After occupying their seats, his companion remarked, "Didn't I see you at Minersville not long ago in company with Hugh Mahan?" "Sure, and maybe you did. You might as well as not. At last, for I were with him, at that place only the last month sometime." Kelly scanned the face of the detective sharply for a second, and then resumed. "Do you chance to belong to the Emeralds, the Benevolent Society? Of that name is what I mean." "No, I do not." "Well, I know Mahan to be a member, and he's been making himself very free with lashings of people hereabouts within the past few weeks, inviting them to join, and I didn't know but you were one of his sort." "Not at all. I never belonged to any of the nature in this country, and Ireland once sure, and I had a little of what ye might call experience in that line." Before the conversation could go any farther, as McKenna thought, quite providentially, Kelly was called out of the apartment, some person wishing to see him, and Dormer entered and assumed his place at the table. They both tasted the contents of a black bottle that the landlord had brought with him, and then Dormer asked, "How long is it since ye were made a member?" "What do you mean, member? Of what?" "Oh, ye need not be backward, young man. I've taken a liking to ye, and all in this house are my friends and yours." The word friend was peculiarly emphasized. "Well," said McKenna, "I never joined with anybody of the sort in America. I didn't know it would be any use to me when I left home, so I just quit it entirely. Had I stopped long in New York, instead of going to Colorado to dig in the silver mines, I might have acted in a different way, keeping up me old membership." "Yes, I see what you intend. Be that but New York is full of the rail stuff, and dead. I may say it is rotten with that same. I have been on the inside since I was old enough, but recently I've had a slight misunderstanding that I may not mention now, but it's been settled, and the sooner the better it'll suit me. When it is once fixed, I mean to be the best among 'em again. Most of those outside are members, so you see you're safe enough." "Yes, but you see, Mr. Dahmer," said McKenna, sipping the liquor remaining in his glass, "it's been such a long time since I heard anything or thought anything of the order, that, as ye might say, I'm almost as ignorant as if I never had seen the inside of the affair, and I believe until I am once more initiated, the best thing I can do is to say as little about it as convenient. Perhaps after the while, when you all knows me better, I may be found worthy of active membership. I'm not the least bit afraid I'll make as good a society man as ever walked on 2 feet in all Pennsylvania. I'm not at all frightened. Don't you think that of me?" "Ah, who would believe that ye were after the divil's own basting ye gave fighting Fraser, and he all the while big enough to put ye in his breeches pockets and walk off with ye as a boy might with a pet squirrel. Oh, nobody hereabouts will long pretend to me that McKenna is at all timid. Here Dormer, led off by expert hints made by the operative, quite forgot the object of his interview, which undoubtedly was to fully test the stranger as to his former knowledge of the sleepers, and the conversation became general. Soon it was wholly interrupted by calls from the ballroom, which the landlord was forced to give attention. McKenna had fabricated all that he made pretense of having gone through with in connection with the order in the old country, being as much in the dark as to the interior work of the association there as in the United States, for the purpose of drawing something from Dormer. But he dare not enter far into particulars, dreading an exposure of his shortcomings. He thought it extremely fortunate that thus far none of his associates had been able to fathom his assumptions or contradict his assertions. Both of these had been purposely kept rather indefinite, that he might safely retreat, assuming to have spoken of some other society, should an exposure be imminent. Presently the saloon was vacated and the doors closed. The morning of another day was nigh at hand, and Dormer, donning his coat, went with McKenna part of his way homeward, and would not separate from the newcomer in Pottsville until he secured a promise that he would frequently visit the Sheridan house and make himself quite at home there. They parted warm friends, the detective to go to bed, and the innkeeper to return to his hotel. The next morning, when after a few hours of unrefreshing sleep, the detective arose, he felt very much the worse for his fistic and other muscular exercises of the preceding 24 hours. About every bone in his body ached fearfully, and his eyes and lips were dry and inflamed. However, an application of cold water afforded him some relief, and having partaken of a late but hearty breakfast, he again evaded Jennings and went to the Sheridan house, according to agreement. The landlord greeted him very cordially and joined in something liquid and inspiring, then informed his visitor that, as he was an old trump, he was just the man to go with him to attend to some other business of a private character in another part of the city. They attended the church. After landing them inside Captain Doherty's saloon, where several of the men McKenna had previously encountered at Dormer's were already convened. Doherty kept a real estate office, was a sort of a lawyer, and his son took general charge of the drinking place. The elder Doherty was present on this occasion, and did not seem pleased that Dormer had brought a stranger along, though he contented himself with scowling upon him and saying nothing particularly hateful. Following a companionable dram or two, one proffered all hands by the new arrival, the men repaired to a back room, McKenna having been previously warned by Dormer to remain behind unless sent for. In a moment he was alone in the bar-room, while, as he supposed, a body of the bloody Mollie Maguires was in session under the same roof. More than an hour elapsed, and there was not an order sent in for a drop to drink, which, considering the character of the party, was, he thought, rather strange. Still the men remained in council. He was only able occasionally to hear a confused murmur of voices in the adjoining apartment, and could make out nothing that was said. What were they deliberating about? He could not guess, but he seemed to have a certain dread of the result, as though it might affect his own safety. Perhaps, he surmised, these fellows are even now considering whether I am an impostor or not, and should they prove successful in showing me up in my true character, my life will pay the forfeit of my rashness in venturing among them. Still he pretended to doze unconcernedly in his chair before the cheerful fire, but all similarly uncomfortable thoughts were dispersed, and his attention turned in another and more comfortable direction by the sudden return of Captain Doherty to the bar. And he came not for liquor. He evidently wished to speak with the stranger, as he advanced toward him, extending his hand pleasantly, saying, "Excuse me, friend McKenna, for keeping you so long alone. I must ask your forgiveness for another thing. When I first saw you here, I made up a rash opinion that you were against us, and I so charged. As I now see, acting under a mistaken notion, as I am fully convinced you are all right, an old head, and I desire to see and know more of you. Dormer vouches for you, and his word is not to be questioned. What is it all about, now? What do you mean? I mean, you are all correct. You are an old-timer, that's what I mean. Of course! I knew it! Why not? I have no objection to all that. I'm also agreeable to your better acquaintance. And the detective's thoughts were lightened considerably. A load seemed lifted from him, and the remainder of the company soon coming in, he was cordially congratulated by many, and quickly responded by another urgent request to assist in making the disappearance of some more noggins of poteen. That's the way he fashioned it. All accepted with alacrity. In a short time, Dormer and McKenna took their leave, after promising to look in at the saloon again. As soon as outside, Dormer began to inform his friend that a committee had been engaged in investigating his own case, the charge being that he, Dormer, was a member of an old fellow's lodge. But so far they had been unable to fix it upon him, and he did not believe they ever would. Dormer also explained that Doherty had cast doubts upon McKenna's genuineness. Otherwise, he would have been invited to take a seat with the board. Of course, he was not very friendly with Doherty for his impertinence, as he worded it, and said he'd whip him one of these days if he was shoved off the order. As long as he remained in it, he would not dare strike him a blow. McKenna said he forgave the captain and wanted nothing farther done about it. While making for the Sheridan house, Dormer invited the operative to enter a saloon, and there introduced him to one Deanon, alias Bushy Deanon, called so from his plentiful crop of bristling, bushy hair and beard, where they met a number of old acquaintances and made some new ones. Deanon's was another rendezvous for the Mollies in Pottsville. Not remaining there long, the two once more started for Dormer's house. Arriving there, the landlord and McKenna had the bar to themselves, and sitting in a comfortable chair and stretching out his huge limbs before the glowing stove, Dormer commented upon one they had just parted from. That man, Deanon, is a miserable hypocrite. I have my own opinion of the likes of him. They have little good in them barring the big talk, and that puts no whiskey in the can. He's all smooth and straight while fornist ye, but when out of sight he's worse nor a rattlesnake. More nor that, he has no backbone in him. When the trying time comes, you don't find him there. He'll wag his jaw till all's blue, but divil a bit of fight is there in him. For instance, last fall, early when there was considerable excitement among the miners, a fellow was to be beaten for some reason, known to the boys who asked it to be done, in a township not far from this, beyond the mountain, and the job fell on my nephew Jim O'Reilly and Bushy Deanon. Well, I furnished all the money needful, and O'Reilly, though but a broth of a boy, was already cocked and primed to start for the place, when what should Deanon do but crawl squarely out, like a cur, and say he'd have nothing to do with it. Faith, he flew the track entirely. What sort of fellow would ye be after calling that in the old country? Nothing more nor less than a craving coward, and they'd expel him forever. I'd sooner be a rat nor such a man. Ah, you're perfectly right, said Dormer, grinning like the ogre in the fairy tale. I know you wouldn't act that way. The McKennas in my part of the country were always a bird set and honest to the heart's core. Swallowing this dose of blarney with as good a grace as possible, McKenna asserted, Thanks, I'll try in the future to show that I'm one of the rare old stock. At a late hour, the landlord was much overcome with drink, and when he bolted the door after McKenna's departure, he shouted through the keyhole, Come again tomorrow, ye thief of the world, or I'll bite ye within an inch of your life. Of course, McKenna returned answer to this delicately conveyed compliment, that be sure to do the same. Light and elastic was the step, and buoyant and hopeful the heart of the detective that cloudy morning when he sought his pillow in Widow O'Regan's domicile. He had now been for some 2 months in the stronghold of the sleepers, or Mollie Maguires, and labored hard, day as well as night, to reach his present position of intimacy with men prominent in the order. Success, he thought, was about to crown his efforts. A few days passed, during which McKenna, who had purposely cut the acquaintance of Jennings and been given up by that young man as hopelessly in the snare set for him by Dormer, was continually found at the Sheridan house, gaining fast the reputation of an incorrigibly hard case, but a good singer and dancer and jolly companion nevertheless. One day, in the presence of one Arthur Lavelle, who was a Mollie, according to Dormer's report, when the detective was bemoaning his bad luck in getting work, the tavern keeper said, I have regard for ye, McKenna. Since ye whipped Fraser so handsomely, for nothing pleases me more'n to see a youth able and willing to put up his hands and take care of number one. Now, Lavelle, turning to that person, I'll tell you what sort of idea has been running through my brain, for all the world like mice in a potato bin. I've been thinking I'd give McKenna here a loud letter to Mike Lawler of Shenandoah, and it's my private opinion that if Muff can't get him a job, he may hunt the mines over all this winter without finding one. And why do ye call him ye spake of Muff Lawler? Asked the stranger. Lavelle answered, because of the choice breed of chickens that he raises. Dormer, your thought is a happy one. Lawler is a leader up there, and I know his friendship will in that way be secured, and it's valuable to any man. Yes, said Dormer, Lawler is the big dog in these parts now. Besides, he keeps a good tavern, and will see no old-timer or young one either, for that matter, suffering from want while he can relieve him. Then Lavelle spoke up. If it were not that Dormer and I are, for the present time, under a little cloud, I, for one, should insist that you be furnished with a staff to guide your steps over the mountains and through the mines. But by going up there and seeing Lawler, you'll soon be as well provided for. I know Mike'll do all he can for you. I think I understand what ye allude to. I shall be greatly obliged for the leather, and as for the other matter, when I get to Shenandoah I can look to it. But what is it I see in the Boston Pilot about the bishop being opposed to us? Wouldn't it interfere with me proper duties at the church? Oh, bother, answered the landlord. That's very easy. Ye lave the body a while resign ye, see, and then ye are all right with the priest. If ye want to go back again, who's the wiser? Not the clergy, sure, but you know all about it. You are too old a head not to understand. And in Luzerne, I hear the priests are more'n halfway favorable to us, be the same token. More will be afore many months. Oh, I can tell you, it'll not do ye the least harm in the world, and it may do ye much good. Then as ye are an old one, we want ye in the order, for it needs some such to put sense in the fool heads of the many new spoony boys, and there's plenty of them, and to spare. McKenna promised after some palaver to think seriously on the subject. As the reader is aware, but as the Mollie Maguires were not aware, the detective was only too anxious to place himself within the pale of the order. Yet, when the matter seemed so nigh accomplished, he believed it best that he move slowly, and it would not do to exhibit too much anxiety. Great haste might spoil all and end in disappointment. In about a week's time from the date of this conversation, armed with a complimentary letter from the landlord of the Sheridan house to Lawler, the operative started for Shenandoah. At that place, if anywhere in the mines, he made up his decision he would necessarily locate his headquarters. There, if at all, he must solve the mystery surrounding the Mollie Maguires. End section 9. Section 10 of the Mollie Maguires and the Detectives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mollie Maguires and the Detectives by Allan Pinkerton. Section 10, Chapter 10. Father Bridgeman gives Jack Kehoe a blast. The night before the one on which McKenna had determined to take his departure from Pottsville while in Dormer's saloon, some words passed and a quarrel arose between the detective and a young person named Philip Nash, and the drunken desperado undertook the task, it seemed, to teaching the strangers some of the tenets of the Mollie Maguires by actual demonstration. Whipping out his revolver, he made known his intention of finishing him just then and there, and had not the operative been on the alert and immediately covered Nash with his own weapon, it is more than probable that at least one career of usefulness in the mining region would have met with a speedy termination. As it transpired, Nash appreciated it was life for life, which was far from his sort of game, and he waited action until Dormer, with his powerful person, arrived and stood between them. When he quietly lowered and put away his pistol, McKenna, following the example set, but taking especial care to have the protector within ready reach of his right hand. "Phil Nash!" exclaimed Dormer. "What is this you're after doing now?" "I'll whip this fellow, or me name's not Nash," was the angry response. "Two can play at that trick," retorted McKenna. Then the combatants came together again, despite the presence of the big pacificator, Nash aiming a swinging blow with his fist upon the detective, but happily missing him. McKenna was more fortunate. His stroke, full at the side of the face of Nash, hit the mark, stopping with force behind his opponent's left ear and tumbling him to the floor as if he had been a felled ox. When able to do so, he regained his feet and for the second time essayed to draw his revolver, but Dormer, seizing both the young man's arms, held him in a vice-like grip as a mere child, saying, "No, you don't, Phil. You've tried that once too often already, and I now recommend ye to drop the matter directly. McKenna here is an old-timer and was inside the ring when you were a wee gossoon, and you're breaking the rules in attacking him." It was strange to see how quickly Dormer's words wrought a change in the irate bruiser. He released himself, promising to obey the saloon keeper, and saying he'd make it all right, caught both of the operative's hand in his own, and abjectly begged to be forgiven for his violence. "Sure, and I didn't know you were one of us," he said. Of course, McKenna, who was unhurt and had not been knocked down, could well afford to be generous and freely forgave the miner. They exchanged civilities and drank a noggin with Dormer to seal peace and reconciliation. During the short walk to the depot the ensuing day, McKenna was accompanied by Dormer and Kelly, now his warm and inseparable friends. At the train, the tavern keeper took the detective aside and gave him, beside the letter to Lawler, which he had previously put in his possession, several separate slips of paper bearing the names and addresses of a number of leading Mollies. Among them were John Gallagher of Coaldale and John Mahanoy, alias the Cat, of Gilberton. Each slip contained the information that the bearer was a particular friend of the writer looking for a job of work. "Just please to remember," said the Pottsville giant, "that you're not to breathe a blessed word to anyone, that I told ye a single point. You see, I'm out at the present, and it wouldn't be the right thing to be making myself too forward like with even an old head in the business. So keep dark. None of 'em will refuse ye help in getting work. Depend on that. I'll just mind well what ye say, and many thanks for your kindness beside, returned McKenna, as the bell struck thrice, warning passengers that the cars were about to move. Good luck to you, anyhow, and be sure ye come to my house for your Christmas, were Dormer's parting words, as he clasped McKenna's palm closely. Dan Kelly was equally warm in his requests, and profuse in regrets connected with their separation, promising to be back in Pottsville by the holidays if he could possibly make it convenient. The traveler stepped aboard the coach and sped away on his journey. The detective, thinking it inexpedient to go direct from Pottsville to Shenandoah, decided upon visiting some other localities before stopping there. Perhaps he might secure valuable points which would set him before the Mollies in a favorable light. He had early in the week directed Superintendent Franklin to forward any letters of his to St. Clair. Stopping over, therefore, at that town, he received from the postmaster a missive containing instructions to go to some of the neighboring places, and then repair to Shenandoah. He answered these, and also wrote to Dormer, saying what was not true, that he had met and agreed with a man to work on a new water basin in the mountains, hence should slightly defer his visit to Shenandoah. He also told the innkeeper that he need not write, as it was impossible to say where he might remain, but agreeing to give him the proper address as soon as it could be decided upon. The next point to honor with his presence was Gerardville, where McKenna knew there were many Mollies. Arriving there, he secured a room at a second-class hotel and started out to see the place. At one of the saloons, he encountered a man who was named to him as Tom Durkin, alias Lanky, a tall, raw-boned, ugly-looking fellow who was drinking very heavily. This party the detective easily attached himself to, and soon learned that he was about to go to Shenandoah to see some relatives and old-time associates. "Do you chance to know one Mufflawler?" inquired the detective. "Know him? Do a child know its mother? Know him? Be the staff of St. Patrick, that I do. Right well, and are you acquainted with him?" "Not personally," answered McKenna, "but I'm on pretty good terms with Bushy Dean, Captain Gallagher, Dan Kelly, and more of his friends in Pottsville, and sure they're a jolly crowd, faith. And I've been in this country it were 4 years last Michaelmas, and never met their equals nowhere, and you know that set, do ye?" Lanky shook hands with the detective, making much show of pleasure, and put his right forefinger to the right side of his face in a peculiar style, at the same time watching the movements of his companion, then asked, "Do you know anything about it?" "Not just at present," responded McKenna, "but in the old times I was well posted." Of course this was enough for Durkin. They were companionable, fraternal, convivial, and thus traveled about the town together, Lanky introducing his new friend to all his associates as a fine chip of the old block, or employing words of a similar significance. Finally, it was with some difficulty that McKenna shook him off late in the day, and pleading business as an excuse, left him to finish his spree solitary and alone. Here was another point gained by McKenna. One of the latest signs of recognition of the sleepers, or of some similar society, was in his possession, but he did not dare to use it, well remembering an unpleasant episode previously occurring to him at Pottsville. On that occasion, having encountered Fenton Cooney, a miner from Wadesville, at Dormer's, he was spoken of as an ancient Mollie Cooney, being actually what the detective assumed to be, and a sharp one at that. Cooney at once proceeded to test the newcomer, who fortunately was acting as though greatly intoxicated, quickly apprehending that he was no match for the inquirer, from the direction that his questions took. He imbibed a stiff glass of grog at the bar with his interviewer, and shortly thereafter fell over on a bench and immediately passed into a state of semi-unconsciousness, from which even Dormer himself by a powerful shaking failed to arouse him. Cooney was very angry. and told the innkeeper that he had a notion to kick the drunken man, drunk only in simulation, from the house. Dormer proved a friend and insisted that it was all a mistake. There was no doubt in his mind of the man's former membership, but he was a victim of liquor, which was his only noticeable failing, and if taken when duly sober, he had faith that Cooney would recognize him as all he represented himself to be. Some things he had forgotten, it was true, but he remembered enough to satisfy him that he was all right. Cooney, not so easily deluded, roundly swore that he could never believe the stranger a true friend until he produced his clearance card from the body to which he had belonged. Escaping so narrowly from this impending trap, the detective was more careful thereafter. Evidently he must see clearer and travel further, more successfully, before successfully imposing upon well-informed sleepers. It proved also quite fortunate that he cut adrift from Lanky, as before night that besotted individual found himself under arrest for an aggravated assault upon a man who had indiscreetly spoken against the Mollies in his presence. It was the middle of December 1873 that the detective made his debut in the pleasant little town of Gerardville. One of the first persons for him to meet was Pat Birmingham, a school teacher, who addressed him. "Stranger, didn't I see you a few days ago at Dormer's place in Pottsville?" "Faith," responded McKenna, "you did that. I remember ye perfectly. I were just a little under the influence on that occasion, and it's that way I am much oftener than is good for me moral character. But I'm just reforming a bit now by the same token. Will you have a sup with me? I'm flush, and don't mind treating." "I don't care if I do have a taste," answered the schoolmaster. During their trip to a saloon where the pedagogue said they kept the best Irish whiskey in town, McKenna gave out that he was just in receipt of his pension from the government, granted him on account of wounds he had suffered from while serving under Commodore Davis on the flagship Black Hawk at the capture of Memphis in 1862, and it was well taken by Birmingham, as was the liquor, when they had found it. McKenna managed to water his portion considerably, so that its effect upon him was not noticeable. "I suppose from the company I found you in at Pottsville," said the teacher, "that you are an ancient." "And what is that?" "A Mollie Maguire." "Sure, and you're wrong there. That is a thing I've heard of, but know nothing about." "Just the way with all of them. I believe if I asked Pat Dormer, he'd deny being a member. Point blank. It's all right, though. Every man to his faith. But I've known some who are Mollies, and at the same time quite decent people and honorable citizens. Now there's Jack Kehoe, for example, in the tavern over the way. He's the most staunch man in the business, but for all that, a very good neighbor. And I never saw him drunk in my life, or beating anybody inside or outside his saloon. That you can't say of everybody, Mollie or not."
Mollie.
"I've heard of Kehoe," said McKenna, "but I have not the pleasure of his acquaintance. Before I lave the borough, I meant to give him a call. Still, I wants ye to understand that, though rough appearing and given to rather hard company, I'm not quite a Mollie Maguire." This was thrown out as possibly suggestive to the citizen that he invite him into Kehoe's. Also, by denying all knowledge of the society, to cause the hearer to more firmly believe in his membership. Birmingham did not, or would not take the hint, and neglected to ask the newfound friend across to see Kehoe, but as had been intended, he did gain strength in the idea that McKenna was connected with the mysterious brotherhood. Some further talk ensued, when the men separated, the pedagogue to attend to his pupils, and the operative to pursue his investigations. The afternoon of the following day, McKenna left his hotel, fully determined to secure an acquaintance with Jack Kehoe. The weather was stormy, business dull, and he would probably find a number of men congregated in the tavern. Kehoe's residence, the Hibernian house, which is expected to play an important role in the pages of this work, was and still is a 2-story frame building situated convenient to business, not a great distance from the Catholic Church in Gerardville, having its gable to the street and a single square window at either end directly beneath the peak of the roof. the unusual supply of casements and doors for a structure of this size, and painted a dull red color on the ground floor. Front was the bar room, and in the rear of that the kitchen. From the latter apartment a staircase gave access to the living rooms of the family in the story above. There was also a door from the bar leading to the cook's domain. Throughout the interior, the arrangements for occupation were of a comfortable but inexpensive character, and everything was cared for in a manner evidencing the capacity of Miss Kehoe in the role of housekeeper as better than ordinary. It was also reported in the town that she was the sharper member of the hymeneal firm, and fully in accord with her husband on the Mollie Maguire question. She probably approved his membership not because of any particular bloodthirstiness in her disposition, but because the affiliation brought money to their family purse and politically elevated Jack Kehoe. Kehoe, as the operative had already heard, was a native of the city of Wicklow, Ireland, some 27 miles from Dublin, and a man of but common education. His wife had been a Miss O'Donnell of Mahanoy. Their family consisted at the time of 5 children. When the detective entered the saloon, he found several miners within, clad in their holiday suits, showing that they had not been working that day or were on the night shift. The proprietor of the place, in person, was behind the counter, evidently in good humor, and everything passing to his satisfaction. McKenna stepped modestly to the bar, ordered a drink, swallowed it, paid the reckoning, and then occupied a seat on a bench while he filled and smoked his short pipe. Some pleasant words dropped to a man near him regarding the weather were answered cheerfully, and soon the conversation took a wider range, engineered by the new arrival, and culminated in that person's second call at the bar to inquire of Kehoe as to the prospect for work brightening up, and asking about the chances for a stranger getting employment. Kehoe responded quietly, without a very pronounced brogue. "Well, times are rather hard here at present, but there's a show of their soon mending. I heard that some collieries now lying idle are to begin operations in a short time. If they do, then more hands will be needed. Perhaps some of the men here may know, better than I, the opportunities for immediate jobs. They are mostly miners. I say, Mike," turning to the man McKenna had previously been speaking to, "is there a show for work for a stranger that you know about?" "Sure, and I don't mind me of any, but someone else may." And Mike, as he was called, with several others, came up to the bar as if willing to be consulted. McKenna, thereupon, acting as he seemed to be called upon under the circumstances, very promptly set forward drinks for all, which Kehoe prepared and the company disposed of with evident relish. The general expression, however, was that the operative would hardly be able to secure a job until more collieries commenced active work. While Kehoe stood concocting the different beverages, the detective embraced the opportunity, without appearing to do so, of observing the man more minutely. He was seemingly 2 or 3 years past 40, but time in his flight had been lenient, and left few noticeable traces upon his countenance. There were some impressions of crow's feet at the outer corners of his small, sharp, light blue eyes, occasionally a gray hair among the plentiful brown ones of his head, and in the equally dark, full whiskers and mustache. The beard was noticeably lighter in color at the far ends, as though somewhat faded. The eyes were set too close together to give a square, honest look to the face as a whole, which was slightly cadaverous in appearance. The nose, unnaturally sharp, as though pitted by smallpox, assisted in forming for Kehoe a fox-like and cunning look, and the forehead was straight and reasonably high. It was the impression of McKenna that if Kehoe should ever get others into a difficulty, he would probably manage to keep out of it himself. He was athletic, erect, and could hold his own in a crowd, but did not seem inclined to quarrel or risk his person too rashly in an encounter from which ingenuity could extricate him. Not above medium height or weight, his shoulders were square and strong, and his limbs muscular and well proportioned. His hands, which had seen labor, now looked fair and white, generally agreeable in manners to strangers as well as acquaintances. He claimed a number of friends, yet no really warm and devoted personal followers. Formerly a miner, the tavern proving more profitable and less laborious, he had of late years done very little manual labor. Whiskey selling and politics were giving him plentiful money and power, and he liked both exceedingly well. McKenna's proffered treat had touched the feelings of Kehoe in a tender place, favorably introduced him to a portion of the Gerardville community, and it was not so very long before he was on the best terms with all in the house. Finally, finding that his reputation in that line had preceded him, and having been invited to do so, he was prevailed upon to strike up a song, and gave without accompaniment Larboard Watch, followed soon by Kathleen Mavourneen at the request of a native of Scotia present. He then sung in fair voice and accent The Collier Laddie by Burns, beginning, "Where live ye, my bonny lass, and tell me what they ca' ye? My name," she says, "is Mistress Jane, and I follow the colliery laddie. My name," she says, "is Mistress Jane, and I follow the colliery laddie." This particularly pleased the miners, one of whom felt so merry over the strain that he called up the crowd and proposed a toast to Bobby Burns, Mistress Jane, and the stranger singer. It was drank with highest honors, and then the landlord could do no less than follow suit. This business was kept up until nearly night. When the hangers-on had dropped off one by one to their homes, Kehoe stepped from the bar, sat down beside the stranger's side, and showed himself unusually communicative. He ended by calling McKenna to the counter and drinking a toast which, from its sound and sentiment, he was positive must have been a Mollie signal. But the detective knew too well the result to try a response, and contented himself with drinking it in silence. Kehoe went further and gave him the identical sign, with the hand to the face, which he had noticed Lanky using the day before. To this also McKenna remained blind. He was not to be caught. "I see you know nothing of the present," said Kehoe at last. "Faith, and that's exactly true for ye," responded the detective. "It's a very long time since ever I was within." "That makes no difference, for I'm also an old-timer, dating back to '66. And Kehoe peered suspiciously at the stranger from his half-shut eyes while he awaited some identifying movement or word from McKenna. Here was more trouble. Another ancient had been encountered who was not to be trifled with. It was no longer stolid Pat Dormer who stood before him. "Now for it," thought the bothered detective. "Dear a thing have I to trate him with, barring some balderdash that I gave in Pottsville, and which I'm positive will not fool Kehoe." Once again fortune favored him. At this very opportune moment, a man from Pittsburgh, called by the saloon-keeper Tim Gallagher's traveling liquor dealer, opened the door, entered, and greeted Kehoe as an old acquaintance. He was introduced to McKenna, who was treated by Kehoe and his friend as a true ancient order man, and informed that the last arrival was at the head of the society in Pittsburgh. Several other persons now coming in, Kehoe forgot all about his investigation, and the operative was very far from giving him any hint to return to it. Just before supper time, Gallagher, Kehoe, and McKenna, who that day by chance wore his Sunday suit of clothes, the weather being too cold for his first costume, all sallied forth, leaving the tavern to the charge of Miss Kehoe to make a few informal calls upon city friends and companions. Gallagher, as they walked, enlightened his co-member upon the condition of the order in western Pennsylvania. He said the part of country named was full of the spirit of the order, and they had everything their own way, the clergy being with them very cordially, if not inside the ring. During their round, they stopped at the house of the resident Catholic clergyman, Father Bridgeman, who, despite his many and violent denunciations of the Mollies, was a personal friend of Gallagher. After the usual greetings, the Pittsburgh man asked the priest jokingly, "Have ye ceased scolding the sleepers yet?" "No, I have not," said the clergyman, "and never shall while they remain as they are."
Why is it that the church in this part of the state acts so differently in this regard from the Catholics in Pittsburgh?
"The cases materially differ," answered the priest, warming up quickly. "With you in the West, the members have something like friendship for one another, and the order is not managed in the interest of politicians, tavern keepers, and other bad men. Here it is in the control of a few unscrupulous fellows who care not for God or man, only for themselves and their own pockets. Yet they call themselves Irishmen. They can sneak around and whip and kill some unfortunate person, some mining boss or superintendent, or destroy property, thus scandalizing those in the church of the same nativity, but they do not dare to turn out in regalia on St. Patrick's Day with honest Irishmen, for then they would be known and marked for the murderers and assassins they are. Oh, it's a bad, bad society. A withering curse rests upon it, and upon all in any way connected with it." The priest evidently felt every word that he said, and though one of the most generous of men could find no good language to waste upon the Mollie Maguires, Kehoe listened to the denunciation, his head slightly bowed, but said nothing in reply. The color of his face changed a little, and his lips quivered perceptibly, yet no words escaped him. Gallagher spoke evasively, and the detective remained silent. After some talk over other and more pleasant matters, the party took leave of the priest. He made no excuse for his harsh language. He believed that it had been deserved, and had therefore nothing to take back. In the streets, Kehoe maintained a moody silence. His small eyes wandered from object to object, however resting on nothing long. He was wounded by the imprecations of his clergymen, yet could find no means of escaping their weight. Gallagher and McKenna endeavored to rally his sunken, sullen spirits, but in vain. Up to the time of their separation, he seldom spoke. Excusing himself, the operative returned to the hotel for supper, and spent the evening writing in his bedroom. After sealing his report and preparing for an early start for Shenandoah, where he determined to go at once and encounter the lion Lawler in his native jungle, he retired to his bed and wooed repose. End section 10.
Chapter 11 of The Mollie Maguires and the Detectives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by nathanmeyers. The Mollie Maguires and the Detectives by Allan Pinkerton. A Kilkenny affair at Tamaqua. Taking cars over the Shamokin branch of the Philadelphia and Reading Road the ensuing morning, McKenna started for his destination, but overhearing a conversation occurring in the seat before his own between two rough-looking men who boarded the train at a station not far from Shenandoah, during the course of which he learned that Muff Lawler had gone on a short visit to some friends in Pottsville, he concluded it would be best to shun the locality for the present and proceed at once to Tamaqua, a city that thus far he had devoted very little attention to. When the train stopped, therefore, at the point named, he took up his satchel, having left the remainder of his baggage at the hotel in Gerardville, alighted at the depot, and, proceeding at once to the Columbia House, which he had understood from Dormer was frequented by the Mollie Maguires when visiting the city, secured a room and made the acquaintance of the innkeeper, named Marks. Although by this time somewhat accustomed to rough society and unruly transactions, he soon acquired the information that, of all the cities, towns, and villages he had seen in Pennsylvania, to Tamaqua at that date must be awarded the palm for holding prominence in these particular characteristics. It appeared to be the center of attraction for a flock of unemployed stragglers, discharged men from adjacent collieries, tramps, and other reprobates. Liquor flowed unrestrainedly and was largely consumed in the various saloons and taverns. A storm of wind, rain, and sleet prevailed, and the streets wore a deserted appearance, while the grog shops and gambling rooms were all crowded and in full blast. There were other disturbing elements at work in the community, one being the strike of the miners, which had just been inaugurated. A basis for the settlement of differences existing between the proprietors and the employees of collieries had only recently found the miners prepared with a prompt negative, and without some agreement, and that seemed far away, not a man among the laborers would dare begin operations. Hence idleness prevailed, an idle brain is the devil's own workshop, in the coal regions as elsewhere, and bad habits, bad deeds were among the results accompanying this unsatisfactory state of affairs. While some of the miners had gone elsewhere seeking jobs for the winter, a portion to Luzerne and others to Columbia County, there were many who, having families and homes thereabouts demanding attention, yet remained, waiting for some change to better their condition. Tamaqua was filled with excited men and exciting whiskey. Not long after reaching the city, who should present himself to McKenna's notice but the identical Dan Kelly, left not so long before in Pottsville, the man who became his friend and who, somewhat earlier, had backed Fighting Frazier in his contest in Dormer's house. Of course, they expressed themselves as mutually glad to see each other. The operative explained to Kelly that the party for whom he was to have worked in the mountains, on the mythical water basin, was found to be a first-class deception, and, leaving him in disgust, he had visited the adjacent country in search of work. All of this Kelly received with perfect faith in its truth, however untruthful, and that personage told the detective, in turn, that he was more fortunate, having attained a paying job at Boston Run Colliery, less than 2 miles from the borough of Tamaqua. In fact, the reason of his visit to town that day was to buy a suit of shifting clothes. Kelly at once insisted that the operative should accompany him to a saloon and partake of something warm and stimulative. This constituted an invitation not easily refusable under the circumstances. It was accepted, and the drinkables enjoyed. After this, and following some talk about mining and acquaintances in Pottsville, the detective went with Kelly to the train and saw him safely off for home. Kelly had remarked that Tamaqua was no place for men like himself and companion, as there were no friends in the town, the nearest being at Old Mines, some 5 miles distant. Occasionally a few straggling brothers accidentally convened at some tavern in Tamaqua, but no regular organization had ever commenced or been maintained in the city. Several times, however, the thing had been started and as often fallen through. Upon returning to the Columbia House, and while partaking of supper, McKenna was accosted, in a friendly way, by a man who had been introduced to him as Gillespie. "Are you posted as to the standing in the community of the man with whom I just saw you at the depot? I mean, the one carrying the bundle on his arm?" "And why not?" answered the detective, still maintaining more of the brogue than was natural for him. "Why not? Do I know Dan Kelly? Sure, and I lately made myself a companion of his, at Pat Dormer's place in the borough of Pottsville. And didn't he back Fightin' Frazier agin me for the first bit of a scrimmage I ever enjoyed in Schuylkill County? That he did, and he were gentleman enough not to harbour malice agin me. On the contrary, I flatter myself that he and I are rather warm friends at the present moment. What should I be inquiring as to his character for? He's all correct, isn't he?" "Manus has been very unfortunate." "Manus who?" "Manus Cull, sure." "Manus Cull, is that the name ye gave the person I saw off on the train beyant?" "Certainly, that's his name." "Well, Mr. Gillespie, I have regard for ye, but must say that ye labour under a mistaken idea. It war Dan Kelly, a miner, and he has work not so far from this town that I saw to the train today." "Oh, I know what I am talking about," said Gillespie, a little nettled by McKenna's unbelief. "He is Manus Cull. I insist upon that, say what you may. Haven't I known him since he was knee-high to a rabbit? And sorry I am to say it, since he came to the age of maturity, it is very little I've learned to his credit. Kelly's the name I've always heard him called, Dan Kelly at that, and sure I didn't take him for one of those having occasion to deal in double names and deceptions." "He is none other than Manus Cull, though since his troubles he may have adopted some other man's name. having doubly dishonored his own. And what is more to the purpose in my speaking with you, to put you on your guard, lest you make an intimate associate of him. To my certain knowledge, he has served a term of 3 years in Luzerne County Jail for biting off a man's ear in the course of a rough-and-tumble fight at the town of Wilkes-Barre. And upon one court day there were not less than 8 or 9 warrants out and in the hands of officers for his arrest, for offenses ranging all the way from assault and battery to burglary and highway robbery. He has broken his poor mother's heart, has Maniscal. The talk continued in this strain for some moments, during which the detective learned, as before he had more than half suspected, that Cull, alias Kelly, was only one among many hard cases usually congregating at the Sheridan house. Expressing some surprise, however, that he should be thus misled, he continued his meal in silence. During the same evening, 2 miners, named Mulhern and McGinley, arrived at the hotel from the neighborhood of Mount Chunk, both in a state of semi-intoxication and ready for any sort of adventure that might come within reach. The large bar-room gradually filled with people. Finally, the 2 strangers, concluding a deal of loud talk, plentifully interspersed with oaths, managed to get up a wrestling match in the apartment, a ring being cleared for the purpose. Then all was noise and confusion. Some, not particularly interested in manly sports, were engaged in drowning sorrow from lack of work in deep potations at the bar. Others sat, nodding stupidly in their chairs. After a protracted struggle in which several heavy falls were given and received on either side, Mulhern was fairly thrown, his antagonist coming down upon him with great force, and McGinley declared the victor. The result of this decision was the formation of 2 parties in the assemblage, a McGinley party and a Mulhern party. This culminated, as might have been expected, in the usual Kilkenny fight, in which all participated, battering skulls, blacking eyes, breaking noses, and spoiling countenances generally. During the prevalence of this hurly-burly, one Doherty, who commanded a crowd of roughs like himself, and who was affected more than those about him by the liquor he had drank, pulled out a pistol and commenced discharging it into the walls, ceilings, floors, counters, or whatever eligible objects he chanced to see. Fortunately, the supply of cartridges was quickly exhausted and nobody hurt, except the ruffian himself. One of the missiles from his weapon, rebounding from the hardwood of the counter, came back with force, striking Doherty in the left hip, inflicting a painful but not deadly wound. The shooting had been in sport, and the practical joker having received merited reward for his ghastly jest, the disturbance was quieted, and while his injury was examined, almost silence reigned. McKenna, saying he had some experience in the surgical line, volunteered to dress Doherty's hurt. His Navy service was again alluded to, and as there was no doctor nigh, the duty finally devolved upon him of staunching the blood and binding up the injury. A little whiskey and water, properly applied, soon performed the first, and a keen penknife quickly laid bare the bullet, which had not penetrated deeply, and it was deftly extracted by the fingers. Then more whiskey and water cleansed the hurt, while a plaster was procured from a neighboring drugstore, applied, and the patient feeling quite easy before the borough police had discovered who had done the shooting, Doherty resumed his carousal with his associates. Marks, the proprietor of the hotel, was able to breathe more freely when the Doherty crowd vacated the premises. McKenna earned many plaudits from Doherty's friends for the skill he had exhibited in amateur surgery, but Doherty himself said that he had cut him more and deeper than necessary, and he would never forgive him for it. Unreasonable as this certainly was, his followers earnestly endeavored to convince the drunken fellow of his error, but the liquor in him had turned his brain, and it is presumable that he might have sought to punish the detective who had assisted to preserve his worthless life, had not others prevailed upon him to defer it until the morrow, and finally succeeded in coaxing and dragging him off to another tavern. In a short time he was as drunk as ever. Some of the Doherty crowd said if they ever wanted a doctor, they would send for that fellow just from the Rocky Mountains. As much to get out of the way of the intoxicated men as from any other reason, McKenna, the hour still being early, left the bar-room and hunted up Pat Nolan, to whom he bore a letter from Dormer, finding the man soberly at his home. Nolan read the epistle and said he was happy to meet any friend of Dormer, but was sorry to say that work, for the present at least, was simply out of the question. They had some quiet games at cards and passed a couple of hours pleasantly, when the detective bade all good night and at about 11 o'clock went back to the Columbia House. Before midnight, leaving the place well filled on the ground floor, he retired to his bed, but not to sleep, as fate or circumstances ordained. Too much noise rang upon his drowsy ear to make slumber possible. He had been between the sheets, tossing uneasily from side to side and enjoying such brief intervals of repose as he could catch, betwixt waves of uproar and riot rising from the depths beneath him, during a couple of hours perhaps, when there was a resounding rattle at his chamber door. Without moving, he asked in no pleasant tone, "Who the devil's there?" The answer was not particularly reassuring. "We want to get in," said somebody in a thick, gruff voice. McKenna quickly appreciated the fact that Doherty and his unruly crew were looking for him. "Go away and don't bother me," shouted the operative. But this had no other effect than to increase the force that some person was exerting upon the bolts of the bedroom door. Visions of sanguinary Mollie Maguires and an unpleasant feeling that they might possibly have penetrated his disguise, discovered his deception, flitted through his weary brain. But instantly dispersing all such thoughts as mere dreams, interludes which fancy weaves when the monarch reason sleeps, he leaped from the bed, making considerable stir, lighted a lamp, and said in a loud, determined, and unfaltering voice, "Now get away out of that, ye spalpeens, or I'll just blow the head off some of yez." The shaking of the lock soon ceased, and the steps of several persons were heard retreating. Once more seeking his pillow, the weary man endeavored to obtain some repose. But in a little while he again distinguished the stealthy fall of human feet nigh the entrance of his apartment. Doherty, for the second time, was trying to force admission to his presence. "We must get in!" exclaimed the drunken man. Exasperated at this long-continued annoyance, McKenna turned out, struck a light, donned a portion of his garments, suddenly unlocked and opened the door, and brought the forbidding dark muzzle of his heavy 7-shooter plump in Doherty's face, demanding his business with him at such an hour and such a place. Hesitating somewhat and dodging his head from side to side to escape McKenna's aim, he faltered out, "I can't find me partner. Didn't know, but he might be in this room." "I don't know anything about your partner, if you have one, and I give ye due notice that I've had plenty and to spare of you and your eternal racket. So get out of this quick, and don't ye come banging about here any more. Sure, and if you do, I'll make serious trouble with ye." Perfectly quieted down by the pistol, the detective's undaunted front and resolute language, Doherty and his companions took themselves off, invoking anything but compliments upon the man who had sent them away so unceremoniously. Again McKenna extinguished his lamp and courted repose. For a short time he slept fitfully and ill at ease, but about an hour before daylight he was aroused by sounds of a desperate row in progress below stairs. Pistol shot after pistol shot echoed along the corridors and through the rooms, making the hearer think that a small army of bushwhackers were attacking the house and practicing to see how many bullets they could lodge in the weatherboarding. He finally started up, unable longer to bear the confusion, and, after putting on his clothing, took the light in his left hand, and with the right resting on the butt of his revolver, which he held ready for immediate use, in his outside coat pocket, noiselessly opened the door, made his exit, and moved toward the supposed scene of conflict. Not much accustomed to the sense of fear, the detective thought as he bent his steps in the direction of the warfare, and as the jar and other evidences of deadly strife smote more clearly upon his ear, he really experienced a feeling akin to that of a soldier when receiving the baptism of fire upon his initial battleground. At least there was a queer creeping of the flesh, a chilly blast over his back and shoulders, a novel rising up of the scalp as he entered the dark, deserted bar-room, and still heard, as though in the distance, the rattle of small arms. The fight was evidently losing none of its intensity. Perhaps it has been transferred to the kitchen or dining room, he thought. It must be in one or the other, and in which he could not decide. Upon opening the entrance of the latter place, however, the mystery was quickly solved, and a strange spectacle presented itself to his vision. End of Chapter 11.
Section 12 of the Mollie Maguires and the Detectives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. The Mollie Maguires and the Detectives by Allan Pinkerton. McKenna meets a morning adventure. Before him was the long, low, dark dining room, only a small portion of which, at one extremity, was illuminated by a single tallow candle, trussed to the wall with an old, rusty, bone-handled fork, and the flaring lamp held over his own head. On a line with, and at one end of the deal table, which extended nearly from one side of the apartment to the other, and at a place properly described as the head of the board, were grouped in deep shadow, only broken by fitful flashes from McKenna's light, a number of men, all sporting revolvers, rapidly loading and firing, without regard to order or regularity, at the target. A rough white hat, loosely nailed to the partition, not far from the candle. Every member of the reckless gang was more or less intoxicated. Among them the spectator saw several of Doherty's friends, but the leader himself had been put in bed, otherwise under the dresser, about an hour earlier, and there he reposed, his uncovered head, rough, long-haired, and pallid as to face, supported on the bent right arm, as helpless as an infant, and almost as still as a stone model of the spirit that he evidently worshipped, Bacchus. "Hello, here's the doctor!" exclaimed a short ruffianly fellow, wearing a huge fur cap, thrown backward from his forehead, showing his front hair, black, short, and stiff, and holding in his hand a revolver full half a yard long, which he had just discharged a dozen times at the mark, without once coming within the length of his weapon of hitting it. "Hello, give the doctor a chance." "Yes, give us a taste of your marksmanship," said the frightened publican, who had remained with his gentle and lamb-like patrons to protect his furniture as well as he could, and prevent the wild madcaps from firing the building in the course of their innocent gambols. As it was, the thin barrier of plank separating the dining room from the kitchen was thickly perforated with black apertures ranging from the size of a pea to that of a musket bullet. Luckily, at that hour of the morning no person was employed or chanced to be in the culinary department of the house, and hence injury to life and limb had not resulted from the careless use of firearms. The wall only was shattered, and it, while made of wood and neatly covered with light paper, bore the appearance of having been irregularly pierced with innumerable circular openings for purposes of ventilation. Promptly accepting the invitation, as he was certainly in for it by reason of his appearance on the spot, the detective deliberately raised his pistol and in rapid succession fired 2 shots, both of which struck the target near its center. "Bedad, he's as good at firing bullets as he is at cutting them out of wounds," shouted the individual with the fur cap, putting away his pistol. "He's bate the best shot, and now I move that we quit before the policeman comes and interferes with our little diversions." The suggestion was taken advantage of by Marks, the guttered candle extinguished, and, headed by the operative, all made their devious way to the bar-room, where, from the reason of his close firing, McKenna was informed he would be expected to stand treat. This he willingly did, and the men, excepting such as were found physically unable, soon began to disperse. The few remaining were disposed of as expeditiously as possible, some in bedrooms, and others in seats beside the fire, where they would be in no danger of freezing to death. Then the disgusted landlord and the worn-out detective retired to their respective apartments. McKenna gained his bed, prepared for a nap, while the sun was ushering in another day. As a natural consequence of passing such a horrible night, the agent slept late, and it was near dinner-time when he arose, greatly refreshed. The same day he received a line from John Deenan, alias Bushy, in response to one he had previously sent the tavern-keeper. As Deenan's epistle forms a portion of this eventful history, although its author has long since been gathered to his fathers, it is printed in full as follows. Pottsville, January 19, 1874. Dear Sir, I received your welcome letter, which gave me a great deal of pleasure. I was glad to hear from you. I have written to Alex Campbell to inform you of what is going on there, so you can go to him and he will tell you all about it. He lives at the upper part of Tamaqua. He keeps a tavern. We are all well at present. Yours truly, John Deenan. This presented an opportunity for forming the acquaintance of Campbell, which the sojourner in the land of the Mollies was not slow to embrace, immediately calling at the locality indicated. He was cordially received by the landlord, who was a tall, bony, angular-shaped personage, dark of hair, mustache, and imperial, sharp of eye, the forehead being rather low and straight, the nose long, sharp, high-bridged, and with a curved indenture on either side of the arch. His age might have been 40 years. His wife and several children formed the entire family. All united to make the honored guest welcome during the remainder of that day. Campbell was found a sharp, shrewd man, and fully aware of his consequence in the order. He said that Bushy Deenan had advised him of McKenna's intended arrival, but under the circumstances he could not see how he would be able to accomplish his wishes in securing employment. Should work be resumed, he would gladly do all in his power to find a place for him, or say or do anything where his influence would be for his visitor's advantage. As concerned any other business toward which Deenan might have hinted, he could only refer him to Muff Lawler, who had all such matters in charge. After a pleasant season, and carrying with him rather more liquor than he felt absolute need of, McKenna returned to the Columbia House in time for supper. There he met for the first time one Christopher Donnelly, fated subsequently to be associated with some of the chief actors in my narrative, a leading Mollie, and at the time ostensibly engaged in preparing banners and regalia for the Brotherhood, to employ in the approaching celebration of St. Patrick's Day, when the Mollies proposed publicly appearing in the procession with the benevolent and other Catholic societies. Donnelly was a man of ordinary appearance, above 30 in years, having lightish brown hair with mustache of the same color, light eyes, and, as he stood, the detective estimated, about 5 feet 7 inches in height. His features were thin and small, but not unhandsome, and the face having disfiguring marks of coal and powder, showing that he had followed the business of mining. He was married, and the father of a family. After 4 years' service in the army, he came out, at the end of the war, with a fair record for bravery and good conduct. McKenna was of the opinion that Donnelly was in some way connected with the treasurership of the Society's funds. He was soon on intimate terms with the stranger, and the friendly feeling was strengthened when McKenna informed him of his service in the United States Navy. Not too communicative, crafty, calculating, and fairly educated in the common English branches, Donnelly was somewhat above the average in the way of intelligence among miners. He departed by the early train for his home at Mount Laffey. The detective now thought it time that he turned toward Shenandoah. He therefore took his baggage to the depot and procured a ticket for that place. Bidding the few friends he had made at Tamaqua farewell for the present, he mounted the smoking car, and soon afterward found himself in the then hotbed and grand center of the Mollies for Schuylkill County. Framing the usual excuse that he was looking for a job in some colliery, he managed to extract the information, without exactly making inquiries, that Lawler was still absent in Pottsville and not likely to return for several days. He at once determined to go there and make the gentleman's acquaintance, if possible in Dormer's saloon, where he knew he would be surrounded by true and faithful friends. The weather was freezing cold, and he would have a good reason to urge for the short journey in that his wardrobe sadly needed replenishing. An overcoat and some other articles of comfort were in pressing demand. Consequently, he remained in Shenandoah but a few hours, going by the next train to Pottsville. It was not long before he was again at the Sheridan house, in company with his former companion and fellow Mollie, big, smiling, ugly Pat Dormer. The innkeeper was so highly elated to once more behold McKenna that he quickly entered upon a grand spree, that bid fair to last him a week, during which time he would do little more than guzzle whiskey and beer and sound high the praises of the damnedest best Irishman in the whole of Schuylkill County, as he frequently designated his particular friend from Denver. Without appearing too deeply interested, the detective discovered that Lawler was yet in Pottsville, and habitually frequenting certain bar-rooms more industriously than seemed exactly incumbent upon a perfectly sober citizen. Hence he waited the time when he should arrive at Dormer's house. It was Wednesday, the 21st of January, that the detective encountered the object of his secret search Michael Lawler, upon entering the Sheridan house after breakfast. Lawler was deeply in his cups thus early in the day, yet sufficiently sober to walk erect and know exactly what he was about. It was cloudy, rough, and stormy outside, and the sort of day well calculated to tempt men to seek comfortable corners. A number of prominent and active Mollies were in Dormer's place with Lawler when McKenna made his appearance there. He recognized in the man he had been looking for a rather prepossessing personage, something past 40 in years, above medium height, heavily but not clumsily built, yet more fleshy than the generality of miners, with black hair and heavy side whiskers of the same color, the chin being shaven. Eyes a deep hazel, and withal Muff was slightly bald at the crown of the head. His cheeks wore a ruddy and healthful look, and the skin was fair and clear. As McKenna subsequently learned, Lawler claimed a wife and 6 children, the oldest of the offspring a girl of 18, and the youngest a boy past 3 years of age. He was quite pleasant in manner, free-spoken, and used a noticeable shade of Irish accent. He bore the reputation of being a steadfast friend, as well as a relentless but not subtle enemy. His absorbing passion was cockfighting, and a rare breed of game chickens, which he raised and bet upon, called mufflers, gave him the sobriquet, among his intimates, of Muff Lawler. A practiced miner, strong, able-bodied, and industrious, he usually obtained work at some of the collieries, if such a thing was to be had in the vicinity. Upon the introduction of the detective to Lawler by Dormer, which ceremony was performed in the grim giant's most fascinating style, the Shenandoah man remarked, "I'm pleased to see you, Mr. McKenna. Through your friend and mine, Pat Dormer, I've heard about you, and begun to wonder where you were taking yourself to. Had expected to see you at my house in Shenandoah." "Bad scran to me, but I'm glad that I've come up with you," replied McKenna. "And I'm just from your town, where I stopped only a few hours. As work were dull there, and I had no friends, you being away, I just rode over here to take another glass with Dormer. And who should I run right for'ns but the very person I have wanted to see? I shall only buy myself some warmer clothes, and then go straight back to Shenandoah, where, if I can get work and a decent, comfortable boarding place, I propose stopping most of the winter, that is, providing some sweet friends of mine who are mighty pressing in their attentions, but that I don't crave to see just at this present moment, may not come after me sooner. Of course I shall attend church while I am here, as it may be my last chance for some length of time." "And I can't do that same," said Lawler, with some regret in his voice, "for I'm too deeply in something of which the clergy disapprove. I'm fixed about as high in that, however, as they make them in the county. I suppose that Dormer has given you that information already?" "Yes, I've heard as much." "By the same token," here interrupted Dormer, "I sent a bit of a letter to you, Mike, by McKenna, and now that he's met you, sure, the line will be of no use." "That's so," said Lawler. "It'll be all the same. Any friend of yours, any old head especially, will be sure to meet a warm welcome at my house." Here one of the men forming the company directed Lawler's attention to an article in the Daily Standard, stating that the Philadelphia and Reading Coal and Iron Company was about to bring 5,000 raw men into the county to work their mines. Lawler was very much interested in this, and read the entire extract aloud, commenting upon the same, "I'm a man of learning, I am, have some small sense, and know a little of what's going on in this region of country, and I can tell you all that if Mr. Gowan, president of the Philadelphia and Reading Company, undertakes to do anything like what this piece in the paper sets forth, in place of having the state militia here to protect his men in the mines, and keep his breakers, shafts, and depot buildings from the torch, it'll take all that force and all his time and skill to protect his own life." That's so, was the hearty response. "I look a person in the eye myself, and I know in one single moment whether I spake to a true man or not." "I admire your courage and ability, Mr. Lawler," said McKenna, "and I'm of the opinion that Mr. Gowan, if that be his name, will think over it a long while before he'll trust a force of raw men in his mines. At any rate, he'll soon see, if he tries it, that such a thing will not work in this country." This agreement with the boys gave McKenna standing with them at once. The subject was discussed at length by all hands, and the universal opinion was, if the company tried to butt against the society, the society would soon show the management of the railway and the coal organization of what kind of metal it was composed. During the ensuing day, Lawler was more sober, and, saying that he had already been too long from home, made preparations for an immediate return to Shenandoah. Before leaving, however, he very cordially invited McKenna to call when he reached his locality, saying, "I'll make you as safe and secure as you can be anywhere." From this significant remark, the detective inferred that, as he had all along intended he should, Dormer had given a hint to Lawler that the stranger was a hard case generally, and engaged in concealing himself from certain officials in western New York who were in search of him for having killed a man in Buffalo a year or so before. It was more than probable that his reputation as a dealer in counterfeit money had also been discussed by the same worthies. "I'll accept your offer with pleasure," answered McKenna, "and I think it'll not be many days before you'll see me face in Shenandoah. I believe it'll be just the place for me." The detective and Dormer attended Lawler to the cars and bid him good luck on his journey. After Lawler's departure, time hung rather heavily upon the agent's hands. He had nothing particular to attend to that was of importance in his calling, except to make the acquaintance of as many Mollies as possible, impress on the mind of Dormer the necessity of covering his tracks from the New York detectives, and secure the names of such persons as would be likely to listen to propositions connected with his counterfeit currency schemes. He pretended that he might soon have a supply to be disposed of. Dormer would sit for hours in his chair, when customers were not plentiful, and drink in, with open eyes and gaping mouth, the wonderful tales the detective related of his strange adventures in foreign lands, the different people seen, and the narrow escapes he had made from capture and drowning while in the naval service. The little trouble experienced with another man in Buffalo, in which his antagonist chanced to be killed, was often repeated with such embellishments as his inventive genius supplied. Once in a while he would exhibit a genuine bank bill, and tax Dormer's acuteness of vision to the utmost in finding out the difference between it and those he knew to be genuine issues of the same bank. He was hardly able to distinguish the peculiar secret mark, which, McKenna sagely told him, spotted the flimsy, as of the sort called queer. That it was spurious, however, was evident from the fact that the exhibitor said he could sell any needed quantity of similar banknotes at the exceedingly low rate of 40 cents on the dollar. His word was not to be doubted. "For the life of me, I can't see why it is not of the genuine issue," Dormer would remark with a puzzled look on his naturally sardonical face. "I'm no bocoun, as you're aware, but may I never die till I see me own funeral if the one bill isn't every bit as good to me as the other." "Faith, and one is just as good as the other," McKenna would reply sotto voce, "for 2/3 of all them bills is as false as Sam's master, the devil. But don't say a word about it. As long as the people don't know the truth, where's the difference?" Of course, the detective never kept a dollar of spurious money in his possession, never intended to, and never permitted himself to be drawn into any sales of that which he had given out as bad. It was sufficient for him if he made his companions believe that he was driving a profitable business selling the stuff, and further, that he was in regular receipt of a pension from the government, to account for getting on in the world without much work, and at the same time appearing to have plenty of funds for his personal wants. This he managed to do, for Dormer told several cronies, and they spread it among the Mollies. While McKenna was in Pottsville on this occasion, about the 24th of January, 1874, transpired news of the murder, at Miners Hill Gap, of a man named Bradley. The information reached him through the columns of a newspaper. He at once determined to go to Shenandoah, see Lawler, and find out, if possible, whether the Mollie Maguires were the perpetrators of the deed. He waited until the close of the mission in the church, and then, on the 29th of the month, prepared to leave. Dormer, who had recovered from his debauch, with a sober face informed the detective that hereafter he would have nothing to do with secret societies, intended faithfully to perform all his church duties, and in fact become a better man than he had ever been before. He advised the trip to Shenandoah, and said when once there, Lawler would, if he so desired, make him all right in the society. It was Saturday, the 31st of January, that McKenna found himself, for the second time, in the handsome city of Shenandoah. If he should now prove successful, it would not be so long before he would see the inside workings of the Mollie Maguires. The end of section 12.
Chapter 13 of the Mollie Maguires and the Detectives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The day following the one on which he arrived in Shenandoah was the Sabbath, and, believing Lawler would be unemployed, McKenna put in an early appearance at that gentleman's house. The landlord was apparently much gratified to meet him. After a number of calls to the bar, for only a portion of which the detective was allowed to disperse his money, the remainder coming as so many warm expressions of goodwill from the proprietor of the place, McKenna threw out some feelers which brought up a discussion of the circumstances attending the Bradley homicide. Lawler spoke of the affair with apparent frankness, but could not, or would not, make even a guess as to who had prompted or committed the crime. Not desiring to push the subject, and saying carelessly that possibly the man merited all he had received, to which insinuation the saloon-keeper made no direct or audible response, the subject was dropped and the conversation turned upon other things. Lawler affected to have known nothing about the case until he saw a statement of it in the Shenandoah Herald, and, as that paper was bitterly opposed to the Mollie Maguires, of course he was not exactly prepared to credit everything appearing in its columns. In a few hours the stranger was invited to partake of dinner with the family. He accepted, of course, and received an introduction to Mrs. Lawler and the children. Knowing how to make himself agreeable to the mother, he praised her child, said he had her eyes, etc., and concluded, after the meal, by swinging the boy upon his knee and singing a simple refrain which amused him greatly. Lawler and his wife were pleased with the attention paid, even by this apparently rough, uncouth wanderer to their youngest, and soon themselves became more communicative. In fact, Lawler, as far as he was concerned, needed no further argument than his record as a jolly good fellow, the least bit tempered with rascality, as obtained from Pat Dormer, to induce him to feel kindly toward McKenna. Mrs. Lawler was accustomed to think much as her husband did in most matters, and she, true woman that she was, looked with the eye of friendship upon him. How greatly these first impressions upon both sides influenced acts and events which followed, the careful reader will be able to determine. It is sufficient now to say that the traveler had praised Mrs. Lawler's progeny, gaining a welcome seat in the family circle, and was certainly better pleased with the company than with any he had enjoyed since leaving Philadelphia. Lawler informed his friend that he would do all he could to secure employment for him in the mines, but, should he succeed, the wages would be low, at the highest not above $10 a week, and the labor severe. He must naturally begin at the bottom round of the ladder, and gradually, if at all, rise in the scale to the rating of a miner. It required time and hard work to reach that position. The place of buddy, or helper even, was not so very easy of acquirement. McKenna here put forward the idea that he was accustomed to manual labor, which was not exactly the truth, though, in the old country, he once worked on a farm and had his muscles hardened by considerable outdoor exercise. Some years had elapsed, however, since his hands were employed in real toil and he had earned his bread by the sweat of his brow. Still, he expressed his willingness to try, and said that he would accept anything yielding him a decent compensation, his principal object being, as Lawler had doubtless been informed by Dormer, to remain perdu, out of sight and quiet-like, until certain people should lose all trace of him. He believed, he told Lawler, in a whisper intended to impress the hearer that there was a mystery surrounding him, that the depths of a slope in miner's attire, with the grime and dust incident to delving in a colliery, would about as effectually cover him from the pursuit of those so anxious to come up with him as anything in the way of disguise he could wear, or any calling he could engage in. Muff coincided in this opinion. Lawler's residence, in which the detective was making himself quite at home, was and is a respectable but unpretentious wooden structure, painted outside of a brown color and 2 stories in height above a low basement. In the front part of the first floor was the usual bar room, the counter extending across the northern side of the apartment. Behind the counter were exhibited the commonest saloon fixtures, glasses, decanters, bottles, etc. At one end of the eastern side was a door, opening into a kitchen, employed also as a dining room, from which latter apartment extended a staircase reaching to the upper story. On the second floor there were but 2 partitions, forming 3 compartments. In the rear of these were 2 beds, for the elder children. In the middle room was 1 double bed. In the front room, much more spacious and better furnished than the rest, was the couch occupied by Mr. and Mrs. Lawler. There were also the usual bureaus, tables, chairs, and other furniture of similar habitations, with a stove, sofa, rocking chair, mirrors, and pictures. It was far from a bare and unsightly place of abode. Rather the contrary, and showing, in the neatness and order prevailing, that Mrs. Lawler was a good and careful housekeeper. It was, in fact, the best room in the house. In other parts of the dwelling, the arrangements for home comfort were not extensive or expensive, yet all that could well be expected of people in Mr. and Mrs. Lawler's sphere in life. Passing the time very pleasantly at Shenandoah, which is an agreeable and growing city of some 3,000 inhabitants, the detective made occasional trips, as he informed his new-found friend, with an expressive wink of the eye, upon particular business, to the town of Colorado, where he encountered and became intimate with one Hugh Mulligan, then to Rappahannock and other points, in all of which localities he made good friends among the sleepers. He eventually took up his abode at Lawler's house, occupying the bed in the center apartment, upstairs in company with Mrs. Lawler's brother, and paying a reasonable compensation for room and board. Situated as he now was, in the midst of the hardest characters and most devoted Mollies of the whole country, living in the house, and on most intimate terms of friendship with the leading spirits of the organization, though not yet a member of the murderous order, it was plainly incumbent upon the detective, if he cared for preserving his own life and promoting the success of the agency, to exercise more than ordinary prudence and discretion in all of his words and movements, that he might not be thought other than the wandering vagabond, fleeing from justice, that he was generally believed to be. It seemed especially necessary that his correspondence with the Philadelphia office should not be discovered, or even imagined. The precautions and safeguards placed about that portion of the business before McKenna started from the city would baffle all inquiry. In the end, if once set on foot, but even the breath of suspicion should not be allowed to arise. Men have been murdered from the mere supposition that they might be guilty of acting as detectives in Ireland, and the same spirit pervaded the ranks of the Mollie Maguires here. Hence, matters calculated to excite a surmise must be deeply buried. The detective's compulsory letter-writing, if made public, even though its object and destination were ever so well disguised, might place him in a dangerous predicament. Thus he was alert and continually vigilant. Excepting it might be in inditing a letter to relatives in the old country, and then only at long intervals, he seldom wrote anything, that is, as far as his companions were apprised. His daily reports must, however, be prepared as usual. This was mandatory upon him, and in no case to be omitted if the duty could be safely performed. Occasionally a day or 2 might be unavoidably missed, and then the consolidated report would go forward in one envelope. Sometimes he was forced to take a short journey to an adjacent town, secure a room at a second-class hotel, and there indite his letters and mail them to the proper address. Thus they would quickly reach Mr. Franklin. Writing paper and envelopes he could with safety keep in his possession. They might rest in his satchel, which he frequently left unlocked, without danger of causing those to wander who might curiously open that receptacle. but any large supply of postage stamps would hardly seem consistent with the character he assumed. He must not purchase them at the Shenandoah post office, but a quantity were forwarded to him from Philadelphia. These came to him in due season. With the envelope containing them in his hand, he sat upon the side of his bed, and the question arose, what shall I do with these troublesome little things? He first thought of hiding them in some of the many pockets with which his rough clothing was furnished, but the chances were that sometime, when he was enacting the role of the deeply intoxicated man, as he had done, and undoubtedly would again be called upon to do, he might be searched and the mischievous stamps discovered. Besides, from exposure to inclement weather, he was frequently drenched to the skin, and the stamps would in such a case be reduced to pulp and destroyed. They must be concealed. But where? When did one of his countrymen ever give over as hopeless any scheme or plan, when exertion of ingenuity might supply the bridge that would safely bear him over an obstacle? The instances are rare, and McKenna was not to be the subject of one of them. Can't I put them under my stocking next to the sole of my boot? He asked himself. No, that would never do. Moisture, friction, and his weight would combine soon to deface and ruin the stamps. An expedient in this connection, however, now occurred to him, and, taking out his pocket-knife, he made a small, narrow opening in the sheepskin lining of the leg of one of the heavy top-boots, and betwixt that and the heavy leather formed a pouch, the mouth of which was almost invisible, in which, after wrapping them in some strong paper, he deposited the postage stamps. In this safe place, as long as he remained in the vicinity, he continued to carry them. He was reasonably sure of having them always convenient, and, as he had had but one pair of boots at a time, could hardly forget to take those with him, however suddenly he might be called to remove from one point to another. Another thing which troubled him not a little was to obtain a constant supply of good ink. Several small bottles, which he procured and kept hidden in his room, froze solid and the fluid was spoiled. The Lawler family was not literary. Its members made small use of pens, ink, and paper, and a fragment of red or white chalk employed upon a portion of the bar shelving, and well out of sight behind bottles and cigar boxes, formed blotter, journal, cash book, and ledger for Mike. His was a cash business, calling for no account books. Ink was a superfluity in his house, the absence of which could be well pardoned. Both of the heads of that family believed firmly in meddling with writing as little as possible, but McKenna must have ink. Fortunately for him, Mrs. Lawler was an excellent laundress, and employed liquid bluing to give proper clearness to her husband's linen. This coloring matter the detective frequently made use of, and there is abundant evidence in his reports, sometimes in the shape of blots and patches not necessary to the adornment of the sheet, that the landlady's indigo bottle suffered considerably from the inroads made upon it by his busy steel pen. The latter instrument, in a common tin case, he easily managed to carry, with tobacco, keys, cartridges, bits of string and nails, in some of his convenient pockets. Many a time did he creep down the stairs and across the barroom in his stocking feet, bearing his boots in his hand. Of a cold winter night, light a tallow candle or a miner's lamp, and sit shivering by the kitchen table, with a miserably dim and uncertain flame, writing up his report, and consuming his substitute for ink at Mrs. Lawler's expense. On one or two occasions, in fact, he was reduced to the strait of commingling soot from the fireplace with water for writing purposes, when he had no pencil, the indigo vial was absent from its accustomed place, or the supply of fluid had given out. After completing the composition, there came the enveloping and stamping. Diving into his corner in the old bootleg, he would take out the amount required and carefully replace the remainder. Then, not daring to retain the dangerous missive overnight in his possession, he must don his overcoat and, by the illumination granted by the stars alone, wend his way to the post office, where he could deposit his parcel in the outside box and no person be the wiser. Sometimes he had to return from these short nocturnal journeys completely saturated with falling rain, or having, in the darkness, stumbled into a ditch or mud hole. His clothes would present a terribly soiled appearance where he could see them. To save himself trouble in answering unpleasant questions, he would, in such an event, kindle a fire in the cook stove, dry and cleanse his garments, and then, before retiring, sit up and watch the embers until they expired, in order that Mrs. Lawler might find nothing to make inquiries about. Very luckily for him, his bedfellow was a sound sleeper, and never once awakened when he left the room or returned. Had he done so, however, the detective had ready contrived an excuse which must have silenced suspicion in any reasonable man that the absentee was engaged in work not unnecessary for one in his physical condition. All in Lawler's house slept deeply. This greatly favored the detective's wanderings at night, but he was not long in discovering that he must find a place where, however small and inconvenient, he could occupy some sort of an apartment quite by himself. Otherwise his reports would be few and scattering, brief and unsatisfactory. He therefore began the search for another boarding house, with a valid reason for cutting away from the Lawler residence. One day, not long after McKenna had reached this conclusion, Lawler came home from the colliery some hours earlier than usual, and meeting the stranger, inquired if he had any clothes suitable for use in the mines. "Faix and I have these same that ye see me after standing in," said McKenna, "wid my Sunday suit beside." "Oh, botheration!" exclaimed Lawler impatiently. "Those will never suit the work in the slope with the smoke and the dirt and the wather." "Well then, I suppose one can buy others that will do. Just tell me what's wantin', and sure I'll see about it. Now in them silver mines in the West a man can wear most anything. Still, I must acknowledge that the cheaper the cloth, the least money thrown away, even there." "True for ye," said Lawler. "And if you can't raise the funds of the right sort, you know, I'll go security for you till payday for such things as you'll need. My credit's good at the store, for the boss has sent me to tell you that in a short time he can put you on a job loading coal in the slope. I'll inform you beforehand that it'll be hard work, but I guess you can stand it for a while." McKenna made known his desire to try it, at all events. The heavy-soled boots, miner's lamp for his hat band, the tin dinner pail and canteen, a pair of coarse denim overalls, a loose jacket tied with a strong string at the waist, or buckled in with his trusty strap, and an old, nearly worn-out hat, formerly worn by Lawler, completed McKenna's shifting suit. The prospect of soon entering the mine to labor was pleasant. It would give him a better opportunity to see and know a greater number of Mollies, and at the same time gain more familiar footing with Lawler. But when the appointed day arrived, the boss received orders from his employers to discharge old instead of hiring new men. Still, Lawler did not despair. His time would come, he confidently declared. At about this date the whole country was covered with snow, which fell heavily during several succeeding days, and travel, with teams or even on foot, was dangerous. For more than a week communication between places not connected by railway was almost entirely suspended. When Sunday came, McKenna, as was his custom, put on his best garments, combed out his matted hair a little, washed his face, and attended the church of his faith, where he sat and listened, silently concurring, to a powerful denunciation of the Mollies by the officiating clergyman, Father O'Reilly, who, after reading to the congregation a communication from Bishop Wood of Philadelphia on the same subject, launched out feelingly and bitterly against the ancient order of Hibernians, white boys, buckshots, etc., etc., otherwise the Mollie Maguires, characterizing the men who could belong to such bodies as scarcely less than damnable. Lawler held a talk with the detective, after Mass, and alluding to the anathemas of the priest, said that the Sunday previous he had himself been in the church and received a scoring of equal severity. He pretended not to care the snap of his finger for it, and bade McKenna not to be downhearted over so trifling a matter. He said, "For my part, I am a member of and officer in the society, and will remain so until I see good reason for changing." Ed Lawler, a nephew of the landlord, some months previous, had engaged in a quarrel with an Englishman named Brophy. He finally fired upon and severely wounded his antagonist, and only escaped immediate arrest by suddenly leaving the vicinity. Brophy recovered and, the Sabbath spoken of, came to Muff Lawler with propositions for settlement of the affair. The arrangement consumed most of the day, and was completed, Lawler paying Brophy $20 to have the prosecution abandoned. That same night word was forwarded to the young exile, who was not yet 21 years of age, that he could return to his home and his relatives. In a short time Ed made his appearance in Shenandoah, was introduced to and conceived a wonderful liking for McKenna, and, had the detective been willing, would have made himself very intimate in his companionship. But that personage had his own ideas concerning his associates, and did not care to have many so reckless and juvenile as the man in question. Ed was notoriously bad, and there was nothing to attract McKenna to him, nor could anything be gained by seeking his society. The officer felt, from day to day, that as long as he remained outside the order of Mollie Maguires, so long would he be in the power of a bad, reckless, and changeable set of men, who might, at almost any moment, turn from friends to inveterate enemies. Hence, without seeming to press the subject upon Lawler, he caused him to move a little faster in the proper direction. End of Chapter 13. Read by Nick Autorina. Woodstock, Georgia, April 30th, 2026.
Section 14 of the Mollie Maguires and the Detectives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mollie Maguires and the Detectives by Allan Pinkerton. Section 14. Chapter 14. The detective achieves a victory. The operations of the detective as a laborer in the coal mines were destined to be of brief duration, commencing nigh the middle of February 1874, working a few days loading coal wagons from the chute in the slope to be run to and then emptied in the breaker. He soon had all that he cared for in that particular line of industry. A day's apportionment was considered to be about 8 of these wagon loads of the mass coal, comprising pieces varying in weight from a few pounds to several hundreds of pounds, all of which he was expected to place in the body of the small truck for removal to the upper regions. He was supposed to be in the shaft from 6:30 in the morning until about 5 or 5:30 o'clock in the afternoon, which was the day shift, when other workmen took his place. Everything at first appeared very strange to him, and the close air made him sick and giddy. Each wagon would transport some 2 1/2 tons of coal, hence the shoveler's 10-hour stint would be equal to handling 20 tons of anthracite per diem, a task that one accustomed for mere pastime to shovel into a cellar handily with a scoop, his ton or half-ton of great or range coal can hardly appreciate. He may come near it, but the strength required to lift the larger pieces he cannot properly estimate, and this wearisome occupation must be steadily pursued, from early morning until the hour for luncheon, and from 1 o'clock p.m. until time to be relieved by the night force. It constituted much heavier work than McKenna had ever been accustomed to, hence it is not to be wondered at that his hands were worn quite raw when he left the shaft house at the colliery. After his first day's experience in it, Indeed, had there not occurred an accident in which some of the apparatus by which the loaded trucks were elevated to the hopper of the breaker gave way, it is more than probable that before quitting time he would have found himself entirely disabled and compelled to vacate his post. As it was, the condition of his bruised and bleeding fingers when he returned to Lawler's for supper after a good cleansing in the kitchen was quite deplorable, and he employed his knife and fork awkwardly and painfully enough during the meal. He made no wry faces, however, as this would have been an admission that he had never before had anything to do with mining of any sort, but bore the pain in gritty silence, retiring early to his apartment, not to write or sleep, however, as the tortures he experienced interfered with the use of the pen and kept his eyes open in spite of his exhaustion and desire to become oblivious to sublunary affairs. It was almost time to rise and prepare for another laborious day before his eyelids closed in broken and fitful slumber. The second day, the detective was approached by a miner, seemingly at the head of the society, who demanded a view of his card from the Miners' and Laborers' Union. As he had none, the request could not be complied with, and the man named Mollie was so informed. The man told McKenna that unless he joined the organization, he could not labor in that calling. Of course, the operative was willing to do this as soon as able, and so expressed himself when, after some further words, Mollie took his departure. The severe pain in his hands and limbs left the detective after 5 or 6 days, and he felt well enough to roam abroad in the city soon after supper. But it was very little he cared about sitting up late following a day's digging in the shaft, and 9 or 10 o'clock at night generally found him in bed. But an accident that befell him on the 17th of the month put him upon the shelf for some time. Having his hand severely injured, but being crushed between 2 car wheels, he was unable to pursue any laborious occupation until it healed. On the succeeding day, Miss Lawler was suddenly attacked with serious illness, and all the boarders at the tavern, McKenna included, were forced to leave and secure other accommodations. Miss Lawler was not expected to sufficiently recover to return to her duties very soon, and no proper substitute for her could be found in Shenandoah. Excepting the bad health of Miss Lawler, for which he really felt sorry, the occurrence furnished that which the detective had lately been seeking for, an excuse to change boarding places, and he soon obtained a room passably to his liking at the residence of Fenton Cooney, who had moved to Shenandoah. The little bedroom that he tenanted was rather cold and cheerless, but there was one thing about it which fully compensated. He was to be its only occupant, unless when the house might be crowded, he chose to share the bed with some of his friends. There was one slight objection to the apartment, which, however, he soon obviated. It came in the shape of a large hole in the wall separating him from another room just in the corner at the head of his bed, caused by uneven settling of the foundations of the building, through which a man might thrust his arm. Not that he particularly cared for the draught of air, but when he came to composing his reports and using a lamp, which was generally late at night, it would not do to have any chance observer in the hall or prying servants see a gleam of light emanating from his bedroom. This was prevented by stopping up the large aperture with such old clothes as he could spare from his satchel, taking the precaution of packing them away again in the morning before vacating the premises, and hanging his old shifting hat on the knob of the lock over the keyhole. After these preparations, he was enabled to work in safety. A small bottle of ink, however, which he procured and secreted in the room, froze as solid as a rock the very first night, and he was reduced for several days to the expedient of trying a lead pencil. Subsequently, he used a newly patented copying pencil, but had poor luck with it, as the nearly undecipherable reports he sent in abundantly testify. by employing a portable inkstand and filling it frequently out of Miss Cooney's bluing bottle, which happily for him was left near the fire in the kitchen, he managed to do better until an event occurred that rendered such a proceeding unnecessary. Cooney was no scholar, chanced to have a number of letters to send to Pottsville, and learning that his new boarder McKenna could use the pen elegantly, as Lawler expressed it, he was pressed into the service, first having been sent to the nearest store for some ink. He took care to buy a middling-sized bottleful, and after completing his task for Cooney, put it beside the bluing in the same place, and all he had to do when he needed to perform some work in his room was to take away a quantity in his pocket stand and throw out what was left when he concluded his labors. Miss Cooney was particularly cautioned to keep the ink bottle where it was, and without asking any questions, complied. Thus was this trouble for a time wiped away. These details may seem trifling, but the emergency demanded great caution. It was at this time that McKenna formed the acquaintance of one Franck McAndrew. A friendship immediately sprung up between these two men that, notwithstanding the trials and troubles through which both have passed, in fact, danger and adventure seem to strengthen the feeling, remains, to this day, unimpaired and unshaken. McAndrew held true to McKenna in his darkest hour, through good and bad repute, and as he must play a conspicuous part in the course of this relation, some reference to his personal may prove of advantage to the reader. Of Celtic descent, McAndrew was 28 or 29 years of age, fair to look upon, of medium height, having round and well-proportioned limbs. His hair was of a lightish auburn, somewhat wavy, fine in texture, and worn rather gracefully. He had a mustache of sandy hue, good teeth, blue eyes, regular features, and a complexion sometimes described as florid. His nose was rather long and sharp, usually clad in good and decently fashioned clothing. When out of his shifting suit, Franck was, if anything, generally more presentable than the usual run of men brought up to the calling of the miner. He was married and the father of 2 children. It was from McAndrew that McKenna, about the middle of February, heard that a man named Lanahan had been shot the preceding day at Centralia. The crime was by some charged upon the sheriff or his assistants, and by others upon the chain gang, but as McAndrew remarked, the Mollies would have to bear the blame, whether guilty or innocent. The probability was that they had something to do with it. About the close of the same month, McKenna, only suffering the loss of some of his fingernails as the result of the mining accident, was sufficiently recovered to return to coal shoveling in the shaft of the West Shenandoah Colliery. McAndrew was employed in the same mine not far from him, and they had Mike Lawler as a companion almost within speaking distance. During their dinner hour, Mike Lawler suggested that he wanted McKenna well inside the ring before St. Patrick's Day, so that he could appear in the procession. It was then the intention to make as good a show as possible on that occasion. McAndrew readily acceded to the proposition, and the operative assenting, it was agreed that his name should be taken in at the ensuing regular meeting, but McKenna did not march in the procession on the 17th. A few members from a country division came out, the majority of the Mollies, preferring to remain incog, did not attempt to walk with those belonging to other societies. About the beginning of March, the times were so hard that a number of men had to be discharged from the colliery, including McKenna and his companions. They were promised work when business was more lively. In the meantime, the detectives' efforts, which could not be very active without attracting undesirable attention to gain admission to the ancient order, as it was sometimes called, were unavailing. Lawler sometimes referred to his promise, but seemed unwilling or afraid to proceed. McKenna was aware of the fact that he had not been blackballed, and all now wanting was a fairly attending meeting to call for his admission. McAndrew and Lawler had lately fallen out. They did not openly quarrel, but Lawler wanted to be re-elected body master of the division, and McAndrew thought it was due to him. Lawler urged that as McAndrew could not read or write, he was ineligible, and there were a few members who sided with him. Others contended that lack of education made no difference. McAndrew being McKenna's warm friend, that fact might have had something to do with the delay by Lawler in having the applicant initiated. Matters remained in this condition, McKenna and his friends working part of the time and then for weeks being unemployed, until about the 13th of the following April. Thinking to accelerate action a little, the detective one day proposed to Lawler that in a little while he would have to bid him goodbye, alleging that work was so dull he had concluded to go to Luzerne County and there pass the spring and summer. He knew he could get work in Wilkes-Barre, or find an old friend who had proposed to set him up in business, that is, give him a supply of bogus bank bills to be disposed of on commission. Anything, he remarked, is better than idleness. This had the desired effect. McKenna had been instructed to take some such course, but not to push the matter. Lawler stirred himself, said he did not want McKenna to leave, informed him that a meeting would soon be held, and his case should certainly be acted upon. He had his own reasons for desiring McKenna to remain in Shenandoah, and for getting him into the division, but he wanted first to be sure that he would support him, Lawler, for body master. In default of this, he wished to be elected county delegate, a lucrative and high position then held by one Barney Dolan, a big mine run. A hint of this was all McKenna needed. While he could not promise to go against McAndrew, he could and did say that he would do his utmost to put Lawler in Dolan's position. Thereupon Lawler exclaimed with a chuckle of satisfaction, "At the very next meeting, we'll see you made all right." As this division held its sessions at Lawler's house during these days, the would-be Mollie made it his business to be present nearly every evening. But it was not until the night of Tuesday the 14th of April that his watchfulness earned its merited reward. He was at Lawler's after supper, as usual, and Mike had been drinking more than needful, assisted somewhat by McKenna, who wished his friend to be in good trim for doing something generous, as he had heard it was the date for the regular monthly gathering of the society. Presently, as 9 o'clock arrived, there dropped in at the tavern several well-known Mollies, among them Ed Ferguson, called Fergus, Pete Monahan, Thomas Hurley, Frank McAndrew, and Tom McNulty. In a little while, seeming to take their cue from Lawler, who left his wife to attend the bar, the rest of the family having retired, they one by one dropped into the kitchen and quietly ascended the stairway leading to the second floor. McAndrew and McKenna were thus alone in the beer room with the landlady. The former appeared to be acting as a sort of outside guardian of the division. Very few words were exchanged by the two men. The thoughts which passed through the brain of the detective at the moment, as he sat listening to the retreating footsteps of the Mollies, may possibly be imagined by those who have been in similar positions, but others can have small conception of their meaning and effect, and to describe them is quite impracticable. His heart stood almost still during the following few minutes of suspense, and only beat regularly and calmly when he heard a quick descending tread, and then the same sound approaching him from the kitchen. He breathed more freely when he saw that the arrival was Pete Monahan, who made a signal that he should accompany him upstairs, still leaving only McAndrew below. The decisive period for which he had labored, watched, and waited during 5 long, weary months had at last arrived. It was a trying and critical crisis in the detective's experience, and he felt within him keener evidence of mental excitement than he remembered having been the subject of since entering the state. As he ascended the steep steps, he endeavored to take in, comprehend, and forecast the probable result of the act he was about to take part in, and mentally ask himself more than once if it would end in failure or success. This cast of thought was turned from its course by arriving at the door of Mike Lawler's sleeping apartment, which, it will be remembered, was reasonably large and decently furnished. Space left within, on account of the wide bed, the tables, and chairs, was a little circumscribed, yet enough remained to tolerably accommodate the sparse assemblage of brothers. A large lamp burned brightly on the bureau before the oval mirror at one extremity of the room, between the two heavily draped windows, and another, giving a lesser light, rested upon a stand or table at the opposite end of the apartment. Behind the small table, Mike Lawler, the body master of the division, stood, holding in his hand a slip of paper, which at the moment he was intently and earnestly studying. The other men were ranged, standing erect with arms folded around the room, leaving a clear spot of carpet in the center of the floor. Each Mollie devoutly made the sign of the cross as Monahan and McKenna entered. The latter was instructed to similarly bless himself and promptly obeyed. He was then taken to the middle of the room, and still standing by his side, Monahan proclaimed, all in readiness to proceed. "The neophyte will kneel," said Lawler. "Now get down on your prayer bones," whispered Monahan, and McKenna knelt upon the carpet. Each Mollie devoutly made the sign of the cross as Monahan and McKenna entered. Here all the members, at a given signal from Lawler, drew nearer the initiate, leaving room for the body master, who came also, still holding the mysterious paper in his hand. "I will now proceed," said the presiding officer, in a pompous and affected tone of voice, "to explain to you the objects of the ancient order of Hibernians. We are joined together to promote friendship, unity, and true Christian charity among our members by raising money for the maintenance of the aged, sick, blind, and infirm. The motto of this order is friendship, unity, and true Christian charity, unity and uniting for mutual support in sickness and distress, friendship in assisting each other to the best of our ability, true Christian charity by doing to each other and all the world as we would wish they should do unto us. It is the desire to promote friendship among the Irish Catholics, and especially to assist one another in all trials. You are expected to keep all matters occurring within the division room a secret in your own heart. None of the workings of the society are to be recalled to those not known to be members." Here there was a short pause, and the initiate was asked if he subscribed to all these things, to which he made audible answer in the affirmative. "I will then proceed to administer the solemn and binding obligation with which all present have already pledged themselves. You will repeat these words after me." McKenna, still upon his knees, and guarded by Monahan, repeated the oath or obligation as Lawler read it from the paper, as near as may be, as follows. "I, James McKenna, having heard the objects of the order fully explained, do solemnly swear that I will, with the help of God, keep inviolably secret all the acts and things done by this order, and obey the Constitution and bylaws in every respect. Should I hear a member illy spoken of, I will espouse his cause and convey the information to him as soon as possible for me so to do. I will obey my superior officers in everything lawful and not otherwise. All this I do solemnly swear." Then McKenna was told to cross himself once more. The surrounding brothers doing the same, and the test paper, as it was called, was handed to him by Lawler, and still in a kneeling posture, he reverently kissed it, and was prompted by Monahan to rise. This concluded the brief initiatory ceremony. Afterward, the new-made member walked to the treasurer's table, which was the bureau, and there paid $3, the sum assessed as the initiatory fee. He should have subsequently signed his name in a book containing the constitution of the body, but this was omitted, as were many other things which in regular lodges of the order of ancient Hibernians are always insisted upon. All present now came forward and warmly shook hands with McKenna, welcoming him as brother. The next thing was the instruction of the new member in the passwords and signs or secrets work commonly called the goods of the society by Lawler as follows. The sign of recognition, which is changed every 3 months for the present, is made by putting the tip of the little finger of the right hand to the outer corner of the right eye, thus, and the body master made the sign, which McKenna was requested to imitate. He did so, and the officer resumed. The answer to this is to catch the right lapel of the vest or coat with the little finger and thumb of the right hand in this manner. And Lawler performed the answering signal, which the novitiate imitated as well as he could. Lawler continued, These are the number of toasts or hailing signs and responses by which members of the order recognize each other. When the signal just furnished cannot be seen, what is called the drinking toast for the quarter is employed. It is this: the Emperor of France and Don Carlos of Spain, and is answered, may unite together and the people's rights maintain. The password now used in entering a division is this: question: will tenant right in Ireland flourish? Answer: if the people unite and the landlords subdue. The quarreling word to be employed when a brother is in doubt if one with whom he is about to dispute or come to blows is a member of the order or not is as follows. Question: your temper is high. Answer: I have good reason. The night word to be used when two men meet in darkness is question: the nights are very dark. Answer: I hope they soon will mend. This concluded the ceremonies, and the meeting, without transacting any further business of importance, adjourned, all going straight to the bar, where, as was expected, the newly initiated Mollie spent some money in treating his comrades. When at about midnight McKenna and McAndrew left for their respective homes, Lawler was on his way to bed, more decidedly mellow than he had been seen since the detective's arrival in the place. In the cold, silent room of Fenton Cooney's very late that night, before retiring, McKenna indited the most important report he had ever written, minutely detailing, as here given, every particular of the ceremony attending his initiation into Shenandoah Division of the Mollie Maguires, with the signs, toasts, passwords, and other matters of interest. His concluding sentence was, "So you see, victory is won at last." It was not until that report had been sealed, stamped, and deposited in the post office box that the detective sought repose, thinking he would not immediately leave Shenandoah. End section 14. Section 15 of the Mollie Maguires and the Detectives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mollie Maguires and the Detectives by Allan Pinkerton. Section 15. Chapter 15. More work of the Mollies. The detective was now competent to encounter modern as well as old-time Mollie Maguires. He apprehended no more trouble from the questions of Dormer, Lawler, or even Jack Kehoe himself, and felt that however imperfect his introductory work with the order in the coal country might have been, he was then prepared to meet all members of the order, and enabled from his late instructions to suit his companions. The danger coming from sudden inquiries made by strangers he no longer dreaded, just as well posted in the mysteries of the society as anybody well could be. He had already learned that there were no degrees beyond the initiatory in the ancient order. He believed he could work his way into a division or into the good graces of the people as well as any man with whom he had conversed. In fact, his memory, which was retentive to a degree, treasured every sign and password and toast much better, he discovered, than did the minds of many of his associates, some of whom had joined the body many years before. and who would therefore be presumably far more familiar with its interior workings than a mere tyro in the business. As a general rule, his comrades were wholly uneducated, and their laborious occupations debarred mental exercise. In this regard, McKenna held an advantage, and was really better qualified for office in the division than any member he had ever met. He had not been long in the order when this was apparent to his friends, and they commenced talking of him in connection with one of the chairs to be vacated at the next annual election. Surely he must not for present leave Shenandoah. This was a strangely inconsistent society, having for the public eye a model to all appearances as elevated in tone as that of any secret order in the land, and professing the noblest moral principles. Its members were, with some exceptions, assassins, murderers, incendiaries, thieves, midnight marauders, gamblers, and men who did not scruple to perform almost any act of violence or cowardice that a depraved nature or abnormal animal instinct might conceive. Having unity and true Christian charity as its ostensible guiding star, its constituent parts were at war each with the other, excepting in the perpetration of dark deeds, in which they stood firmly together, and one member jealous of the power obtained by another. Professing benignity and the utmost benevolence, it was a combination of enmity and malice for purposes of blood and outrage, brutally manufacturing widows and orphans, not caring for and cherishing them. Its adherents were certainly not particular as to the moral endowments of their initiates. McKenna was quickly accepted, yet he had not been at all cautious in concealing from Lawler and his friends that he was at least professedly an escaped manslayer, and one who would not hesitate to deal in counterfeit currency or pursue any other calling by which money could be made or old grudges repaid. Then there was Dormer, who had formerly stood well with the organization, yet he was by no means angelic in disposition or reputation, nor were Lawler, Monahan, Kehoe, Dolan, and a dozen others with whom McKenna had come in contact at all of the character called saintly. It was easy to see how fair the aims and objects of the original fathers of the society might have been when beginning the movement. It could even be believed that in some parts of the country the primal endeavor might yet be in force, but in the mining districts of Pennsylvania, surely they had long since disappeared from view. Evil had taken up the reins and obtained undisputed sway. Acts of beneficence and charity had been succeeded by scenes of violence and carnage. Wicked-minded and reckless persons were at the helm, and made choice of their kind to fill the ranks. Good men had no chance. A murderer, an assassin, a violent party was sought after and coveted by the divisions, while one of known rectitude of purpose and strict integrity was not wanted, and sure of being rejected were his name by accident proposed. Hence it was well that McKenna took the course he did when first arriving in the coal regions. His jolly, devil-may-care manner, his habit not really a habit, but an assumption of one of being nearly always intoxicated, ready and willing to sing, shoot, dance, fight, gamble, face a man in a knockdown or a jig, stay out all night, sleep all day, tell a story, rob a hen roost, or a traveler just suited those with whom he daily came in contact. Returning to a date preceding McKenna's introduction to Shenandoah Division, let me bring in some of the acts committed by the Mollies and their opponents, forming a kind of introduction to others of wider celebrity, if not of greater magnitude, which it will soon be the chronicler's duty to narrate. It was the middle of March, 1874, that McKenna was invited to witness one of the milder amusements of the rougher portion of the people of the mining country, a dog fight. The canine contest was appointed to occur at number 3 Breaker, and McAndrew, Ferguson, and Monahan were the detectives' companions. The locality was only a mile from town, and the attendance was large, some 200 men and overgrown youths having gathered to see the expected ferocious proceeding. But all were fated to disappointment. From a failure to come to time on the part of one of the owners and backers, the ring was just one dog short. The animal on hand had to be taken home, his pugnacity unsatisfied, and the spectators, unable to get up a battle between two human beasts, were compelled to disperse, considerably disgusted with the peaceful result of what earlier bid fair to be a savage and enjoyable sensation. On the route homeward, McAndrew said he would stop at a house where he was acquainted and see if a dog could not be procured. The attempt did not succeed, but as the men were standing near the place, Dr. Schultz, who was known to nearly all the party, came that way. He paused to chat with McAndrew and, among other matters, stated that a man named Peter McNellis had been shot the previous night at Jenkins' Patch. The deed transpired at McNellis's own house and was the work of one Canfield, whose father was shot, but not mortally, the preceding Saturday. McNellis had been attacked while in his dwelling, but the doctor could not say if he were dead or would die, but the hurt was pronounced very serious by the attending surgeon. McNellis's brother had been 3 times notified by the Mollies to quickly leave the neighborhood or accept the consequences. The missives conveying this delicate bit of information all bore the signature of Mollie. The McNellis family, it appears, chose to accept the consequences. When the doctor had ridden away, Ferguson exclaimed, referring to McNellis, "May he never rise again, the scoundrel," in which wish all his comrades heartily concurred, and McKenna, seeing that he was expected to express himself regarding a sheet iron lad, complied, saying, "And may devil fly away with his soul." On the morning of the 20th of the same month, one Doherty was shot while passing from home to his work. It was reported that the victim in this case was a Mollie, and the outrage had been brought about by some of the dreaded ironclads. This made the 3rd or 4th person that had been killed during the time of the operative's residence in the vicinity of Shenandoah, and all before he had become a member of the organization of Mollie Maguires. I make mention of this in the present connection from the reason that enemies have undertaken to instruct the public that until my detective was sent to and appeared in the coal region and was duly constituted a member of the Order of Mollies, the murderous society lay comparatively dormant. This endeavor to have it seem that McKenna fomented discord and caused crimes to be perpetrated, which led to the arrest and punishment of his companions and intimates, is so absurd that only those who desire to do so put any faith in it, and for such persons and their wretched opinions I have supreme contempt. McKenna was constantly instructed to avoid prompting outrages. He obeyed his orders faithfully. The truth is, he entered the stronghold of a gang of assassins, and despite his presence, they succeeded in doing a few murders. He could not stop them. Before closing, I shall show some of the troubles that he did succeed in preventing. Dating from 1868, and from that year down to 1873, murder and other violence ran riot in the coal districts. Since the authorities have been able, through our exertions, to punish assassins and conspirators, there has been a noticeable decrease in acts to be punished. When the Mollies' ever-convenient alibi was shattered and scattered to the wind, they had nothing left to fall back upon, and there was no chance for them. They were forced to flee the country, or remain and behave like good and orderly citizens. When McAndrew heard of the last act of blood, the shooting of Doherty, this was not the man of the same name who was no Mollie causing so much trouble at Tamaqua, as related in another and preceding chapter. He was very indignant, and passionately exclaimed that if such things continued, there would soon be regular war in Schuylkill County. These words must have reached the ears of some of the chain gang or those who were not Mollies, as only a few days subsequently a message was received by Muff Lawler that a portion of the Modocs, Germans, and sheet irons had made common cause against McAndrew, Monaghan, Garrity, Ferguson, Lawler, and several others, all of whom would meet the fate of Doherty if they did not cease their cruel work or depart from that portion of the state. When Monaghan heard about this, he said, "Some fire will fly and some blood be spilled before I get out of this neighborhood." He evidently did not intend to be frightened away with merely hard words. An incident which may be given in this connection was related by Lawler to McKenna one night after his return from a meeting of the Miners and Laborers Association, to which Muff also belonged. It was about a Welsh boss in one of the mines not far from Shenandoah, and had only recently occurred. According to Lawler, this superintendent, whose name was not given, had been discharging all the Irishmen operating under him and putting his countrymen in their places. The natural result was the Mollies notified the boss that he must leave. He disregarded the injunction, saying that it would make no difference if he obeyed, as the proprietors would run the colliery if he were in Hill. A few days after using this language, a man visited the exasperated Welshman and gave him a warning letter. "Where are you from?" asked the boss. "From Hill," answered the messenger, and quickly disappeared. This boss did not listen to the warning, and as a consequence, the Mollies, in a body, demons as they were, went to his house at the dead hour of night, broke up his furniture, ill-treated his family, and taking the stubborn fellow into the yard in his night garments, beat him with clubs until he was nearly dead. He was satisfied from this treatment, which might be called striking evidence, that the colliery was not exactly a healthy place of residence or refuge for him, and as soon as able to do so, removed to Pottsville. In this case, as in many others, no arrests were made and no efforts put forth to hunt up the guilty parties. It could hardly be expected that there would be, when it is considered that the Mollies controlled the magistrates and other officials of the city, and partly those of the county. McKenna, judging from Lawler's manner while relating the story more than from the words he used, suspected that the beating of the Welshman had been performed by him, or at least by men acting under his orders. Still, as he was not yet a member of the Mollies, he could not be expected to have reliable information on the subject. Mike concluded his story by saying that he never allowed his men to know about his movements, and ordinarily, when anything was to be done, he preferred attending to it himself rather than let others into the secret. "So there's a ring within a ring," mentally ejaculated the detective, as Lawler left him to attend upon a customer at the bar. The strike of that winter, which was before been alluded to, ended nigh the 1st of April, 1874. About this time, McKenna heard from one Foley, living near Indian Ridge Colliery, that at the water station a man named Keating had been shot and instantly killed. The event occurred about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and as usual, the murderer made his escape. It was again charged that the sheet iron lads were the guilty parties. Lawler and the detective were at the colliery looking for work to do when they learned about Keating's death. Another of the more innocent diversions of the sleepers was the indulgence in cockfighting. In this, from his known intimacy with Lawler, the operative was naturally expected to take part, and he did not disappoint his friends, knowing that whatever he did, he must, under the circumstances, gain fast hold upon the good will of Lawler and the remainder of the gang. Thus exhibiting his qualifications for a good Mollie, he strained every faculty with that view, and even consented to take charge of the interests of the tavern keeper in the impending chicken fight, acting as trainer, manager, and all hands, and getting ready the birds for the great occasion. As fortune would have it, in his boyhood he had received a few lessons in the art. hence was not wholly unprepared for the position and its duties. Having 10 of the game chickens to commence with, he devoted considerable time and attention to their breaking in for the pit. The opposing birds were bred in the vicinity of Gerardville, coming from the flock of and to be handled by one Dennis Murphy. Here is something of the style in which McKenna trained Lawler's pets. In the first place, chickens were clipped and gaffed in scientific style, that is, their spurs were skillfully amputated, and steel gaffs or artificial spurs fitted in their place. The foal were then physicked with a soft compound consisting of oil, bread, and milk, and some sugar, which reduced them somewhat in weight, the process continuing until the proper shrinkage had been accomplished. Empty barrels were taken, and a piece of one stave carefully removed, forming a coop, which was properly ventilated, and each chicken thus given a separate shelter. After their usual strength had returned, daily exercise of a peculiar kind, calculated to give them muscle and endurance, was entered upon. McKenna would get upon his knees on an old mattress spread on the ground in the backyard of the tavern for the purpose, and taking a bird between his two hands, toss it high in the air, then catch it again and repeat the process until he was weary or the rooster was nearly exhausted, when it would be returned to his coop. Every bird had to take this lesson once each day, and under it all rapidly gained in fighting qualities. No soft food was now permitted, but they received plenty of water and corn, wheat and oats. If one refused to feed, he was immediately presented with a supply of raw apples. Out of the 10 thus treated, only 7 came out capable of contesting in the pit. Some of them, less than 1 year of age, were called stags. Those more than a 12-month-old assumed the dignity and cognomen of gamecocks. On the occasion selected for the match, Lawler's house and grounds presented the characteristics of a grand gala day. Murphy was early on the spot, scarce 200 yards from the tavern, where were congregated men, women, and children to the number of 200 or more, all interested in seeing and enjoying the exciting sport. There was at first a great difference in opinion as to who should be the winner, the bets ranging from $5 to $10 each battle, and being plentiful for both sides. Of course, Mike Lawler was reaping at the same time a plentiful harvest through the sale of drinkables at the bar. It employed his own services and those of his wife to keep pace with the impatient orders of the thirsty ones. Meantime, McKenna, dressed for the occasion in his Sunday clothes, with his hair straightened out and his beard trimmed, wearing a new soft hat, which was the envy of all the men and the wonder of all the women, was attending to his part of the business. At first, the odds ran heavy in favor of Murphy's brood, and they certainly were very handsome chickens, but when McKenna put aside the brand-new hat, and with a red bandana handkerchief wound in the shape of a turban round his red head, a strap encircling his waist, coat and vest off, sleeves rolled up, and game chicken in hand, entered the ring, the betting changed, and the difference was 2 to 1 in favor of the mufflers. They were certainly ferocious-looking bipeds. It is needless to attempt a description of the chicken match. Appropriate language fails, but it is sufficient to say that Lawler's mufflers carried off the honors. As a consequence, McKenna acquired a widespread reputation throughout the mines as a manager of such affairs. Murphy accepted defeat all in good part, as everything had been fair and above board, and challenged Muff Lawler for a return match to take place early the next month, at his house near Gerardville. This was promptly accepted by the Shenandoah party, and time named when the crowd dispersed, leaving the innkeeper to count over his day's gains, which were not inconsiderable. Of course, McKenna's services were once more in requisition to train the birds, and afterward to fight them. When the morning arrived, he had to carry the chickens on his back in a bag a distance over 3 miles to Connor's Patch, where Murphy lived. The road was rough, his burden not light, and when he returned again, the winner of the fight, to Shenandoah late at night from Gerardville, he was weary enough and heartily sick of cockfighting as a profession or even for amusement. There was a great crowd assembled at the patch, if anything, larger than the one Lawler had secured, and Murphy, though twice defeated, said he was entirely content with the results. So were most of those in attendance. Lawler gave a treat to all the boys that night, as he was confidently expected to do after winning 2 fights in succession, and everything passed off smoothly with a single exception. One Dick Flynn, charged to the muzzle with bad liquor, and being naturally of a fiery disposition, was very mad because he had lost $5, which he ventured on Murphy's chickens, and wanted to fight Lawler to secure his revenge. The innkeeper, having other duties to attend to besides being in a sportive humor from the success of the day, only laughed at his big antagonist, telling him to call at another time, when he could have all the fighting he might feel in want of. Flynn lived in the town of Colorado, was a known ruffian, capable of shooting a man from behind a bush or performing almost any infamous act, and it is more than probable that Lawler had rather make no attack upon him. Be this as it may, Flynn left late at night, swearing many oaths and loudly threatening that he would beat Lawler or kill McKenna, his buddy, if he had to wait a dozen years for the opportunity. It would appear from an incident transpiring a few weeks later that Flynn had a good memory and did his best to carry this promise into execution. The event, however, will have to wait relation in another chapter. End section 15. Section 16 of the Mollie Maguires and the Detectives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mollie Maguires and the Detectives by Allan Pinkerton. Section 16, Chapter 16. A rough journey and a thrilling adventure. A few days after McKenna's initiation into the Mollie Maguires, he was surprised upon entering Lawler's barroom to find his friend with one limb bandaged, sitting by the fire in an easy chair while Miss Lawler busied herself behind the counter attending to the spirituous wants of several acquaintances and patrons, and Mike commenting upon some serious difficulty which had befallen him. In response to an inquiry by one of the new arrivals, the landlord, between groans and grimaces, informed those present that he had received a shot in the leg the night before while attempting to quell a difficulty in front of Cleary's drinking place. He was quite seriously wounded. His countenance wore a pale and anxious appearance, and Miss Lawler, only recently recovered from a protracted and dangerous illness, was nervous and low-spirited. McKenna promptly gave assistance, made himself generally useful about the premises, and also attended to some outside business for the tavern keeper. When the people had all dispersed, Lawler proceeded to show him his hurt, which the quick eye of the detective was not long in discovering must have occurred as a result of Mike's careless handling of his own revolver, and not through any assault by a second person. The bullet penetrated the anterior portion of the right thigh, ranged downward, deflecting a little toward the left, and finally found lodgment near the skin immediately above the knee joint, whence the scalpel of the surgeon had already removed it. There was a long, painful, and dangerous channel plowed through the muscles, but happily for Lawler and his family no important vein or artery had been severed. If properly cared for, there was reason to believe the healing process might be accomplished by nature without the sloughing away of the coats of the femoral artery. Should these finally give way, the end would certainly ensue, as nothing could save the victim from bleeding to death. "Tell me true and honest now," said McKenna, "how this thing happened. It is plain enough
that it were your own hand that did it." "Why the dill do you say that?" "Sure, and you needn't take me for a Gomer soul. Cruddy from the bogs, I can see with half an eye that nobody could iver shoot ye like this exceptin' Mike Lawler himself. True for ye," unwillingly answered Lawler, making a comical grimace and groaning aloud with the pain as he reached for his staff. "That's the rale fact of the matter. How the dill you came to note is more'n I can tell." "Oh, it's easy enough. Men don't lie down as a general thing to get shot. Then there's no hole in your clothing, so the pistol must have been in your pocket when it exploded." "Well, never mind that now," whispered Lawler, turning an uneasy glance toward his wife, who was jingling the glasses as she cleansed them, and hence heard nothing of the communication. "Will you kindly act as me crutch till I goes to the doctor? He made me promise to have it dressed today, and by me soul I'd about as soon have the leg cut off at once." "Certainly," said the agent. "I'll help you with pleasure." And he aided the injured man to rise, but he could not stand and was eased back into his chair. "Me vrown, but you can't walk. You must not try it. I'll go fetch the doctor right here, so kape quiet, and I'll soon be back. And while I'm gone, I'll just step in at the carpenter's and tell him to make ye a crutch, for sure, and if ye ever intend for to save your leg, you'll want a substitute for a while." Muff Lawler was so nigh a dead faint that he could not thank McKenna. He scampered away to bring the surgeon. The wound once dressed, and Lawler comfortably reclining on his bed upstairs, McKenna volunteered to act as nurse while the good woman of the house gave attention to the bar and all below. Then it was that the operative learned how the injury had been inflicted. As he shrewdly guessed, Muff had hurt himself while awkwardly returning a revolver to his pantaloons pocket, where he carelessly carried it with the lock set preparatory for sudden use. Lawler closed the revelation with this unexplained but furtive statement: "And hadn't it been for the accident, Fergus would have made bloody work somewhere before the morning." Of course, McKenna did not press an inquiry as to the job he and Fergus were attending to, knowing that Lawler would tell it of his own accord if left alone. All that day and until late at night, the operative was employed as a nurse to the wounded body master. A few days later, the last meeting in April occurred at Lawler's, and a young man named Dean was duly initiated, McKenna prominently assisting in the ceremony. Dean subsequently admitted to the agent that he had been better than a year endeavoring to reach the interior of that division, but somehow his moral character was either too good or too bad all the while. But a little serious trouble that he had recently fallen into made him a desirable applicant, or removed an objection, and he was at once notified of his acceptance. It seemed to McKenna, under such a state of affairs, that he was extremely fortunate in gaining for himself such prompt admission to the order. McAndrew, it appeared, had not been inside a division room in more than 3 months, having, as will be remembered, only acted in an outside capacity at the detective's initiation, as he had temporarily resigned, which was an accepted custom in this society, since the troubles with the church, to attend for a season to his neglected religious duties. Now, having been good during 1/4 of the year, he could come back and enact the part of a Mollie Maguire for the remaining 3/4. This ingenious and handy manner of compromise also brought home a number of the brothers, lately absenting themselves for the same purpose, and Lawler's living room was soon uncomfortably small for their accommodation. At the same meeting, Lawler gave a rather remarkable address, in the course of which he said the time had nearly arrived for the annual meeting of their state convention at Pittsburgh, and he was requested, through a letter from Barney Dolan, county delegate, to advise his division members of the necessity for raising the amount, and the request to apply to all the bodies in Schuylkill County the sum of $9 toward paying the delegates' expenses to the West and also to New York. In the last named place he would see the national secretary on important business,
Without this action, it would be impossible for the division to secure the goods, signs, and passwords for the current quarter, and Mike eloquently urged that it was always desirable to keep the body in fair standing with the state and national officials. The pompous body master, still suffering considerably from his wound, kept his chair while he enlarged upon this prospect before the brotherhood. He believed if the fraternity would stand by him, he could swell their ranks to at least 100 good men and true before the commencement of another year. Of course, the speech or talk was purely conversational, rough and uncouth, and not particularly coherent, but it touched its hearers and was received with applause, which, however, was necessarily suppressed because of the family being so near. It was not long after the close of the harangue before the needed funds were in the body master's possession. The meeting closed soon afterward, and the hours following to midnight were passed in carousal, singing, and card playing. When the house was deserted, the doors fastened, and the Lawler family presently dreaming the dreams of the just. At about this date, appreciating the fact that he would not soon find remunerative labor, and still desiring to remain in the mountains, McKenna saw the necessity for a fresh source from which ostensibly to obtain the amount of money that he must, in due course of events, disperse in the community. The cash must be spent, and a valid reason for its expenditure. A natural origin for the fund must be furnished, otherwise his associates might begin to suspect there was something about him they did not fully comprehend. It was then he took Mike Lawler further into his confidence and told him a new secret to the effect that he, McKenna, owned a certain house and lot in the city of Buffalo, New York, which was leased from year to year, and through the medium of an attorney named Clinton, who was in his interests and who knew the address of some of his relatives in Philadelphia, he received $25 a month as rental for the property. This story served two purposes. It covered up occasional letters that the postmaster of Shenandoah must know he received, and increased his income enough with the alleged pension from the government and the money made in his pretended disposal of bogus currency to account for all he spent in the mining country. His wearing of poor clothes and wishing to stay in the vicinity was consistent with his mission, which was outwardly to escape the eyes of the officers of the law. It seemed hardly possible that under these safeguards his real purpose would be revealed. The 4th day of May, Lawler, having so far regained the use of his leg as to hobble about on a crutch aided by a blackthorn stick, determined to visit Barney Dolan at Big Mine Run in person, obtain the goods for the quarter, and turn over the collection made for the use of the county delegate. McKenna was invited to accompany him. His arm was needed in helping Mike into and out of the buggy. Besides, he liked to have someone about who could listen as well as talk. It was impossible for the agent to refuse, had he so desired, which he did not. He might learn something of importance at small cost and make the acquaintance of Dolan, who was then looked up to as the highest Mollie in all the county. So McKenna started out with his body master for Big Mine Run. Riding over the country, although the air seemed chilly, was not really unpleasant, and the trip among the collieries, enlivened by cheerful conversation and spicy anecdote, in which both of the men participated, came to an end before either person expected. The big, good-natured county delegate, who kept a small roadside shebeen shop patronized by all travelers and miners, was very much pleased to see his company, and he came out to the buggy before they alighted to greet the men, personally helping Lawler to perform that, to him, slow and painful act. Barney Dolan was a large, muscular man of some 40 years, much after the style of Dormer of Pottsville in face and feature, but by no means so tall and heavy. After putting Mike in a chair, of course Dolan had to be informed of the particulars of Lawler's accident, brief mention of which he had seen in the Shenandoah Herald. The old story of being fired upon by an unseen person who he more than half suspected to be Dick Flynn of Colorado Colliery, with whom he once had a difficulty, was related to Barney with many adornments. As another matter of course, Dolan was profuse in sympathetic condolements with the injured man. When the county delegate's back was turned, Muff Lawler sent an audacious wink of intelligence to McKenna not to spoil his story by letting slip the truth. The detective, who was contentedly smoking his short pipe and sipping some strong poteen, sagely shook his head as much as to say, "Don't fear, I'll keep your secret." Barney, whose name from his habit of smooth, sweet talk evidently should have been Blarney, for he must have kissed the famous stone on that famous Irish castle more times than once, proceeded to dilate upon the able manner in which he would represent the county in the state branch of the order, the great things he was about to do, and how, to sum up all, he believed it was the bounden duty of the Mollies to re-elect him delegate at the ensuing county convention. To all of which egotistical bombast Mike and his fellow traveler listened with an appearance of rapt attention, reflecting credit upon their capacity for acting that which they could not feel. Both really enjoyed his self-sufficiency, especially Lawler, who was afflicted with the same difficulty, as he was well aware when he got about half seas over. After dinner, which was spread in the rear apartment, and the enjoyment of parting glass number 1, at the invitation of the detective, the visitors proposed to leave. Dolan made a little speech over the toast. The ancient order, may it prosper and be peaceful, offered by McKenna, and among other things remarked, "Be them 5 crasses, but I'm glad indeed to have koshered with ye, my boko. And when ye come here again, let it not be for a mere kylie, but bring your clothes with ye, and stop as long as ye plaze. And Mike Lawler, bold fellow, you'll show yourself a Gorsoon beau if you let that lad slip away from your town at all. Kape him there. Ye greatly need such stuff as he's made of to bring the body up to the correct standard. Not to say that ye are a wake body master by any means, for ye are not, as I gave ye credit for doing heaps of good things, but ye can have many more powerful members now that ye have made the proper commencement. What you do is done nately, and if I do say it, you have some few fellows over there capable of doing a clean job, and what ye want is more of 'em. Be the same token, I may tell ye, Mike, that Shenandoah division is the very first to send in the allowance and take away the goods. Oh, bad cess to me, but I'm gone to chagrin and come near forgetting to remember that ye have paid ye money but not got your property. Well, never mind, it's all owing to the poteen. Just step in the other room. McKenna will excuse us, and I'll instruct ye in the shortest time possible." "Business is business," said McKenna. "Certainly I'll excuse ye." The succeeding conference between the county delegate and the body master was of short duration, and after parting glass number 2 or 3, the last one through the thoroughly aroused generosity of Barney, the visitors really bid the host farewell and made their departure. The goods, Lawler had learned from Dolan, were given out in Ireland, the transatlantic headquarters of the society, and thence transmitted to the country by a man named Murphy, employed as a steward on one of the Inman line of steamships plying between Liverpool and New York. From the latter city, the national officers distributed them to the different divisions in this country. No incident worthy of mention occurred to the 2 Mollies until they reached the vicinity of Colorado Colliery, where they paused to see Hugh Mulligan, a friend of Lawler's, who was, and for some time had been, very ill. Knowing they had reached a dangerous locality, as this was the stamping ground of Dick Flynn, an inveterate enemy, yet they had no apprehension that they would come across him, and indeed were not of the class of men much reckoning upon serious consequences should they prove thus unfortunate. Hugh Mulligan lived in a large frame house at the top of the hill. When they stopped, finding that Mulligan was in bed in the second story of the building, to his disappointment, Lawler, from his lameness, was quite unable to see his friend, but unwillingly compelled to remain in the parlor on the first floor. He had suffered pain enough, he thought, through alighting from the buggy without climbing and descending a pair of stairs immediately thereafter. He sent along his compliments by McKenna and made himself easy by the stove, awaiting that person's return. Miss Mulligan and another lady who had just stepped in to see the family went up with the detective. They found the sick man seemingly very low in the last stages of pulmonary consumption, slowly coughing his life away. He was wan and attenuated, with features pinched, sharp, and anxiously drawn up, eyes unnaturally large, dark of color, and suspiciously bright, and the glossy black hair contrasting strangely with wax-like forehead and cheek. The hands with which he nervously picked and clutched at the counterpane were thin, the fingers talon-like, and nails long, white, and rounding outward in the middle. With barely sufficient strength to raise his arms, he lay, a pitiable object that once had been a large and powerful man. Just able to recognize McKenna, Hugh was seen to smile faintly, quite gratified that two of his comrades had shown their regard by calling to see him. In a feeble voice he asked his wife to bring some beer to the chamber and give Mike Lawler the best the house afforded. Miss Mulligan obeyed, quickly returning with 2 bottles of Franck beer, one of which McKenna opened, presenting a glass of its contents to the lady visitor. The sick room was small, with reasonably high walls, lighted by 2 windows, fronting the public road and at the side of the invalid's bed. Its furniture was poor and scant. There was an old-fashioned chest of drawers, not as high as a bureau, but taller than a trunk, made of pine, painted a dark red, on the lid of which stood some medicine bottles and an empty tumbler and spoon. Nearby was a bit of cracker, which the sick man had nibbled with his teeth when besought to take some nourishment. The bedstead had high posts, and the bed and coverings were barely comfortable. Near the foot of the bed stood a high-backed, splint-bottomed rocking chair, with neat tidy over the top. 2 or 3 other chairs and a small table completed the furniture of the apartment. No carpet concealed the floor, the boards of which were scrubbed white and clean. Plain, bleached cotton formed the looped-up window curtains, and along the wall were nails on which hung a soldier's overcoat, a hat, a heavy teamster's whip, and then several articles of female costume. At the head of the couch was a cheap print of St. Patrick without a frame, and on the opposite wall a cross entwined with real shamrock, the emblems worked with a needle and red worsted upon some gilt pasteboard. A door led into the hall at the head of the stairs. At one side of the center of the room was a sheet iron heater fed through a pipe from the apartments below, which came up through the floor by a tin thimble or protector and kept the atmosphere warm and equable. A small hat stand supported the bottles of beer and a couple of common flaring beer tumblers. Miss Mulligan, a motherly, kind-hearted woman with blue eyes and plentiful iron-gray hair, a cap and becomingly clad in black, stood at the side and partly toward the foot of the bed, knitting work in hand, a pitying glance resting upon her suffering husband. The lady caller, her bonnet and cloak unremoved, sat not far away, while McKenna was at that moment in the act of helping himself to a tumbler of beer, which he had not yet poured from the bottle. This was the condition of affairs when the detective heard a heavy and hasty step upon the staircase. The door of the chamber was rudely thrust open, and Big Dick Flynn, with pistol presented in one hand and a long knife brandished recklessly in the other, strode in and paused before the entrance. His aim was directed upon the sick man in the bed, Mulligan uttered a despairing wail and, nervously throwing up the coverings, drew his head beneath them. Miss Mulligan, almost paralyzed with fright, dropped her knitting, raised her hands, and screamed, "Murder!" at the top of her voice, while the lady visitor, without pausing to say goodbye, flew past the intruder and down the stairs like a frightened deer. McKenna, who had paused in the work of decanting the contents of the bottle, heard Lawler hobbling, with crutch and stick, over the floor below, and, looking from the corner of his eye, soon saw the brave bodymaster making rather rapid time for a lame man toward the gate, where his horse and buggy were standing. Then the agent had no doubt he was left to cope single-handed with the savage brute before him. He took in this idea in much less time than it has consumed to record the fact, and arrived at the conclusion that only calmness and the exertion of ingenuity could save his life. Dick did not shoot the sick man, who he was quite sure was Mike Lawler, but stood ready to fire. McKenna finished pouring out his beer, took up the second glass and the bottle, and with supreme impudence advanced a step toward Flynn, saying, not even forgetting his assumption of the brogue that he had used while in the country, "Sure, and is it yourself, Mr. Flynn? And it's tired and dead ye are after your long walk. Take a drap of the beer at Hugh's expense." And he proffered the bottle and glass. Flynn was, in turn, thunderstruck by the coolness of his enemy, muttered something between his shut teeth, was undecided what to do, wavered, and at last, depositing knife and pistol on the little table, took the tumbler in one hand, the beer bottle in the other, and proceeded to drink. No sooner had McKenna released bottle and glass than his right hand quickly yet cautiously sought the side pocket of his coat, where rested his trusted 7-shooter. With a sudden twist of the wrist, holding a firm grasp upon the pistol stock, his thumb brought the hammer out of the lock to full cock. Still he did not display the repeater. "By heaven, I've got Muff Lawler this time," said Flynn. "Ye can't cheat me. Pretending to be sick or lame won't save ye. I'm here to kill ye." "I guess not, my swate rapparee. Not by these lights." His wild, insane look rested uneasily on the half-concealed figure in the bed as he said this, not perceiving the fact that McKenna had quietly changed position and now stood somewhat nearer to him than before. "Oh, I'm not Muff Lawler," painfully gasped Mulligan, exposing his white, almost spectral features. The voice was stronger than usual. He had summoned all his vital powers to repel that which he might well believe a hateful vision. "I'm only poor, sick, disabled Hugh Mulligan." Turning his eye to the window, Flynn beheld Lawler driving away in the buggy, the horse's head turned toward town. Then he fiercely faced McKenna and exclaimed, "You saved Muff Lawler, but you are his buddy, and I'm here to kill one of the two, so it seems you are the one." "I guess not, me swate rapparee. Not by these lights." And the detective drew his weapon, bringing it close to the man's face until the dark muzzle rested deadly, sullenly cold, in close contact with the ruffian's bare cheek. Flynn, drunk and infuriated as he was, could not resist that forbidding and blood-chilling argument. It was plain that the lock was set, the man's finger resting on the trigger. He began to tremble like a poplar leaf in the wind. His color shifted from red to white. The features relaxed, the corners of the mouth fell down, and his whole appearance was fearfully changed. End section 16.
Chapter 17 of the Mollie Maguires and the Detectives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by M.J. Franck. The Mollie Maguires and the Detectives by Allan Pinkerton. Chapter 17. A Peculiar Wedding Ceremony. Flynn obeyed. He could do nothing less, finding himself completely in the power of the enemy and that menacing revolver. It was far from his intention to lose his life, when, by merely complying with McKenna's simple command, he could ensure its immediate or temporary preservation. At this late moment Mrs. Mulligan recovered her voice, and throwing herself between Flynn and her husband, cried out, "Oh, don't hurt my Hugh. He's never done anybody any harm, shilling Avereen. Sure, it's dying the poor boy is the moment, and it's right down cruel he is to come disputing about, disturbing us and making him the worse. Oh, kill me if you want to, but don't hurt a hair of him." "Faix, and I don't see that Flynn is about to shoot anybody just at the present moment," said McKenna, still keeping the weapon nigh his adversary's head. "I am in the firm belief that the boot's on t'other foot this time." Meanwhile, the detective slowly retreated, still facing his opponent, to the table on which the drunken man's weapons rested, and without changing aim or lowering the revolver, proceeded to deposit the knife in his pocket. The second loaded pistol he retained in the left hand, ready for use should his own misfire or the cartridges be exhausted. At this stage of proceedings, Flynn, whose reason seemed partly to have resumed sway through fright, thought death was sure to follow and his legs would no longer support him. Falling prone upon his knees, the tall hat came off, and he held up both hands, begging abjectly, like the errant coward he was, that life might be spared, saying, "Don't kill me, McKenna. For my poor childer's sake, don't shoot." "I don't intend to shoot right here in the presence of Hugh and the good lady. But you had no such hesitation. Do you see that opening the carpenter left in yonder wall? What I now want is that you get up from the floor and betake yourself down them stairs as fast as ye can go." "I'll do anything you say," answered Flynn. And the big, lubberly fellow, completely cowed and almost sobered, moved slowly toward the door, McKenna following close upon him, his weapons steadily directed full upon Flynn's bushy head. Down the staircase in this order of procession they slowly continued their march. "Get you in here," said the detective, and he opened the door of a sort of vault where Mrs. Mulligan stored her bottled ale and other liquors. "Step quickly," was added, as the result of an evident hesitation on the part of the prisoner. The dark muzzle of the pistol emphasized the language and made it impossible for him to disobey. So in he went. "It is well you got in," said McKenna, "for I had brought you to the place where I intended for to kill you." "I'll never hesitate again," said Flynn, and he looked about the dark recess. McKenna shut the door with a bang, shot to its place the bolt of the ponderous lock, withdrew the key, and placed it in his pocket. Then, with a heavy piece of timber, which had been employed as a support for whiskey barrels, he propped the massive oaken panels in their position, resting the upper end of the brace against the boards and the lower portion behind a solid brick-and-mortar projection, forming part of the chimney. Thus was Dick Flynn safely caged. To make sure that he remained where he had confined him, the detective closed and fastened all the shutters to the windows, locked and barred every outer entrance to the lower part of the house, took possession of the keys, and then, only pausing a few moments to inform Mrs. Mulligan that she was perfectly safe, and that he would send an officer to her relief, with the frantic cries and oaths of the imprisoned man ringing in his ears, experiencing a feeling of gratitude that he had escaped. He started for Shenandoah, following the track left by the carriage which had borne away his wounded companion. McKenna had not gone far when he met Lawler, returning to Mulligan's, accompanied by a deputy sheriff. "Hurrah!" shouted Lawler when he saw the young man, apparently unharmed. "Then you're not kilt entirely." "And fat do ye run after?" queried McKenna, appearing greatly offended. "I think ye might have stopped at laste to carry away me dead body after the matin' with Dick Flynn, the murtherous thief of the world. Didn't I ride away wid all me power to get me revolver, which, like a loony that I am, I had left snug at home? And wasn't I so disabled from me wound that I couldn't tak any part in the pother? Didn't I think there'd be need of an officer, sure, and isn't one here? Faith, ye can now take the boy to jail in a twinkling. But where is Dick Flynn, the insanity that he is?" "Well, a poor excuse suits ye as well as any," answered the operative. "But I forgive ye, seeing as how I were successful in handling the man. You'll find him, all swate and cooled down like, in Mrs. Mulligan's beer closet, and all ye hev to do is to put a revolver close to his head, and he'll walk quieter nor a lamb, wherever ye may wish. I have his knife and pistol, here they are, and the keys to the doors. Take them along too. You can do with the fellow as you wish. Right here I wash me hands of the business entirely." McKenna handed the weapons and keys to the officer, and stubbornly turning on his heel, rapidly journeyed homeward. Flynn was removed to jail at Shenandoah, where he remained a few days and was eventually released, the witness for the state having been coaxed by Mrs. Mulligan not to appear against him. The poor woman was afraid that, if punished, Dick would make her home too hot for her. Thenceforward, however, Flynn bore himself quite decently toward both of his former enemies, and gave McKenna a wide berth if he chanced to find himself where he might possibly encounter him. This may set down as one of the many adventures of a critical and dangerous nature which the detective experienced during the course of his first year's residence in the Anthracite region. He had still others, but they will receive attention in an appropriate place. With these tragical rencounters there arose also occasional experiences which were of a more pleasant sort. Among the latter was his participation in a Polish marriage ceremony, transpiring in the vicinity of Shenandoah only a short time subsequent to the sudden meeting with drunken Dick Flynn just alluded to. Pete Monahan, Ed Fergus, and Tom McNulty accompanied my representative on the trip. In view of this fact and their future relations with our work, it may be best more particularly to introduce them to the reader's attention. Monahan seemed about 4 years past his majority, was of fair complexion, hair of the color denominated sandy, full florid face, light blue eyes, and wore no beard or mustache. In fact, he was a middle-sized, boyish-looking man, a little above medium height and weight. He was at that period a minor, but subsequently attended college about a year, and finally settled down in Shenandoah as a staid and sober greengroceryman, in which place and position he yet remained at last advices. He is not to be confounded with Ned Monahan. Ferguson, alias Fergus, was also a minor, but a personage whose figure and face were a contrast to those just described. Of dark complexion, wearing a black full beard and mustache, of which he was so proud that he constantly stroked and petted them with his rough hand. a foxy little face, red nose that turned ever upward, large, broad, and capacious mouth, which was seemingly filled with long, wide, shovel-shaped teeth, staring hazel eyes, ready to wink comically at the faintest possible chance, his shoulders tending to form part and portion of a human interrogation point. He was neither large nor small, heavy nor light, but about a medium in both, a person to be remarked upon the street, and as full of genuine wit as he well could be. While Fergus was wild and frolicsome, Monaghan was quiet and good-natured. McNulty was a compact fellow of swarthy complexion, black hair, dark grey eyes, round face, pug nose, and would steal like a born thief. Work and he had evidently early fallen out and never become reconciled. A fearful consumer of drink, he was never trusted by the Mollies, and there were few who knew him that would leave sixpence in his reach if they cared ever to see it again. These were some of the everyday companions of the operative. The natives of Poland, quite numerous in the vicinity of Shenandoah, were mostly members of the Catholic Church, affiliating readily with the miners from England, Ireland, Scotland, and Wales, and, when of the same religious belief, even with those of Germany and Scandinavia. Still, they were located in particular sections, and tenaciously held to many of the fatherland's social peculiarities. Their habits and customs were mostly novel to the average American reader, and their nuptial ceremony notable as among the most curious of those belonging to a queer community. In the first place, although it was generally known when and where a wedding was to transpire, yet no persons were especially invited to participate, and none were asked to stay away. All, as it was generally understood, would find welcome on the occasion. Preparations were entered into for great sport, and plenty of it, as an accompaniment to the act of uniting two hearts that beat as one. There was on these occasions almost total absence of restraint, but perfect decorum being the prevailing rule, and disorder the exception. The Polish women were as well behaved in every respect as those of other nationalities, and in a locality where 2/3 of the inhabitants were Poles, cause for divorce and illegitimacy were seldom brought to light. But the wedding! Monaghan, Fergus, McNulty, and McKenna attended the nuptials of Julius Krasinski with a fair maiden, to whom he had been some years betrothed. It was rather outside the borough limits, and in the edge of the wood that the girl's parents resided, and this was the scene of the wedding. There were many people already gathered when they reached the place, although the time was only an hour past sunset. The view presented to the eye of the detective reminded him of pictures he had seen of gypsy encampments at night. 2 forked sticks had been embedded in the earth, the Y parts above ground. Across, and resting in the crotches of these, was placed a heavy hickory sapling some 5 inches in diameter at the butt. Suspended by iron chains and a hook from the center of this beam was a huge cauldron kettle made of iron, and under the vessel a hot fire had been kindled, which, besides serving its culinary purpose, threw out fitful flashes of red light upon the motley assemblage, giving a garish contrast on one side of each object to the darkness of night shadowing the other. As a more voluminous sheet of fire would dart out from among the pine knots and glowing embers, it illuminated a space for yards around, and sent the pleasant light far into the budding branches of the highest trees. From the great iron kettle a savory incense arose. After some inquiry, the stranger learned that it came from an admixture of high wines and common molasses, in about the proportion of 1 gallon of the latter to 4 of the spirit, which, when once well incorporated by stirring with a wooden ladle, and brought to the boiling point, was to constitute the wedding refreshment in lieu of the breakfast, supper, or dinner. The number of guests was large, and the liquor boiled made in the aggregate several gallons. There were present miners of all nationalities nearly, with their wives and sweethearts, all outside the house in which the bride sat, as the building was much too small to accommodate 1/10 part of the concourse assembled. Had this been different, the kettle would have swung from the crane in the wide open fireplace after the olden fashion. McKenna and his friends were well received by the people. This was especially the case with the detective, who had dressed himself with more than ordinary care for the occasion, exhibiting, for about the first time since the chicken match, an immaculate linen shirt-front, collar, black necktie, and waistcoat, and having entirely eschewed the old leather belt with its common iron buckle. He was, therefore, in his freshly trimmed hair and whiskers, a rather gentlemanly-appearing young fellow, reputed a fair dancer, and as having an uncommonly fine voice for an Irish love-ditty. He was met by several acquaintances, who were at some pains to introduce him to the young ladies and gentlemen. With the former, his native modesty was not in the way of his cultivating, to the full extent, their good graces. In fact, some of the men thought he devoted more time than necessary to the handsome women. Be that as it may, despite the rough reputation he had won, he certainly was a prime favorite with the Polish maidens. The Irish girls also thought he was about right, one especially, a queenly figure with dark, waving chestnut curls and laughing hazel eyes, whose name, he heard, was Mary, and resided in, or very nigh to, Tamaqua, was the particular object of his regard. And Fergus suggested more than once that the western chap had in her met his fate. It is true that McKenna was deeply struck with the lady's beauty, vivacity, and amiability, seen at a distance. He was now intent on business, and believed after that night would never see her again. But the wedding! The seething blackstrap was pronounced ready for use, and a lady, a long-handled tin dipper in hand, stood at the kettle dishing out its smoking contents to the company. It rapidly disappeared, and as it diminished and was imbibed, the fun and the hilarity proportionately increased. The fluid was greatly relished by the Poles and their families. The young couple having been united by the priest, after the ritual of the Roman Catholic Church, the clergyman partook of the spirits and departed for his home. Then the bride was seated at her place in the best room, which was the kitchen, having a small table near, on which stood a steaming pitcher of the blackstrap and a tin pot. In the open fireplace blazed pine knots and lightwood, giving a genial brightness to the place, which was devoid of lamps or candles. A dresser with its array of polished tinware reflected back the flame and made each corner like open day. By the chimney jamb, on a bit of log, fashioned into a rude stool, sat the aged grandmother of the bride, grey, wrinkled, and trembling in limb, but rigged out in a white ruffled cap and smoking a brand-new clay pipe. Chairs there were none, excepting that devoted to the queen of the occasion, fair, comely Mrs. Krasinski, with her hair done up in a knot behind her head, combed flat at the sides of the face, and the whole surmounted by a high tortoise-shell comb, who bore her honours gracefully and was supplied with a dress pocket capacious enough to contain a small fortune in silver. This was the style of her reception. Her male friends, one after another, came in, saluted her kindly, wishing her the usual good luck, calling her by her new name, and each one helped himself to some of the liquor, handing the bride a present, always in the shape of money, and ranging from $1 to $10 according to the ability or generosity of the donor, then kissed the lady 3 times. She, nowise disconcerted, placed the cash in her purse and was ready for the next person. The room was well filled with ladies and gentlemen, the groom meanwhile busying himself with outdoor affairs. McKenna watched this part of the proceedings for a while with interest, rather liked it, and then walked up, paid his money, enjoyed his small share of the lady's lips, and stepped back a little to give others a chance. Following him happened to be the young woman from Tamaqua. She tripped gaily to the bride, took her dainty sip of the liquor, tendered a bank bill, and then, her roguish Irish eye resting upon the detective, she suddenly swooped down upon him, rested one little hand for a second lightly as a snowflake on his shoulder, and before the defenseless man could prevent, kissed him once, twice, thrice on the cheek. Then, as swift as the wind almost, turned, ran away, and disappeared. The laugh which was raised at the detective's discomfiture was both long and loud, and he was forced, after he had recovered from the astonishment, to take part in it. It seems that the young lady had done nothing at all indecorous or uncommon. The rule, as McKenna subsequently saw exemplified, permitted any of the ladies who saluted and feed the bride to kiss the woman just married, or, if she so chose, any of the gentlemen present. Hence the agent had unwittingly placed himself in a position to become the subject of Miss Mary's little trick. He was not at all sorry for it, and the sensation of pleasure caused by the kiss visited his cheek for weeks thereafter. The money thus donated to the bride, and this part of the ceremony might be continued for some days, was employed in furnishing the house of the wedded pair. It closed at midnight, after which the lady and her husband could join their friends and indulge in a polka or a waltz. The dancing of the Poles consisted of redowas, waltzes, polkas, mazurkas, and schottisches, some of which McKenna was taught, but after all these he liked best the lively jig and the rattling reel. Following some of this amusement, he was called upon to sing a song and dance a favourite fling, both of which he did with success. The song he gave eliciting most commendation was as follows, and called The Wedding of Ballyporeen. The Wedding of Ballyporeen. On a fine summer morning at 12 in the day, the birds they did sing, and the asses did bray, when Patrick the bridegroom with Anna the bride, with their bibs and their tuckers, set out side by side. The pipers played first in the rear, sir. Maids blushed and the bridegroom did stare, sir. O Lord, how the spalpeens did swear, sir, at the wedding of Ballyporeen. They were soon tacked together and home did return, to make merry the day at the sign of the churn. When they sat down together, a frolicsome troop, the old Shannon's bank never held such a group. There were turf-cutters, thatchers, and tailors, fiddlers and pipers and nailers at the wedding of Ballyporeen. There was Brian McDermott, O'Shaughnessy's brat. There was Terence O'Driscoll and platter-faced Pat. There was Nora McCormick, likewise Brian O'Lynn, and the fat red-haired cook-maid that lived in the inn. There was Sheila and Larry the genius, Pat's uncle, old Darby McGinnis, Black Thady and Crooked McDennis, at the wedding of Ballyporeen. The groom he got up and made an oration. He pleased them all with his kind botheration. Since you all have met here, then he swore and he cursed, you can eat till you swell, boys, and drink till ye burst. The first christening I have, if I thrive, sirs. I hope ye all hither will drive, sirs. You'll be all welcome, dead or alive, sirs, to the christening of Ballyporeen. The bride she got up, and she made a low bow. She twittered, she felt so, she couldn't tell how. She blushed, and she stammered, and a few words let fall, but she spoke it so low that she bothered them all. Then the mother cried out, "Are you dead, child? For shame! Now hold up your head, child. Though 60, I wish I were wed, child. I would rattle all Ballyporeen." Well, they sat down to 8. Father Murphy said grace. Smokin' hot were the dishes, and eager each face. Knives and forks they did rattle, spoons and platters did play. They elbowed and jostled and walloped away. Rumps, shins, and fat sirloins did quake, sir. Whole mountains of beef down were mown, sir. We demolished all to the bare bones, sir, at the wedding of Ballyporeen. The whiskey went around and the songsters did roar. Tim sang Paddy O'Kelly, Nell sung Mollie Ashtor. When a motion went round that their songs they forsake, and each man took his sweetheart, their trotters to shake. With the pipers in couples advancin', pumps, brogans, and bare feet fell a-prancin'. Such pipin' and figurin' and dancin' was ne'er seen at Ballyporeen. Here's to Patrick the bridegroom, and Onach the bride, that the harp of old Erin be hung by their side, and to all the people, whether old, grey, or green, drunk or sober, that jigged it at Ballyporeen. Until then Cupid does lend you his wherry to trip o'er the conjugal ferry. I hope you all may be as merry as we were at Ballyporeen. Just as McKenna had concluded this effort, a great screaming and rushing of the ladies was heard in another part of the house, accompanied by heavier voices of men, mingling curiously with the music of the fiddle and the barking of the dogs. The three friends, with almost every person in the vicinity, quickly started for the field of disorder, which seemed not far from the residence. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Mollie Maguires and the Detectives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by M.J. Franck. The Mollie Maguires and the Detectives by Allan Pinkerton. Chapter 18. A Row, a Removal, and a Raffle. The true cause of the disturbance was not at once disclosed, but its progress and bearings were easily determined by the eye and ear of the spectator. Such a rain of confusion and roar of voices, such a babble of tongues, it had never been the fortune of the operative to see or hear. In the center of a considerable group of persons stood the young husband, Julius Krasinski, brandishing a long stiletto and loudly swearing that he would take somebody's life. Meanwhile, a friend, less under excitement than the bridegroom, firmly held the angry man back by the collar. Facing the pole, somewhat in the shadow of a large tree, stood an athletic Irish miner and his equally muscular wife, both much wrought up, but neither exhibiting or employing any more deadly weapon of offence or defence than their unusually acrimonious tongues, which they exercised with all their strength. Soon Mrs. Krzeszynski made her appearance, and, walking straight to the side of her newly made liege lord, but by no means, as the sequel will show, her master, she scientifically seized him by the left ear, told him to put away his knife, and then, with an affectionate and effective twist of the imprisoned auricular appendage, hauled the irate man away. The burst of laughter which followed this evidence of power on the part of the wife was highly exasperating to Julius, and he slipped his tether, again drew his knife, and rushed back toward his opponent. Once more Mrs. Krzeszynski caught him by the ear, once more he had to replace the weapon in his belt, and once more the victorious lady led him in the direction of the house. This escaping and catching process was repeated several times, and on each occasion the peacemaker succeeded in capturing and carrying away her husband. At last he was safely returned to the kitchen and seated on a log of wood at the wife's side, where, for some moments, he remained as mild and quiet as possible. Now the reception ceremonies were continued, and nothing more occurred to disturb the usual routine of proceedings, until O'Neill and his wife ventured to enter the apartment. This was too much, and Krzeszynski burst out afresh, worked himself into a new frenzy, and quickly rising, again reached for and produced his long-bladed knife, which unfortunately his spouse had permitted to remain in his possession. The detective soon learned the cause of the difficulty. It seems that O'Neill, who was a miner and an intimate associate of the bridegroom, had formerly entertained the hope that Julius would marry a maiden sister of his own, was, in fact, somewhat angered that he did not, and in Krzeszynski's presence made the remark while dancing that Mrs. Krzeszynski was not as graceful in the polka as that gifted young lady. This was a very mild criticism for O'Neill to make, but it was heard by Krzeszynski, who had imbibed too much of the blackstrap to have any great amount of sense remaining in his head, and he resented it by calling the Irishman a liar, and following the hard word with a stinging blow in the face. As was perfectly natural, O'Neill came in to take a hand, backed by some of his immediate neighbors. In the melee, the bridegroom had drawn his knife and been joined by some of his countrymen. This part of the fracas was ended by the masterly manner of Mrs. Krzeszynski, whose principal idea appeared to be to have her reception continued and prevent her husband from thus early leaving her a widow. It was all very well until O'Neill, having armed himself with a revolver, entered the kitchen, which was crowded with men and women. This was more than the husband of Mrs. Krzeszynski could possibly endure, and, as before stated, he rushed once more to the deadly fray. He could not bear to have O'Neill there to gloat over his abject submission to Mrs. Krzeszynski. O'Neill, nothing loath for a further continuance of the battle, promptly fired upon the bridegroom, narrowly missing a lady standing near and not hitting the target by a foot. This was enough to cause all the Polish, German, Welsh, and English miners in the room to side with Krzeszynski, while those from Ireland were not backward in joining the O'Neill and his plucky little helpmate. McKenna's friends, promptly deserting him, or expecting that he would follow, entered the field. The detective, being duly sober, saw at a glance that the Irish element was in the minority, and despite abundant courage and considerable experience in such matters, would inevitably meet defeat. And he assumed the role, for the first time that evening, of conservator of the peace. There was imminent danger, in view of the proclivity of the Poles for using sharp knives in such troubles, that some of his companions might be dangerously injured, if not killed. Besides, the Mollie Maguires, as a body, were not interested in the affair. Krasensky had gone in with the full intention of killing O'Neill, and O'Neill was equally intent upon performing the same kindly office for the Polander. Each man was backed by his corps of partisans. The tumult that developed defies powers of pen and pencil to depict, and, in point of vocal and physical performances, exceeded all that the agent had ever heard or read of in the same line of famous Kilkenny, or equally famous Billingsgate. Bricks and stones were the principal missiles employed. Pistols and knives played their part. Heads were broken, and faces and noses contused. Crabsticks crossed, eyes draped in beautiful black and blue, teeth lost, shins bruised, chops swollen, and shillelaghs fell with telling effect. The shouts and cries that rent the night air were guttural, Teutonic, Gallic, Celtic, Anglo-Saxon, Welsh, Polish, and sometimes a mixture of all, perfectly unintelligible to any of the nationalities participating. Dust arose in the clouds, and was almost suffocating in density. The whole affair much resembled the common idea of a miniature bedlam, and was in truth a small pandemonium let loose. Chaos come again. When the turbulence was at its highest pitch, while it was difficult to think of, and utterly impossible to hear anything, excepting the medley of noises immediately surrounding him, McKenna's attention was drawn to the part taken in the fight by the aged grandame of Mrs. Krasensky, who seemed greatly to enjoy the rumpus going on around her. Jumping hither and thither like a veritable witch without her broomstick, the little frisky old lady, her broad lace ruffles and straggling grey hair flying about her withered face, with shrill tone and violent gesture, urged on her countrymen to the contest, and added at least her share to the general disorder. At last, when the police had arrived and been driven away with clubs, when the combat had been resumed, and shouts and shots and rattling of many sticks again filled the air, the grandmother of the bride climbed upon the back of a common chair which had been brought in by her granddaughter, and standing as erect as possible, she loudly clapped her bony hands and screamed in her cracked treble voice, "Oh, jolly noise, jolly noise, jolly noise!" This genuine burst of enthusiasm roused the energies of the detective, thus far held firmly in reserve, and he drew his revolver and fired 3 shots in rapid succession into the floor, directly under the crone's perch, shouting in a double bass voice as loudly as he could after each explosion, "Peace! Peace! Peace!" The aged dame beheld the flame and smoke issuing from the revolver, and heard the reports. Then, thinking that she was certainly hit, if not killed, she toppled over backward to the floor and straightened out in a dead faint. McKenna at once dragged her insensible form out of harm's way, and then joined those who were trying their utmost to quell the disturbance. The pistol shots and the loud voices of McKenna and Mrs. Krasensky, the latter having quit the fray to attend to her relative, soon caused the belligerents to hesitate. In a few moments their fury evaporated, and comparative quiet was restored. Shortly thereafter, those who were able limped away to their homes. "Faith, and I've had enough and to spare of all such weddings," said Fergus, examining with care an extra curve that he wore in his turned-up nose, and wiping the gore from his face with the sleeve of his coat. "When you catch me going to a Polish war again, I give you good lave to put me in me coffin first." Monaghan had 2 eyes in preparation for mourning, which he was sure they would assume by another day. McNulty was the only lucky one, having escaped personal injury, and found a silver watch, as he explained, rolling along on the floor, without any keeper or owner being around. He intended merely to retain the timepiece until the loser should call for it, but McKenna never heard that anybody ever saw the value of that watch, through having retrieved it from the thief. The Polish husband and wife, with O'Neill and his spouse, and a number of the originators of the riot, were taken to jail by the officers, who returned with increased numbers for the purpose. These scenes read like romance, but they are simply the truth. Nothing here related is intended to reflect upon the Poles, as a portion of the inhabitants of the coal regions of Pennsylvania. They are, as miners, industrious and frugal, and though slow workers, very reliable and trustworthy. The men are large, robust, muscular, and capable of great endurance. The women are also far from sylph-like, but many of them beautiful in form, face, and figure, with dusky olive complexions, dark eyes, and hair. They are excellent wives and mothers. Let us now return to the Mollie Maguires. The next meeting of the Midnight Clan was held on Sunday, the 10th of May, and his own room being too small, the body master notified the members to convene on the mountain side near the house. All were present except Fergus, who was not fairly recovered from the blows received at the Polish wedding. Several of his teeth had disappeared, his nose was badly bruised, and his beauty, of which he had little to part with, entirely destroyed. He thought it advisable to remain within for a few days, having, as he remarked, a great respect for the children of his acquaintances, and not wishing to be the means of frightening any of them to death by his untimely appearance in their midst. Bushy Deenan from Pottsville, being in Shenandoah on a visit, was present at this meeting in the bush. About all done was the giving out of the goods, received from Barney Dolan by Lawler. McKenna was careful to commit all to memory. They were as follows. The password: that the troubles of the country may soon be at an end. The answer: and likewise the men who will not her defend. The quarreling toast was: you should not dispute with a friend. The answer was: not if I am not provoked. The night password was: question: long nights are unpleasant. Answer: I hope they will be at an end. The sign of recognition was the front or first finger and thumb of the right hand touching the necktie or top button of the shirt. The answer was given by rubbing the right hand across the forehead, just touching the hair. About this time the detective had his first portion of the process of inuring himself to the mountain region. It came in the form of fever and ague, and during the number of days subsequent to the meeting of his division, he suffered intensely at times from chills, with the succeeding torrid sensations which confined him to his room and his bed at Mrs. Cooney's. Those who have enjoyed the rigors of this unpleasant complaint need no description of the detective's symptoms. That in this instance, ignorance is bliss. Let those who have not shaken be content to believe. As a matter of necessity, the officer soon settled the slight difficulty in which he and Muff Lawler were involved. It was foolish as well as unnecessary to keep up a quarrel with a man so bound to him and in whose movements he was so much interested. Should he separate from Lawler at this juncture, the division would look upon him with coldness, if not suspicion, and it was his idea to remain on the most intimate terms with his friends, the Mollies. Lawler made a feint of going over to Colorado Colliery to fight out the trouble with Dick Flynn, and borrowed McKenna's revolver for dueling purposes, having little confidence in his own weapon, after injuring himself with it. But the cowardly Flynn would not come to time, ending the interview with Lawler, as related by that voracious individual in person, by falling upon his knees and asking the bodymaster's pardon. Thus ended the affair, without having further recourse to weapons or the law. It was now the duty of the detective to collect statistics connected with the order of which he had been made a member. That he might accomplish this object, he must travel from place to place. Therefore, saying his health demanded rest from work in the mines, even should labor present, and of this there were serious doubts, he prevailed upon Lawler to grant him a traveling card, directed to the officers of all divisions in the United States, through which, with the goods, admission could be secured in any city, town, or village. This card had to be countersigned by Barney Dolan, county delegate, before it was valid. The name was easily gained through a short trip to Big Mine Run. Night and day during the spring, fall, and winter, McKenna had been exposed to all sorts of weather and late hours, and it told upon his constitution, which must have been of iron to have held out so long, and he grew thin, cadaverous, and his strength perceptibly and rapidly failed. The symptoms were aggravated by a dry cough, which drove off refreshing sleep. Although it was not his intention to stay long away from Shenandoah, which place, from the material in and surrounding it, he believed to be the grand center of the field of operations of the Mollie Maguires, and so informed all his friends, the parting between McKenna and McAndrew was a scene of mutual regrets. All disliked to have him leave. This was especially the case with Cooney, Lawler, Monahan, Fergus, and little McNulty. But after many good wishes from the men and women, and promises on his part that he would return as soon as fully recovered, the detective occupied a car on the Lehigh Valley Road the evening of the 15th of May, 1874, and reaching Wilkes-Barre, Luzerne County, the same day, he took up quarters at the Railroad Hotel, of which Daniel Chauvelin was then proprietor. Some bitter experiences were in store for McKenna. There must be the bitter with the sweet. Bearing letters from Lawler and others to William Kirk, county delegate of Luzerne, he encountered no difficulty in forming the acquaintance of the chief Mollies of the vicinity. He found that there were at that time only a little less than 30 divisions, or bodies, in the county, all of which were in a prosperous condition, as many as 30 or 40 persons being added to the lodge in Wilkes-Barre alone during a single night. County Delegate Kirk was a gentlemanly person, kept a store, and was kind enough to say that Schuylkill County, from which his visitor came, was from its course a disgrace to the ancient order of Hibernians, and should be cut off root and branch, until there could be a complete remedy for the difficulty in reorganization. He received McKenna cordially, however, and said he was not to blame for the condition of the order outside of Shenandoah, and complimented him for the manner in which the business and finances of that division, as far as he had heard, were being managed. He also took especial trouble to introduce the operative to the chief men of the society in Luzerne. It was learned that there were about 4,000 Mollies in county. After remaining in Wilkes-Barre a few days, McKenna visited the division at Pittston and saw and talked with the bodymaster, whose name was Melvin. He then visited Kingston, Plymouth, and the adjacent towns, familiarizing himself with the faces and names of the officers and members, quietly adding to his list, acquiring a better knowledge of the manners and customs of the people, and the modes of procedure within and outside the division room. Among others, he encountered Mike Hester, own cousin of Pat Hester of Shamokin, who had not the violent reputation of his kinsman, but appeared to be a decent young man. The detective had not been long absent when he was the recipient of a letter from Muff Lawler, inquiring after his health and particularly cautioning him not to use the new goods in Luzerne, as the members of the society in that county had not yet been instructed in them. This the operative had already discovered. But as his memory was good and he had remembered those of the previous quarter, he encountered no difficulty in that respect. He also met Ned Lawler, the degenerate nephew of his uncle, and found that he had gained no wisdom by the taking on of years, but was the same rollicking, reckless fellow he had been while in Shenandoah. Kirk, when McKenna next visited his place, showed him a letter from Mike Lawler, pompously worded, but inquiring kindly after the health of his protégé, in whom he said he was more than usually interested. The matter then most canvassed by the Mollies was a conference held on the 27th of the month at Scranton, between Bishop O'Hara and 5 clergymen on one side, and a delegation of 25 bodymasters from all parts of the country on the other, to discuss certain changes in the Constitution and bylaws, as well as in the secret work of the order. Mr. County Delegate Kirk and Peter Duffy of Hazleton represented Luzerne County. The proceedings of the convention were harmonious, but no conclusion was arrived at, excepting in hearing the bishop's ultimatum. The clergy insisted that there must be a thorough revision of the rules regulating divisions, that they should cease holding meetings in bar rooms, and consent to have a priest for spiritual adviser before the church could recognize or affiliate with them. The sentence, "If I hear a brother illy spoken of, I will inform him of it," was also to be expunged from the obligation. They did not seem to interfere with the secrecy and the signs and passwords, and little was said about the murderous acts which had been done by the Mollies. It was, after much argument, left in about the same condition as before. No mere county convention could abrogate work done by the National Board or the Board of Erin. Indeed, it was doubtful if the Mollies would ever consent to any changes, church or no church, and whether Bishop O'Hara would not, after all, have to follow the example of Bishop Wood, and proceed to deal in anathemas and excommunications. Remaining in Luzerne until the 5th of June of the same year, McKenna then received orders from Superintendent Franklin, under whose immediate supervision, guided by Mr. Bangs and myself, he had all the time been acting, to report at once in Philadelphia, and he immediately obeyed. It should have been mentioned, in its proper connection, that while waiting at the Shenandoah depot for the arrival of the train to Wilkes-Barre on the 14th of May, Tom Hurley had cautiously dropped something heavy into McKenna's outside coat pocket, whispering at the same time, "Jim, Don't you say I never made you a gift of anything. You'll have a hard set to deal with over in Luzerne, they're telling me, and my Billy'll come mighty convenient to have at hand for your defense." Of course the operative expressed his thanks. When he arrived in Philadelphia, having no use for such a thing, he in turn presented the life-preserver to Mr. Franklin, who will ever treasure it as a relic of the Mollie Maguires. This weapon is composed of a piece of untanned cowhide, now as hard as horn itself, some 6 inches in length, twisted or braided into a sort of handle, and covered from end to end with woolen cloth. One extremity is loaded with 3/4 of a pound of lead. To the other is firmly attached a loop, large enough to admit a man's hand, formed of strong linen cord, and intended to allow the billy to hang loose from the wrist, and at the same time prevent it being lost or wrenched from the grasp of its owner. At close quarters it proves a very savage and formidable arm of defense, resembling but being much more dangerous than the ordinary slung shot in daily use by policemen and others. 12 ounces of solid lead and rawhide, dashed against the thickest skull by a strong-armed ruffian, would as effectively silence a man as an ounce of the same metal discharged from the bore of a Springfield rifle. While at the agency in Philadelphia, McKenna prepared a complete list of all the Mollies whose acquaintance he had formed, as well as a regular enumeration of the officers and members, so far as he knew, belonging to the different divisions in Schuylkill and Luzerne counties, after which he was instructed to re-enter the field of operations in Carbon County, and to particularly investigate the circumstances connected with the assassination of Morgan Powell, occurring December 2nd, 1871, and alluded to in Chapter 7 of this volume. It was suspected that the deed had been perpetrated by men residing in the vicinity, the system of exchanges between bodymasters not having on this occasion been observed. Taking the proper line of railway, the detective was soon in Mouch Chunk, one of the most romantic and ancient-looking towns in the entire state. Here, however, for the present, he need spend but little time. His business was at Summit Hill, and taking the cars over the switchback, he was soon in that locality. Going at once to the house of Thomas Fisher, who kept a tavern and acted as county delegate, he was well received after making himself known by throwing the proper sign, which was promptly responded to by the Mollie. There were several members present at the moment, and McKenna was introduced to them. Among these were Daniel Boyle, the bodymaster, John Gallagher, and Pat McKenna. Of those of the last name given, the detective heard there were a large number in the neighborhood. Naturally, they must be relatives. Here he also saw Maguire, the state secretary of the order from Pittsburgh, who was canvassing in the interest of his newspaper, the Hibernian, which was the acknowledged organ of the AOH in this country. It was here he heard that big, blarney and blundering Barney Dolan was in disgrace at headquarters, and there was a chance he would be removed from his office as county delegate of Schuylkill, and never receive any more goods for the divisions, simply because he had, in a fit of anger, loudly cursed the bishop and the Holy Church of Rome. All agreed that Barney should have been more respectful, and in using such language had richly merited the punishment of expulsion for life. McKenna, the detective's namesake, was a young man, above the average in intelligence, but loved his dram as well as any of his countrymen in that vicinity. Fisher had been tax collector of the county, with other fat positions, and was considered the big man of the Mollies in Carbon County. The detective's kinsman was even at that early day suspected of having been engaged as a principal in the murder of Morgan Powell, and Pat very naturally became an object of interest and a person whose company McKenna wanted to keep. That young man was at first rather shy, but a few songs and dances, some drinks, and a distant cousinship once having been discovered, the heart of the real McKenna gradually warmed toward the party bearing, for the time being, the same name. The companionship was kept up for some days, and finally the detective was invited to McKenna's residence and introduced to all of his relatives, girls and women, boys and men. There he made himself comfortable for a short time. He was also quite welcome because of the stories he told the women and the drinks he gave the men, while with the younger crop of McKennas he was a great favorite from his lessons in dancing and singing. During the latter portion of June, bidding farewell to Summit Hill and its inhabitants, and promising to call again some day, an engagement that he was determined to fulfill, the detective thought to return to Luzerne. But stopping over at Hazleton during his stay, he was invited to attend a dance and raffle at Buck Mountain, and accepted. The chances were only $1, and the article to be won by somebody was a brass clock, the property of a widow woman named Breslin. The lady in question kept a shebeen shop on the mountain, and her husband had some months before been killed in the mine by the sudden falling of a pillar near which he was at work. Tickets were for sale in every saloon in Hazleton, and having procured one, McKenna started, in company with some 30 or 40 Mollies, to walk to Buck Mountain. At least more than half the distance, from the steepness of the ascent, had to be made on foot, as no vehicle could be drawn up by horse or mule. The party was held upon the grounds surrounding Mrs. Breslin's mansion, if mansion it could be called, consisting as it did of one small room, and the company was as miscellaneous as it was numerous, there being several hundred men, women, and girls in attendance. But all could be accommodated, as there were plenty of torches, any amount of level earth, and 7 or 8 fiddlers to furnish the music. Mrs. Breslin, a fine figure of a woman, but one somewhat along in years, was celebrated the country over for her good liquor, which on this occasion had been prepared in a large kettle and was dealt out steaming hot. In fact, it was the Polish blackstrap over again, with some scraps of lemon added by way of variety, and honoured with the name of the punch, hot whiskey punch. The operative received an introduction to many of the men and all of the women, among the latter to a handsome lass of rather uncertain age, named Kate McIntyre. Con O'Donnell gave him the acquaintance of this handsome and sprightly lady. She evidently became smitten with the young man, and despite the image of the Tamaqua queen, Miss Higgins, who still had a place in his memory, he paid her considerable attention, engaging her hand in several successive and successful reels and round dances. He treated Miss McIntyre to some of the prevalent beverage, found that she liked it, and took sufficient himself to make him feel jolly. In fact, a little after 10 o'clock at night, the whole assemblage was funny, and after the clock had been raffled for and won, the winner gracefully making the widow a present of the timepiece, the mirth merged into hilarity and gradually into boisterousness. Then the time passed until midnight, when there was a short recess, during which Mrs. Breslin added to her profits by disposing of a cold collation consisting of chicken, sandwiches, and hard-boiled eggs, of which the parties partook with appetite. Miss McIntyre and her gallant, after having refreshments, walked around the grounds arm in arm. While near the shanty of Mrs. Breslin, they nearly stumbled over the prostrate form of a man, who had evidently absorbed too much of the liquor. The drunken fellow slowly opened his eyes, saw Miss McIntyre, and rising up on one elbow, with a gesture called her to him. But she gazed on him in blank astonishment, merely turning on her heel with a look of disdain, and they walked away. "And who is your friend?" asked McKenna. "I don't know the man at all," said Miss McIntyre, "and I'm sure he does not know me. It was the act of an idiot who could think of nothing else." "Well, but for his helpless state, I'd just go back and bait the brute for his impertinence," said McKenna. Kate looked admiringly upon her companion out of her large, dark eyes, and they passed on and once more joined in the dance. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of the Mollie Maguires and the Detectives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by J.T. Gardell. The Mollie Maguires and the Detectives by Allan Pinkerton. Chapter 19. Snared by Kate, honored by Mollie. Con O'Donnell, who stood not far off, noted the drunken man's remark and was seen to smile significantly as McKenna and the lady moved from the spot. The festivities were continued until nearly break of day, when the detective, learning that his partner had no male attendant, politely volunteered to accompany her home, which she said was no great distance away. Miss Kate accepted the proffer, as McKenna afterwards thought, with slight evidence of embarrassment, and looking furtively about her, as though in search of someone she had rather expected to see. But if there was any person present, her roguish eye failed to discern the fact, and, placing one hand upon the arm of her escort, they were soon lost in the darkness. Con O'Donnell was still looking after the couple, around the protecting and shaded corner of the widow's shanty, from which, with a sly chuckle, when the coast was clear, he quickly emerged and walked to the vicinity of the drunken man. That he was bent upon mischief, those who saw the merry twinkle in his eye were well convinced. It is unnecessary to enter into a minute description of the pleasant walk that McKenna enjoyed with Miss McIntyre. Knowing well that his companions from Hazelton would await his reappearance among them, as the majority were in no condition from the poteen they had imbibed to undertake the home journey, he and his fair lady did not hurry toward the protecting paternal roof. On the contrary, as has been the usage since the days of Adam, they made haste slowly, enlivening the trip with cheerful conversation, reference to the festive occasion, and lucky chance that brought them together, with such other talk as would naturally suggest itself to a pair in their exact mental and physical condition. It was a long story, and a wrong story too, it appears, that vivacious Miss McIntyre related to her impromptu beau about her parents' home, the family, and the trouble they had to get along during the suspension. McKenna was already hinting that, if he were a little better acquainted, perhaps he might be bold enough to ask the father to part with his child, press her to change her condition in life, and become Mrs. McKenna. And Miss Kate had started and blushed, but that could hardly be seen in the dusky gray of the misty morning, when both distinctly heard sounds of footsteps coming swiftly toward them from the direction of Widow Breslin's place. Miss McIntyre suddenly withdrew her arm from that of her chevalier, paused in her tracks and listened breathlessly for a moment, then, in a faint and trembling voice, ejaculated, "My God, it is my husband! Our lives are in danger! He will kill us both! What shall I do?" "Your husband, is it?" inquired McKenna, realizing the joke that had been put upon him, and fully alive to the awkward predicament in which he was placed. "Your husband. Sure, didn't Con O'Donnell introduce you as a single lady? Faix, but we are really in a purty kettle of fish. Tell me, is your husband of the jealous sort? And do you think that's him, whose feet I hear making such a racket over the path?" "Don't stand here asking questions," answered Mrs. McIntyre. "Oh, why did I fall in with Con O'Donnell's wicked deceit? I might have known he would bring it about to punish me. He's just gone and roused Danny, and I don't doubt, if he catches me in your company, there will be murder done upon the very spot. My husband will shoot us both. Oh, that I should ever have been so foolish." McKenna had more than once heard of Danny McIntyre, but without for a moment suspecting that he was any kin to the young woman with whom he had been walking, dancing, and making himself generally agreeable. "I'm just of the mind to step out into the road and shoot that husband of yours before he has a chance to say a word or do one single thing." "For mercy's sake, don't talk that way," whispered the lady, trembling all over like an aspen leaf. "We must not be seen. Here, get you behind this tree. The underbrush will hide me. Keep quiet until he goes beyond." And without a moment to spare, they disappeared from view. When the man passed their place of concealment, they were as still as death. McIntyre carried a pistol in his hand, and was walking as rapidly as his mellow condition permitted, surging from one side of the path to the other as he moved. But finally, without discovering the fugitives, he was lost to their sight. When his heavy tread could no longer be heard, the couple stood again in the road. At least one of the two breathed more freely, and that was McKenna, when the husband's form could no longer be seen. He had caught sufficient, while he was going by, to convince him that he was the identical personage who had spoken to his lady companion near Mrs. Breslin's, and to whom Kate had, in his presence, refused recognition. The feelings of both had undergone a sudden revulsion. McKenna was very angry with Con O'Donnell, as well as with the woman who had assisted that person in playing such a practical joke upon him. And Mrs. McIntyre was naturally much mortified to be caught in such an embarrassing situation, being also fearful of the treatment to be expected from her husband should he reach home before her. With a cold and crusty "Good morning, sir," for the gentleman to whom she had so recently been saying all manner of sweet things, she added that she could take a short-cut with which she was acquainted, and, going across lots, make their mutual place of destination before Danny. Then Kate took her departure. It was still too dark, though almost daybreak, for a person with the sharpest eyes to see very far in any direction, and the probabilities were that the woman would get to her residence first and succeed in fooling the half-intoxicated McIntyre with the belief that she had deserted the dancing place before midnight. McKenna gave utterance to a long, low whistle, somewhat expressive of surprise and partly seeming like a sigh of relief, as he returned by the road over which he had so recently passed. He walked alone and hurriedly this time. Arrived at the house of Mrs. Breslin, he went directly in pursuit of Con O'Donnell, but that individual was not to be found. He had made his exit. Throwing himself, therefore, upon a bundle of straw under the branches of a tree, the detective soon forgot his wrath and his troubles in sleep. He had not been long in the land of Nod when he was aroused by the sound of a heavy voice calling loudly from different parts of the premises for Con O'Donnell. Nearing the operative's improvised bed, McIntyre, for it was he, exclaimed, "Just tell me where I'll find that spalpeen Con O'Donnell, and I'll teach him to be after playin' practical jokes on me. I'll learn him to tell me that Kate's gone off with that Jim McKenna. Just let me lay these two hands on the main scut, and I'll mash the life out of him. Sure, and me wife were sleepin' in her bed as a decent woman should be. Oh, tell me where to find Con O'Donnell." But no one seemed to know where the object of McIntyre's anger had taken himself to, and the husband was compelled to satisfy himself with some more whiskey punch, and then subsided, by the wall of the sweet-smelling pig-pen, into a drunken stupor, from which, had he appeared, even Con O'Donnell would have failed to arouse him. So Mrs. McIntyre had succeeded in duping her husband. This was sufficient to send the weary operative off again into slumber, and it was an hour after sunrise when he awoke. As he expected, only 3 of the 4 Hazelton Mollies were fit to return. The remainder could not be made sensible, and were scattered in various grotesque attitudes, like bodies on a sanguinary battlefield, about the dancing grounds, oblivious to all surrounding them, where they were left to take care of themselves, while the detective and his more sober comrades pursued their path down Buck Mountain to the village. Con O'Donnell was not foolish enough to put himself in the way of the Shenandoah Mollie during his short stay in Carbon County, but the story being far too good to keep bottled up was related to his boon companions, with many extraordinary embellishments, not well calculated to please Mr. and Mrs. McIntyre, or suit the ideas of McKenna, and in this way soon reached general circulation in the gossiping community. While the detective was able to laugh it off and soon get away from the locality, Danny McIntyre, when he heard what was being said, went on another extended but still fruitless search after the defamer of his household. The man who had imposed his wife upon a stranger as a single lady, having business and employment offered him in another part of the state, accepted the opportunity and soon removed from the neighborhood. Still threatening vengeance that he was unable to wreak, McIntyre was forced to quiet down and endure the result as best he might. Thenceforward, the agent was more than ordinarily on his guard, and extremely careful how he volunteered to see unprotected maidens to their homes, without first making diligent inquiry if there chanced to be one Con O'Donnell thereabouts. Carbon County having been well gone over, during the early part of July, McKenna returned to Shenandoah. The few events following, to the 1st of August, may thus be summarized. The detective soon found all his Shenandoah friends about him. Lawler, Cooney, Hurley, Monaghan, McAndrew, and the rest were very glad to see their fellow Mollie. After the 4th had passed, during which the members engaged in a general good time, celebrating the Day of National Independence, they commenced talking about securing a new bodymaster for Shenandoah Division, Lawler not having given satisfaction in several particulars. He seemed simply doing nothing. The boast that he would rapidly increase the membership had fallen short. Numbers were leaving, not liking the style of the presiding officer, instead of flocking in and joining the order. It was hinted to McKenna by several that if he would accept, he might have the place of bodymaster. He very wisely refused the tempting bait, but returned answer that, if they must honor him in this style, and for such an elevation he was by no means anxious, it should be in the bestowal of some subordinate position. It was at this date that there arose considerable talk among the Mollies about one Gomer James, who had not long before shot and killed a member of the order named Cosgrove, living near Shenandoah. James was arrested, but secured bail and would soon be at large. Ned Monaghan and several others were desirous that Lawler should get some men from an adjoining body and have Gomer James quietly put out of harm's way. But somehow, Muff could not or would not comply with their wishes. Therefore, ex-Constable Monaghan, not Ed Monaghan, expressed himself in favor of having an officer who would and could perform the job. Barney Dolan was sent for, and Lawler forced to send in his resignation, so that the county delegate might appoint a successor. To make matters more unsettled, and the Mollies more lively, a general suspension of active operations occurred on the 6th of July. All the collieries belonging to the Philadelphia and Reading Coal and Iron Company, as well as those the property of or leased by individual operators, closing business and refusing longer to keep on at a loss, with expected permanent detriment to the mining interest. Labor of nearly all kinds was at a standstill. Thousands of men were without employment. The vicious and unprincipled of these being left to idleness and naturally ready for anything. It was anticipated that outrages would quickly follow. Such always had been the case, and probably always would be, under the prevailing system of managing the coal regions. But 1 or 2 collieries kept at work in all Schuylkill County. Many of the miners and their helpers sought forgetfulness in liquor. Among this number were several of McKenna's associates, Hurley being notably one of the first to begin and the last to terminate a spree. He loudly and openly cursed the Moddocks, and ended by saying that Gomer James and those like him, who were responsible for hard times, must look out, as some of them would sup sorrow during that summer. How they could be chargeable with a stoppage of the works he did not pretend to explain, but put it upon them, without explanation, merely because he did not know where else to put it. On one occasion, Hurley exhibited a handsome set of brass knuckles that he had borrowed of Martin Dean, and which were intended to be used upon somebody. Shortly thereafter, Dean left for Lost Creek, and he had been gone only a few days when a man named Riley was shot and mortally wounded by one Anthony Shaw, known to be Dean's buddy. Suspicion fastened upon the latter as an accomplice in the shooting, but there was no evidence pointing him out as the accessory. In the meantime, Franck McAndrew was the prominent candidate for bodymaster, and on the 15th of July, the big county delegate, Barney Dolan, appeared in Shenandoah, saying something should be done, and done at once, otherwise their organization in the town should be disbanded. Dolan sought an early interview with McKenna, and came out plainly with the wish that the detective should accept the bodymastership, but he firmly refused, saying his conscience would not let him take it when there were so many more worthy men in the division. And he clinched the statement by hinting that he did not know at what moment the officers from Buffalo might pounce upon him. In such an event, the division would be disgraced. No, he could not fill that office. Whatever he did must be in a subordinate position, or as a common member. The same day, Hurley, Monaghan, McAndrew, and the detective met in Lawler's house, at once shut Mrs. Lawler in the little back kitchen, off the bar, locked and bolted the door against her, and proceeded to hold a special meeting, one man having been stationed without to give warning should any straggling stranger chance to stroll to the vicinity. After some desultory conversation, Franck McAndrew was duly appointed bodymaster for the remainder of the term, and instructed in the duties of the position. He was informed that he must make all the members pay up their dues, or be cut off. Dolan said that hereafter it must be a beneficial society. The charge had gained circulation that charity was not among the virtues practiced by the AOH, and it should be disproved. After some more talk of this sort, the county delegate, quite muddled with drink and well satisfied with himself and his official acts, left for home. That very night, at a late hour, as McKenna and Monaghan were passing the house of Gomer James, the obnoxious young Welshman, on the route home, the ex-constable pulled out his revolver and wanted to fire into the building, saying if he only knew where Gomer James' head rested, he'd send a bullet there. He was only prevented from putting his project into execution by McKenna, who seized the pistol and compelled its owner to put it away. There was nothing in the program of the detective authorizing him to become an accomplice in outrage when it could be avoided. At the ensuing regular meeting of the division, held in McHugh's house, on the 18th of July, an election took place. McAndrew was confirmed as bodymaster for the current term, James McHugh elected treasurer, James McKenna secretary, and all were regularly installed. It was really a business meeting. James O'Brien, Charles Hayes, and John Travers were accepted, subsequently initiated, and other persons proposed as members. Lawler was not present, having gone into a fit of the sulks because of his removal by Barney Dolan in the first place, and from the failure of the members to re-elect him bodymaster in the second place. He temporarily resigned membership, but promised, after he had been a quarter of a year in the church, that he would resume active participation in their proceedings. This was perfectly satisfactory to those concerned. All things considered, Shenandoah Division succeeded better than before. Although McAndrew was troubled to read writing, and even perused print indifferently, he soon made, with McKenna's assistance, a very fair presiding officer. The detective had to go to his assistance in the ceremony of initiation, and was called upon to deliver the obligation, or test, as it was sometimes described, and instruct the novitiates in the signs, passwords, and toasts. But otherwise McAndrew managed affairs exceedingly well. This election to the secretaryship gave the agent standing with the members, furnished him a safe place in which to write his reports, and also an excuse for carrying on considerable correspondence. Should suspicion thereafter ask a single question, he could plainly answer, "Am I not the secretary? And have I not the writing of the division to attend to?" While instructing the members in the goods, his memory would be stored with their salient features, and he be enabled the more correctly to report them to the agency. The Mollies being generally uneducated, such a position gave its occupant high standing in the order. It was not long after McAndrew's succession to the bodymaster's chair that he commenced, spurred on by Monaghan and Hurley, arguing seriously with the detective whenever he found an opportunity about the case of Gomer James, the murderer of Cosgrove, and to perfect plans for the Welshman's sudden taking off. He often referred to the timber of which Shenandoah Division was composed, and regretted that it had no suitable men to do a clean job. But he said that there was encouragement now, as new members were fast coming in, and it could not be long before the right sort would be plentiful. When he found the persons for the deed, he would not be slow in selecting and sending them upon the track of the enemy. One John Gibbons, who, about this date, came to the town with a letter from Barney Dolan, he had hopes of. He was looked upon as about the manner of man needed for any outrageous business, and certainly appeared bad enough to the eye, and consumed sufficient whiskey to constitute a first-class ruffian. MacAndrew was excessively proud of the eminence to which he had been conducted, and acted as though not far from parting with his senses when a delegation of neighboring bodymasters, comprising Bucky Donnelly of Raven Run, James Munley of Rappahannock, and several other prominent Mollies, called in a crowd at his house, with their congratulations upon his good luck and wishing him every success in office. As a natural consequence of such a shower of compliments, MacAndrew treated several times to the best that could be found in the city, and, after making a day of it, went to bed late at night as drunk as a lord, when he had bid his visitors farewell at the train by which they departed. It was a considerable task for McKenna to teach MacAndrew the prayers with which every meeting of the Mollie Maguires was opened and closed, for these men of blood did not hesitate to introduce and canvass their murderous acts, and begin and end their councils, at which the taking of human life was deliberately discussed, with a petition for the blessing of the Father to rest upon them. Therefore, after receiving 1 or 2 lessons at the house, and in the bush, the bodymaster said if the operative would reduce the forms to writing, he would have his wife repeat them to him until they were fixed in his memory. When this was done, and MacAndrew had secured some instruction in parliamentary usage, the new-fledged president considered his education complete. At each and every conference of the 2 men, MacAndrew now would say to the detective that Monaghan or some other party had once more been urging the necessity of doing something with Gomer James. McKenna endeavored to make the bodymaster believe it useless to pay any attention to these demands, holding that they would soon cease and their cause be forgotten. But that official, while he did not wish to assume any such responsibility, was not able to see the road by which it could be avoided, and McKenna on his part did not dare oppose too strenuously. Such a course would cause MacAndrew to drop his communications on the subject, and then possibly the work might go on without his secretary's knowledge. One day the head of the division arrived at the decided stand that, as soon as the number of members should justify, he would levy an assessment and collect a fund to pay for the services of men from some adjoining division to come over to Shenandoah and put Gomer James off his legs. McKenna saw that MacAndrew's mind was firmly made up in this direction, hence gave no further check to the business. A contrary plan, he was well aware, would prove of no avail, and, resolving merely to watch closely the course of events, he remained silent. Should the Mollies undertake to murder the young Welshman, as he feared they might, his duty was plain. He must, while appearing to favor the deed, do all he could to prevent its consummation, and at the same time keep Mr. Franklin well informed in every stage of the game, to the end that the superintendent might, if he deemed it advisable, capture the criminals before the act, or notify James of his danger. It did not trouble the brain of the agent much, as he was fixed in his belief that nobody could attempt the crime without his knowledge, and he felt sure that, being fully advised as to what was going on, he would be in good time to preserve the intended victim's life. He quickly found out that there was a general complaint, which neither bodymaster nor secretary could afford to overlook. It was in the shape of an inquiry, set on foot by Monaghan and Hurley, asking, why is not something done for the removal of Gomer James? There was but one response to be made to this question, and that must be, it shall have attention. Having done all he could to counteract this demand on the part of the Mollies, McKenna visited Pottsville, where he found his particular friend, Pat Dormer, of the far-famed Sheridan house, in a terribly shattered condition of mind and body. After a long debauch, during the course of which Pat had driven his wife almost insane, and finally out of doors, he was suffering the consequences of his errors and keeping house by himself, which was lonely enough to make the giant quite distracted. In fact, he was about as miserable a piece of 6-foot humanity as ever the detective looked upon. He brightened up a little, however, when he grasped McKenna's hand and heard his cheerful voice, and tried to become more like his former jovial self. But it was a failure, and ended with subsidence into a deeper fit of despondency than had before possessed him. McKenna exerted himself to bring Dormer around to his senses again, partly because he hated to see him so wretched, partly to learn what he knew of the Mollies, and finally so far succeeded that Dormer invited him to enjoy a carriage ride over the mountain. During their journey, Pat begged his companion to visit Mrs. Dormer and try to induce her once more to return to his and her home, engaging faithfully to go before the priest and take an oath never to drink another drop of liquor if she would forgive him. This the detective had to promise. He did, later in the day, try his hand as family peacemaker with the lady in question, but without success, as she utterly refused ever to have anything to do with her husband. She said he thought nothing of an oath, and might break it within 30 days. Her life would be in constant danger, and McKenna could hardly blame her for preferring a comfortable and quiet home, where she was, to the trouble and disorder in which Dormer was always embroiled. After wandering the mines, calling upon the principal Mollies, and thoroughly sounding the miners on the subject of the suspension, the secretary returned, about the 1st of August, to Shenandoah. There he was gladly received by the officers and members of his division, and soon learned that, on the 4th of the month, there was to be a meeting of county delegates at Tremont. It now became his special object to lay his wires in such shape that he would be reasonably sure of discovering at an early day the general purport, if not full particulars, of the business transacted by the convention. Could it be that this arrangement foreshadowed evil to Gomer James? End of chapter 19.